There is nothing like it in Australian motorsport. 6,213 metres of undulating, challenging tarmac that heightens every part of your senses lap after lap. Mount Panorama remains motor racing's cauldron of high drama, controversy, ecstasy and heartbreak. It's a track that has a reputation for being hard on equipment. One small mistake could potentially bring your day undone.
Oh, it's gone. Big accident. Yes, in the wall, Mr. Rocco.
It can also break hearts in a split second. 1 minute you're on top of the world, and the next it can pull the tarmac from under you. However, if you treat the mountain with the respect it deserves, the rewards are endless. And so today, on one of the most holiest days on the calendar, 44 cars representing 11 brands from around the world will do battle again. The fourth edition of a race known as the Ultimate Showroom Showdown. Welcome to the 2019 Hi-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour.
Yes, it is the Hi-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. Hello from Mount Panorama in Bathurst, New South Wales. This regional city is in the central tablelands of New South Wales and is home to this spectacular, this iconic Mount Panorama Circuit. Just over 6 kilometres in length, it has 23 of the most challenging turns. It's physical, technical, and it is a true test of man and machine. A big hello and happy Easter from Emma Francesco and John Hindhoff, the international voice of endurance racing. I know you love this place.
Oh, why would you not? Look at the weather, look at the cars that are coming out on pit lane for this 6 hour endurance. Easter Sunday and Bathurst Mount Panorama. It's an Aussie tradition and I'm delighted and honoured to be here. It's going to be a cracker, you know.
As am I. It is certainly going to be a cracker. We have 6 hours of racing ahead of us. Of course, with an endurance race like that, lots of factors come into play. They have new tyres. They need to get the setup right. Strategy is crucial. And hey, let's just throw some safety cars in there too to make it interesting.
Well, you know, you look at a race like a 6 hour race here at Mount Panorama and you think, well, it's not a 24 or a 12. How much strategy actually plays into it? But with the compulsory pit stops, with whether you change your tyres or not, and people are still finding out about these new MRF tyres for this year's Hi-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hours, then the guys on the wall and in the pit lane are going to be just as busy and doing just as much work as any of the drivers in the cars this weekend.
And you know what? We had a practice on Friday and on Saturday we went qualifying. These guys bounced back. Car entry number 23, Berwick Linton, Tim Lay, they put it on pole position. I caught up with them yesterday after qualifying. Berwick Linton and Tim Lay, congratulations. You put it on pole last year. Unfortunately, had a DNF, but you've bounced back, put it on pole again this year. Well done.
Yeah, no, thanks. For some reason, everyone mentions last year. I'd forgotten about it totally coming into this weekend. But no, the car's great. I mean, these guys work really hard. We've got an engineer who's a bit of an antique, don't we, Bez? Yeah. Ralph Bellamy, who's 81 years of age, and we work really well together. And you know, he's great on the setup. And with these new tyres, it's just been hard to get a handle on. So anyway, it was great. I mean, the green tyre run, we got the most out of the car, so it was great.
Berwick, obviously lots of things come into play tomorrow, including the strategy. Can you let us in on any of the strategy? Who will be starting, who will be finishing the race?
Look, at the moment, I normally start every year, so that's probably the plan. And then we normally try and aim for Tim to finish. So, you know, if it goes to plan, that'll probably be what it is. But we just need to change the voodoo from starting from pole and not getting the win.
Certainly plenty of rivalry up and down pit lane, I believe, also with the defending champions, the Sherrans.
Yeah, there's always rivalry, but it's our turn. You know, they're gonna have to give up. It's our turn this year. So anyway, we'll see how we go. But it's a long day, 6 hours. Lots of things can play into it. So we'll see what happens.
Good luck, guys. Congratulations, starting from pole.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Wow, those guys are very fast. In fact, 3 seconds faster than the rest of the field. However, no one here has gone from pole onto a win. Can it be done?
Well, it can be. It hasn't yet. but it's going to be made slightly harder for that BMW M3 competition because as per the regulations allow, the organisers this morning has looked at the pace of the M3 competition. There's only one in the race, it's on pole, and they've decided that that car is just a little bit too quick for their liking. They've added an extra mandatory pit stop of 90 seconds, so they are going to have 5 of those CPSs, they're called compulsory pit stops, rather than everyone else in the group. They'll only have 4. That's just something that they're going to have to play their strategy around. They can still make it work for them. They've still got a quick car, but it's just thrown a little wrinkle at them at this late stage.
That is a lot of pit stops, that is for sure. Plenty of other drama down pit lane this morning as well with the Sharons. They were starting from 3rd, but they actually went over their maximum boost pressure, so they're starting from the back of the grid now.
No, but I tell you what, that's great news for us and everyone here at Mount Panorama, because that is a quick car. The Sharon's Rentals BMW, the M4, that's going to have to come all the way from the back of the grid. I'll have a little bet with you now, Emma, that if we stay green for, I reckon, 7, maybe 8 laps, that car will be right back on the lead group.
I will take that bet, because if anyone can do it, it is the Sharons, that is for sure. John, have a fantastic call. We're going to get expert updates as well throughout the race from Brian van den Wacker. Great to have you on board, and great to have this guy too back again, our expert commentator. A very big hello and happy Easter to Richard Craill. It is going to be a cracker of a day, Rich.
G'day, Em. Happy Easter, everyone. Nice to be back at this place. Where else would you rather be on Easter Sunday? Ideally, we'd race here at Christmas, every public holiday. Why not? It's a great place. Welcome to the Hi-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour, everybody. It's going to be a terrific motor race. There's a lot to talk about. The weather so far this week has been really good, but maybe a little curveball this afternoon, because while we're heading for a top of 25 degrees and currently 22.3 here in the regional central west of New South Wales, there is the chance of a late thunderstorm this afternoon. Every team in pit lane will be looking skyward and looking at the Bureau app just to see what is going on in the weather. We've seen it at Mount Panorama. It throws it up all the time. Here's how they start the race. This is the top 10 with thanks to Ridges, Beric Linton and Tim Lay, as we heard, on pole position. Big margin back to the first of the Mitsubishi Lancer Evos. It's the first time in race history 2 BMWs haven't started on the front row, but there's BMWs stacked in this top 10. Looking 4th place, Class B leaders David Russell, supercar enduro racer, and his dad Jeff, racing together for the first time in 16 years. They're 4th outright. The first of the big Aussie muscle cars is 6th with Jeremy Gray George and Andy Miedeke. And then look back a little bit further to P8, you see John Bow, who'll be behind the wheel of car 69. That's a big HSV GTS and will be a rocket ship. But some great names spread throughout the top 10. Very feisty field and a lot of superstar drivers spread throughout this Hi-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour field. Well, Mount Panorama, what much more can we say about it? 6,213 metres of the best racetrack in the world, 23 corners, and so much goes on in every single one of them. Places to watch: Turn 1, Hill Corner, Hi-Tech Bend, always worth watching, and then across the top of the Mount Panorama, that amazing run down the hill, always exciting, especially in these production-based cars. 4 onboard cameras for you this weekend. We'll ride on board the brand new Hyundai i30N from NGen Racing, Queensland team. It's the first time we've seen these cars in the race. There are 2 of them. One of them starts 3rd in Class C. The other from the back of the grid. We'll touch on that story as we continue our build-up to the Hi-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. As Emma touched on, this race has never been won from pole position. It has been won from 2nd. And that's why the car that starts there today may well be feeling confident, because internet sensation Jordan Cox, who performs miracles in improved production cars, is driving that car. His dad Graham and Daniel Smith are co-driving. They've got 3 drivers in that squad for the race. It's the first time the venerable Mitsubishi Lancer Evo has started on the front row for a Bathurst Enduro since the Bathurst 12 out many, many years ago. Let's head down to the grid. It's a hive of activity. That's where we find Emma Francesco.
Yeah, plenty happening down here already. I am at the front of the grid with George Gambino, who is the MD for Hi-Tech Oils. Morning, George. Touch you in a second. James O'Brien, the director of this event. What a fantastic event it has been yet again. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. We're almost there. It's we've been blessed with glorious weather on this holy Easter Sunday. We've got a great field of 44 cars behind us, and knowing Mount Panorama, we're going to have a spectacular race. So I would like to thank a few people. First of all, Bathurst Regional Council. I've got the Mayor, Graham Hanger, standing next to me. They do a great job looking after the circuit. I particularly want to thank the 300 volunteers and officials here this weekend. They do a marvellous job. We could not run the event without them, and I am eternally grateful for their attendance. And finally, I'd like to thank our naming rights sponsor, High Tech Oils, who've been with us from the start, and we've got George here next to us.
Thank you, James, and thank you, Graham. Yes, you have been there from the start. What a fantastic marriage between the two.
Yeah, we've actually got on really well, James and myself, and the whole Bathurst 6 Hour. The council's been great. My team like this event. They love it. It's good for high-tech profile, so we're here.
Enjoy the race. Thanks, George.
Very much.
Mark?
We're down here with Jordan Cox, P2. Great place to start if you look at the stats book.
Yeah, very, very good. It's going to be an issue with the M3 and the M4 going up the hill. But look, the race isn't won in the first lap, so we'll just fit into a spot and go from there.
Running the long game, do you think you've got something for them?
I'm not sure, really, with their straight line speed. I don't know. You may as well give them the trophy now. I don't know. We're just going to run our own race and see where we end up.
Best of luck.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Good, yeah.
Eric Linton, you've got those 5 pit stops to do now, but hey, great news. You're the one sitting on pole with a clear track ahead of you.
Yeah, look, we've got a strategy and we'll just follow what we've got to do. We've got to add an extra pit stop. You know, it's obviously something we're disappointed with, given that Tim got the best out of the tyres in the car and the time dropped off. But look, we've got to deal with it. So we've just revised the strategy a bit and we know what we're doing.
Best of luck. Go get him. Mark?
John Bow, you're doing a great thing this weekend. You're out here back at Bathurst. It wouldn't be Enduro without you.
Well, honestly, to be able to race at this track any time is a treat, I reckon. So any chance I get to drive here, I do. And, you know, I'm driving with a really nice bunch of people. And we've had a few issues with the car, so I think it's all fixed now. So we're going to be a bit of a dark horse, so to speak.
But, John, it's a Holden Commodore.
I know, it's funny, isn't it? I get in a lot of social media. Well, I wouldn't say aggro, but, you know, just I'm seen as a Ford driver, but I'm not, you know, I'm not really. I'd spent a lot of time in Fords. I quite like the Australian muscle car world, so, you know, I don't think it matters too much.
Well, best of luck.
Good on you, mate. Thank you. See you later.
Thanks to Mark Walker and Emma Francesco down there on the grid. It's a very busy grid as well. 44 cars to take the starter. That is every car that arrived at Mount Panorama on Thursday. So well done to all the teams and competitors for getting everyone on the grid. It's not been out without its trials and tribulations. And the big story, of course, the defending winners starting from the very, very back of the field. Sharon Racing have their work cut out in the opening stages of this motor race. There's so much to play out. We're about 2.5 minutes away from the formation lap commencing. The race will kick off at 11:30 local time, and then we go racing. I welcome back to the commentary box John Hindhoff, who's made the mad dash up from the front of the grid. Very quickly, we heard from James O'Brien and George Gambino from High Tech Oils. 4 more years. They've just announced extending that partnership through 2023 to sponsor this race. So great for an Aussie company backing an iconic Aussie event.
And all that means is that everyone who's watching this either on Fox here in Australia with no ad breaks through this race, by the way, or around the world on the stream, also with no ad breaks, just gives you more time to be able to plan your visit to come here, and you must do it. A couple of dramas down in the pit lane as I was walking through. The James Goldborough Free Spirit Tattoo BMW 130i is sitting in its garage at the moment. It's going to start from pit lane. They've got a query over the radiator, and what they don't want to do is spoil anybody else's race on the first lap, so they're going to go around, see how it is. The likelihood is we'll see that car in at the end of the formation lap, and they'll change the radiator. But at that point, they've started the race.
Correct.
So they can take their time and do that properly. The other thing is I've just walked through the pulsating Mazda garage in that class, and the remains of the car that donated its engine is there. A very nice dark red Mazda 3. Those guys have already put a shift in.
Yeah, that's the Class E Pulsators. Alan Turner, Chris Holt and Ross Donaldson, 2 of the 3 drivers from New Zealand. That car popped an engine moments after grabbing pole. They drove to Newcastle, 365 kilometres away, picked up a spare car, drove back another 365 k's. They were here till 3 a.m. in the morning, they got back to the track. They fired it up at 6:15 a.m. and cop this. They said the replacement engine's better than the one they had in to get pole position.
Fair point that they found that. It was actually still ticking over afterwards. They'd had no idea that that car was having a problem. And one of the mechanics heard something in the bottom end that they didn't like. So they pulled the belly pan off the engine and had a look at the oil and found bits and pieces of metal in there that they didn't want. So that could have been a huge story if they hadn't spotted that. They've given themselves a lot of work, but they've given themselves a chance still in the race.
Yeah, and class victory, we should emphasise. This is a class race. There are 6 categories within the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour, and winning your class is just as important to those competitors as it is for winning outright. We're away. Behind the formation lap, the clock will start ticking. One car has stalled. It's the Garage 1, number 19, BMW M3. Anthony Gilbertson and Andrew Mill, the drivers in that car. They qualified 3rd in Class A2. And pretty solid qualifying performance for a brand new race car this weekend.
And just like the 12 hours, we should say the clock is now running, although we're behind the safety car, although this is a formation, a stroke sighting lap. The clock is running, so the 6 hours has begun. We are 48 seconds into that. Now the question for me is that Garage 1 car just going to need a push and a restart? The guys are already out on the pit lane. They'll not sure they're going to be able to retake their position. We'll keep an eye on that as Quilty gives you the rundown. And it's not the rundown we were expecting.
No, it's changed from where they finished qualifying yesterday. Here's how they line up for the 2019 High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. Beric Linton and Tim Lay on front. We heard from Jordan Cox. His dad Graham will start car 40. Andrew Sewell and Andy Fisher, Anthony Sewell, that is, correction, in car number 4 go from 3rd. The Russells, father and son, Class B leaders, and 4th outright. The Cabbage Boys, the brothers, Ben and Michael and Garth Walden, go from P5 in another Mitsubishi. We heard from George Medici early on. He starts 6th in car number 67. That's the FPV Falcon. Winter and Ruddats, the teenagers, 17 years old apiece, go from 7th. The big HSV is 8th. Then another BMW car number 25 with F4, Young Gun Jaden O'Jada 9th. And then another Mitsubishi rounding out the top 10. They were bumped into the 10 when the Sharons were bumped out.
A2 leader in 11th position. That's the VF Holden. And their nearest competitors down in 15th position, the Monaro. That car will pull its way through. Expect that to be a hard-fought category for the non-supercharged or turbocharged big bangers. The rest of the Class B runners down in 19th and 20th. That's where we see the Holden and the rest of the team. And then we're looking at the smaller engine cars further down towards the end of the 20s.
You say Monaro like a proper Aussie.
You taught me.
Correct. Class D, intensely competitive, 0.8 of a second, covering the top 3 cars in that class in qualifying. Defending champions Baker and Callahan on top in their Integra Type R. Harrison Gray and Jimmy Vernon go from 2nd in class. They're ones to watch. Back over the page, the venerable BMWs going nicely in Class C, 31st, 32nd and 33rd outright, 1, 2, 3 in class. That will be another great battle. And then that great story with the Mazda starting from 38th, first in Class E. Alongside them is another Mazda 3. They're the winners of that class last year, looking to go back to back. So 44 cars to take the start, and that'll be the first time that every car that arrived at the weekend takes the green flag. Though it won't be, because we've seen car 19 being dragged away by the officials. So that ruins the stat, but we feel for the Garage 1 team with Porsche Pace Carrera Cup Australia racer Anthony Gilbertson and Andrew Mill, who struggled early in the weekend but tuned that car up, ended up missing pole by a couple of tenths of a second in Class A2. Hopefully they can get that car started and go from pit lane.
You talked earlier on about something we've never had here before, which is a non-BMW on the front row. Something we haven't had this week so far is cloud cover, and we've got some now. It's been beautiful blue skies, barely a bit of sort of cotton candy cloud over the last few days, but it looks like we've got a colder front coming in from around the final corner area at Murray's, coming in that way, and there's a little bit of high cloud as well. So temperatures, in terms of air temperatures, down a wee bit. The track temperatures as well. That's not the worst thing. We're 3 weeks later than we were for this race last year, when high temperatures played havoc with some of the teams, cars and drivers. So maybe, just maybe, it's going to be a little bit kinder for this, the 2019 running of the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hours.
Currently 22.6 degrees in Bathurst, but the story is that we're all watching the weather radar, because there is a forecast of late thunderstorms this afternoon, this evening. Mount Panorama continues to throw crazy stuff at us every single year, that would be just another chapter in it.
And don't forget, these MRF tyres are high-performance street tyres, so they have got grooves. You don't necessarily stop for rain tyres. That's something to think about later on. Getting into the 2x2 formation, shuffle to the front of your seat, take a deep breath, because you might not get a chance for another one for the next 6 hours. 2019 and the high-tech oil Bathurst 6 hours is about to get underway.
BMW and Mitsubishi on the front row. The BMWs are stacked behind them as well, but watch the grunt of the M3 with Beric Linton behind the wheel on the run-up Mountain Straight. Happy Easter, ladies and gentlemen. It's the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hour, and it starts now. BMW away. Graham Cox is in the Evo and gets swamped. Anthony Sewell goes up the inside in the M4 and will slot in behind Beric Linton. It'll be a BM1-2 as they run up Mountain Straight for the first time. The field split in the middle, but 43 cars getting through High-Tech Oils Turn 1 and the run up Mountain Straight cleanly.
And that was a lovely start by the pole sitter. Did exactly what he needed to do, Beric Linton. And that dark blue, it is dark blue, it's not black, it looks black, but it's just polished to an inch of its life. That's a genuine BMW colour, and that's exactly how the car was born. Big dive up the inside by the number 12 BMW at the very start of the races. They were going up to Griffins for the first time. That was somebody very confident indeed on cooled MRFs.
That's the Brad Woods Hadrian Morale car. It's being run by Mark Cars Australia. They're a long way out of position down outside the top 20, so they're trying to march their way forward. Already up a couple of spots to 14th, but a really aggressive move early at Griffin's Bend, trying to get themselves sorted out. Across the top they go. That's Reed Park. The MRF bridge shows the cars and Bathurst in the background, past the metal grate and the run towards McPhillamy Park. Beric Linton, the race leader, already pulling almost a second over Anthony Sewell in the number 4 car.
If you're watching this race for the first time, look how green it is around here compared to what we see in the 12 hours. It's actually getting into autumn here, and some of the leaves are already turning here at Bathurst. A fabulous place to come at this time of the year. Lots to do, as well as come to Mount Panorama. But of course, if you're going to come at Easter, you've got to come to the mountain.
It's the place to be. Great drone shots from above as they run down the Dipper, through the S's and towards Forest Elbow, and that all-important long run down Conrod Straight. David Russell having a look up the inside of Graham Cox in the Evo. Now, David is, from a class standpoint, out of position in that BMW 135i, but it's a fast car. That car's been second outright here in the 2016 race, and it's got plenty of straight line poke. That's the difference here. The Evos struggle for straight line performance. They're really good across the top. Garth Walden just slides through as well in the race for a Cure car. That's the pink and white car that's slotted in behind that yellow BMW.
If you look at that BMW, the Sharon rental cars, the livery is the opposite way around, so they've got more orange on the top, whereas the other one's got more red on the top. We'll see that car, I'm sure, fighting through its way through. But that little BMW has barely got any aero appendages on it at all. It's like you've taken Forza Motorsport and put a race livery on one of the first cars that you buy. And that's why that car is so slippery. It's only two-wheel drive, remember, rear drive, whereas the Mitsubishi behind it has all-wheel drive, and that's why they are so chuckable and therefore so quick over the top of the mountain. It was an Evo that held the... It's quite prestigious, actually, to see you the fastest across the top of the mountain, and there was a Mitty at the weekend, at the early part of the week, that was quite a bit faster than some of those BMWs.
I can't offer you the exact quote, but one of the Evo drivers says it's one of the parts of the racetrack where you get to use your commitment. I'll substitute that word, but that's why they like it. But,
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, to give you an example, the Evo Lancers are 2 seconds faster in the middle sector, which is the exit of the cutting to the exit of Forest Elbow. 2 seconds faster than anything. The fastest Evo qualified 3 seconds behind the pole-sitting BMW with an admittedly superb lap from Tim Lay. So that shows you how these cars produce their speed differently in different points of the racetrack, and we'll elaborate on that and touch on it over the course of the race, because it will be an underlying storyline of the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hour.
Absolute essence of production car racing, though. It's not just about the lap times being similar, it's about the strengths and weaknesses of the cars on different parts of the circuit, and in fact even different ages and models of cars, as we've got an Evo and Evo battle heading down across Skyline at the moment. And these overhead shots give us so much idea of how hard the guys are having to work. That is steeply downhill there, on the brakes, down one gear, balance the car, down another gear, then get on the throttle a little bit to get the car settled down again before you charge down towards Forest Elbow and then head on to Conrod Straight.
That was young Jack Winter behind the wheel of that blue and black Evo, and I'm going to get this out the way early. Winter is coming 7th place up behind the Cox Evo. Very nicely done. For those of you playing the game with car number 1, the Sharon BMW, remember, started from the back of the field. They've stormed their way forward to 18th position in the first lap and a half. Grant Sharon. You can tell the brothers apart because Grant wears glasses, so G for Grant glasses, and Grant, he's behind the wheel and he's making nice headway and will be looking to work his way into the 10 at some point soon. As we watch Garth Walden continue to apply the pressure to the back of David Russell behind the wheel of car number 21.
Just a quick note on the number 45 car, which I think came into the pit lane just before they all rolled out, so I'm not sure that started from its proper grid spot either, so keep an eye open for that AMG 45, the number 45 car. That may well be having to fight its way back through as well. That's another all-wheel drive car as well.
Yeah, it wasn't on the grid, so it must have started from pit lane, diagnosed an issue, and the safest way out is to just start from pit lane. You can throw your guys at the car, get them fixed, and try and work your way forward. I'm just trying to pick out where they are. Well, Michael Ald's up to 26th place in that car already, so probably follow the Sharons through at some point and try and get some early ground with one of those really fast BMWs.
And as we signposted at the beginning, the 87 BMW, the James Goldberg driven Free Spirit to 2 car, that did come in at the end of the first lap. They're working on replacing a radiator. I think that was very gentlemanly conduct by the whole team there. They knew they had a problem, but they didn't want to make it someone else's. They have taken the start of the race so they can take their time and do that job properly.
Just having a chuckle because this is a great battle. It's for 3rd on the road and 3 more diverse cars you couldn't find. The big FG Falcon GTF, the F stands for finale, so this was the last of the breed from Ford Performance Vehicles before they shut up shop. It's been driven very well by Jeremy Gray, who's a vastly experienced driver in V8 Ute racing. He's just transitioned over into Touring Car Masters, where he's driving a frankly quite ridiculous V8 powered Ford Capri, driving it extremely well. He's being chased by the little BMW driven by David Russell, Supercars Endurance co-driver, and chasing them both is the four-wheel drive turbo Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution with Garth Walden behind the wheel. Garth is an hugely experienced racing car driver. It's tough to name a category he hasn't raced competitively in, but he loves this breed of racing. Dave's got a very nice run out of the elbow, but I would suggest that BMW V big supercharged Ford down Conrod Straight is a no contest in the form of car 67. There's proof. See you later, Gero.
Yeah, but, you know, interesting that he felt that he could stick his nose out there and just say, you're not having this all your own way. I'll close up on you on the brakes. I'm a bit lighter than you are. And all of these drivers and teams, remember, working with a new tyre manufacturer this year. MRF signed to a multi-year deal, and they've had some opportunity to try tyres at the late end of last year. Here comes the BMW, not quite there. This is not the time to be forcing it this early on, but forcing it is exactly what's going on. And watch the Evo coming in behind. I didn't expect to be this excited this early. I thought they were all going to be sensible. That's what they've all told me up and down the pit lane. As soon as the helmets and the head socks have gone on, the brains have gone out the window.
And Jeremy Gray leaving just enough racing room, but only just enough, a car width wide. So it was like an invitation. All right, David, if you want to go through, fine, but you've got to make that move stick. But they're fighting hard. I think track position will be absolutely critical in this race as the strategies start to play out. And now the performance of the Big Falcon plays into the hands of Jeremy Gray. Scoots around the outside of Garth Walden at Griffin's Bend. The Evo better under brakes and through the mid-corner. Should pull away. We talked about straight line speeds. Well, the Evo was 15 kilometres an hour slower down Conrod Straight the last lap compared to the Big Ford, and that was with the aid of something of a tow. So that shows you the performance differential. Across the top, Garth Walden will be electric. Down the hill, it's a no contest towards car 67. That's what we love about this style of racing. Catch it. Car 69, Joe Krinilos, a former Class B winner in this race, just holds on to the big GTS Holden Commodore. That was a big save.
Yeah, it's coming out the cutting. He's just lit up the MRFs there early on in the race. The team will have been watching that down in the garage and had hearts in mouths. That was a super save. Always hard to know what to do there, Quilty, whether you get off everything or you just feather back or you try to steer into it and pretend that you'd meant to do it in the first place. But you know what? He's got away with it.
Yeah.
Take a deep breath, pull the belts down the next time you come down Conrod Straight and just keep breathing.
Tell you what, Winter has made a pretty significant move. We'll go back and have a look at this, though. Watch for the big HSV. Coming into shot now. A little bit of a right foot induced oversteer, I think, there. When they go back and look at that, the driver will complain about setup. The engineer will say, why does the throttle trace go to 100 so quickly?
Jeez.
Joe, rather exuberant getting out of the cutting, but manages to catch it. Nice drive. Nothing changed out in front. Nice margin for Beric Linton. He's pounding away 6.5 seconds to the better of Anthony Saul. David Russell now safe in third place. Here's a fight. This is Grant Sherrin inside the top 10, already charging his way forward in the bright red BMW M4. Up to 9th position in 4 laps of motor racing. This incredible circuit. He's got in front of Ian Salteri, who's in that BMW hatchback that's been punching above its weight. It's a busy little freight train, this, because just behind is Matt Holt in car 64. That's the HSV. It's a normally aspirated car, which means it's in class A2, but it's got some decent performance about it at the moment. And here's another pass. Up the inside goes Graham Cox, father of Jordan, and passes Jeremy Gray, who's just struggled for the last couple of laps in this Falcon after that earlier battle.
But, you know, I think he's doing exactly the right thing in that Fulton. Don't get flustered right now. We are less than 15 minutes into 6 hours. Let's drive the car. Let's get some data. Let's keep it clean without any dents in it. And then we'll pick out our strategies as we go through later on. That's a big car. It's a heavy car. It's going to... You're going to have to... I've been talking to all the teams. All of them have different ideas about what to do with these tyres. A lot of them saying, if you treat these tyres nicely at the start of a stint, you'll easily get 2 stints out of them. Easily get 2 stints out of them.
These tyres are like making a friend. If you treat them nice early, they'll be a friend for a long time.
Very good analogy.
But if you abuse them early, they're not going to like you very much.
That's it.
But the driver consistently surprised at how much these tyres are giving a long way into the stint. The previous tyre they used in this form of motor racing was really good for 1 lap, and then it would drop off for a percentage for the next part of the run. But the MRF has been very, very consistent over the duration, and I think drivers have been pleasantly surprised about that performance.
The Sherrin car, the Sherrin Racing and Sherrin Reynolds car started right at the back, fighting its way through. But again, that is something that's got to be done carefully and sensibly. There's the Rabbitohs liveried Subaru, started a little bit further down. Decent result for the Rabbitohs on, was that Thursday night, I think it was, that they were last in rugby league action over here.
Good to see you had Fox League on to catch that game.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
I'll have Fox Footy on this afternoon to see how the mighty Adelaide Crows are going. Yeah, this is the second place car at the moment. Anthony Sewell behind the wheel. This is a team that have been here many years, and they started out with a 1M BMW, the car that Beric Linton raced here quite successfully, was a front-running contender for a long time. They've upgraded to that M4, having seen what the Sherrin Racing team were able to do with theirs. That imitation, the sincerest form of flattery, I think, in that respect. And they've gradually crept up onto it. They've taken the process, I suppose, this weekend of flying under the radar completely, and they've done it really well. They qualified on the second row of the grid, and they've been 2 or 3 seconds faster in every session throughout the weekend.
I made a little bet with Emma at the start of the show here that number 1 car, if we had 6 or 7 green flag laps, that would be right back on terms, and it's up to 7th position at the moment after 5 laps completed. So it looks, Emma, as if my bet with you, I'm winning that bet as far as the Sherrin's cars concerned. What's happening at the front of the field?
You're doing very well indeed with that bet, that's for sure. Hey, I'm just trying to get pit stop Goss for car number 23. Just spoke to Aaron Reid, team manager, and they are planning on keeping Beric out there for as long as possible, he tells me. Unless, of course, there is a safety car. Let's not forget they have 5 stops to complete.
Yes, that additional CPS compulsory pit stop for that car. It only applied, a number of people have been tweeting in at us here using the hashtag B6HR. That comes through to us. only been applied, that balance of performance, to the M3 competition. Now, a bit of battling earlier on, BMW on BMW, and that's contact at Griffins.
Yeah, it's a bit too early for that kind of nonsense,
Yeah,
isn't it?
is.
Car 12 going up the inside, Hadrian Morale behind the wheel.
He's had a pretty good start, that 12 car.
Yeah, Ian Salteri in car 25. They've been another contender, I think, that surprised a lot of people with their under-the-radar ability, I suppose, over the course of the weekend. That was a really good song by The Underworld. I'm not sure if you ever got that in the UK, but it's one of my favourite songs. Anyway, that's not the point. It always baffles me, John, in races like this where you see moves made that early. What are we, 19 minutes and 50 seconds in, and there's a dive bomb at turn 2. Well, come on, guys, you've got 5.5 hours, if not more, to make those moves. Why do it in the first half an hour when you should just be settling down, getting into your groove? It's easy to say that sitting in an air-conditioned commentary box. These guys are in the heat of the battle, of course, and the red mist descends, and they all want every last little bit of track position.
Let me just finish that point I was making about the extra CPS for the number 23 car. The organisers, as per the regulations, can look at the balance of performance at any stage of the meeting right up to race start, and they have looked at that and they've assessed a balance of performance change on one car only, and that is the BMW M3 competition. So if there were more M3 competitions in the race, they would have all got the same BOP, balance of performance adjustment. There isn't, there's only the one, and it's 90 seconds, an additional 90-second stop as a compulsory pit stop for that car. The 25 BMW losing the rear end there quite substantially. The Simon Hodges entered Secure Wealth Advisors BMW. I think he hasn't made good friends with these MRF tyres, because he's losing the back end of that car, and anybody who's pushed too hard are going to find that those rear tyres will not be your friend, and we're only 6 laps in to a stint here.
Correct. And a stint in this race, going green, will be an hour and 10, maybe an hour and 15 or 20 on fuel. These
well
cars
over an hour.
Can go a long way into a motor race before they need to drop into pit lane. Just a HSV running off the road there at turn 1 at Hell Corner. It's the 69 car with Joe Krinalos behind the wheel.
But you make a good point there, Krilsey, because it's not just about keeping the tyres underneath the car. If you're driving at 100% all of the time in these production cars, they move around. They aren't pure-bred race cars. They take a bit of hustling. You're very quickly going to tire yourself out. Problem for a Mitsubishi coming out of the cutting. It is the 68. There been a coming together? 68 and 69. 69 being the big Holden Commodore that's garaged right underneath it. That's the John Bow car, and it's got damage to the left rear of that car, and there was a slow move in Mitzi as well in amongst all of that. Now, call me a detective. Nobody called me a detective, actually. My father was a detective, but rest his soul. But that may well have been a little bit of, a bit of rubbing, which at this stage is just not necessary.
Agree with you, but I think that's starting to tell another part of the story in this race, which is traffic, and they were already getting into it, the Suzuki Swift. Oh, that's close. Oh, the 33 Toyota 86 pulling across in front of the Rapidos supported Subaru, which is right down the very back of the field. The kink into the cutting. This is the battle for the lead in Class D. It's Jimmy Vernon behind the wheel of that Toyota 86, Brian Callahan behind the wheel of car 47. They're 28th and 29th outright. So this is for the lead in the class, and these two have been the class of the field so far. And Vernon looking down the inside at McPhillamy Park. He's given racing room by the Honda Integra. It's an older model car, but it's still got plenty of pace. Nice bit of racecraft from both of them. Saw him coming, gave him room.
Exactly right, Krilsey. The bright yellow Integra pole sitter in the class, but realised that at this stage of the race, it doesn't suit them to be going door handle to door handle through McPhillamy. When does it ever? I'm not sure. Possibly the last lap of the race when the big cup is on the line. But I think that's sensible driving, and this comes back to what we've been saying. You know, the drivers in these cars are going to be in there for over an hour. They will have their chance, and that Holden Commodore, by the way, is now moving very slowly indeed after what I'm pretty certain was contact up at the cutting this time round.
That was a pretty hairy moment because it was probably doing 40 k's an hour down Conrod, everyone else doing 240, and in the end the BMW, Ben Walsh, were riding on board with the number 30 car, had to duck out of the way, but managed to get the pass done on Bensley in car number 48, and that was again for position. That's second in Class B. behind the dominant car of David Russell.
I think race control might be looking at that, Krillsy, just to make sure nobody was overtaking under waved yellows. There was a waved white, of course. That means a slow-moving car there. But they'll be looking very carefully at that to make sure everybody was playing fair. Coming round to complete 7 laps, it's done. And Berwick Linton is 15 seconds to the good over the number 4 in second place. That's the Anthony Searle M4. So the 2 BMWs at the front of the field, one the M3, one the M4. M3 with the 4 doors and the competition pack on. And the M4 said, here comes the 69 right underneath us now. And that has indeed got damage to the left rear. My old eyes weren't deceiving me.
No, well, there was a bit of a debris field. Well, contact on the run up to the kink between the 2 class contenders. These were the cars battling down Conrod Straight. Ben Walsh in the older model E36 BMW. Bit of a hip and shoulder there by the looks of it on Keith Bensley in the 48. And rubbing may be racing, but you don't want to rub going into the cutting through the kink, completely blind. And when you're running up there, even in a rental car at 60 k's an hour, which is the legal limit at Mount Panorama for about 340 days of the year, it's blind, it's narrow, and it's too quick. So to do it in a racing car and try and go 2 abreast is pretty hairy stuff. But aggressive moves for this car. There was definitely contact with the big HSV, not only damage on it, but there was quite a debris field spreading out from it on the run up to Solomon Park. We saw there. That's a shame. One of our outright contenders, Joe Krinilos, Tony Virag, and of course John Bow, HSV in pit lane. Why did they go straight into the garage? That's a good question. The answer is you can throw more people at the car in the garage. Only 4 people are allowed to work on the car over the red line in pit lane for a pit stop in this race. So drive into the garage, you can throw everybody at it, get it fixed quicker, get it back out onto the racetrack.
Fastest lap of the race so far, though this counts for absolutely nothing, is a 2:29.37, and that is by the car fighting its way back through the field. Now into the top 5 for the number 1 Sherrin Rentals, with Grant Sherrin at the wheel. That car started dead last after an infringement, shown up in the post-qualifying tech, over boosting on that BMW. It's made no difference at all, as I suggested at the start. 8 laps. I said 8 laps, they'd be on the back of the leaders, and they pretty much are. We've been green for the first 8 laps of the 6 hours, the high-tech oil 6 hours at Bathurst 2019. And the battles down the field in the category still running Class D, with the pole-sitting 47 car now under pressure from one of the... Well, the whole of the rest of the field, other than that yellow Integra, are all Toyota GT86s. And already having had to give best to one of them, 33 has gone through as well. And that's the Alan Gray McLaren Motorsport machine.
Oh, big moment up the inside, Gilbertson. This was the car stranded.
Stay out. No,
that's bogged. And I hate to tell you, but that will be a safety car because it's a deep old sand trap at turn 1. He got this car fired up, and they were on the lead lap of their class, the BMW, for Garage 1. They were 19th, they were 32nd on the road, but they were working their way through. But they've been battling with downshifting issues in that car with the DSG gearbox. It hasn't been selecting the right gear at the right time. So by the looks of it, it was locking the rears, and they've been complaining about that all weekend. Let's have a look. So he was going down the inside of a lap BMW, puff of smoke from the rear axle of that car, grab the brake, in it goes, and I'd suggest a continuation of those gearbox issues on this car. So they're in the gravel trap. Let's go down to pit lane with Mark Walker.
Tony Virag, unfortunately you had such high hopes for today, but it's ended in the pits early.
Yeah, we're into the pits. Looks like Joe may have tagged the wall coming out the right-hander after the cutting. It's still early in the race, but you don't really need these sort of things. It's one of them unfortunate things, I guess.
You had such a good weekend going, great pace with John Bow behind the wheel. It's just a shame this has happened so early.
Yeah, well, that's motor racing, they need a bit of luck, and maybe it's not with us this weekend.
Well, hopefully we can see you back out on track soon.
Yeah, I think we'll be back out there shortly and just make up a bit of pace, make up a bit of time, and hopefully we'll be challenging somewhere towards the top 10 at the end of the race.
Thanks to Mark, and that's a good point he makes, because a motor race like this, where endurance really is key, you can continue to work your way forward over the day. So if you get a couple of laps early, well, if you're contending for an outright result, staying on the lead lap, I think is important. on a comeback trail, just get back on the road, circulate. We never know how the cards will fall.
I'll say this now. I'll guarantee you they won't be the first or the last to have trouble today, or they certainly won't be the last to have trouble today. Also coming into pit lane now, this is a bit early, 77. This is the Jack Winter entered yellow speed MX-5 Mania Lancer, not an MX-5. Jack and Zach Radietz on the driving roster for that. Jack's at the wheel of that car. It's coming out of a top 20 position there.
They were in the 10. That was the car making really nice moves early on with a pair of teenagers behind the wheel. They ran a Class D car from memory last year in the race, and really impressed as 16-year-olds. And now a year older and with so much more experience at 17, they've jumped into the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo and running around nicely. So we'll see if that's a problem or whether it is a scheduled stop. We should say the pit window is officially open. The compulsory pit stop window opens 30 minutes into the race, which is where we're at now, and it closes after it, and that BMW is still stuck in the sand. Well, new addition we've got for the coverage this year is our high-tech oils hub. Thanks to the high-tech oils Bathurst 6 hour.
I see what you did there.
Thank you. Driving that today is Brian van der Wacker.
Thank you very much for that, Richard. Yes, it's going to be important to be over the strategy today. And as you mentioned, of course, the compulsory pit stop window has just opened. So let's try and break down for you how this race is going to work today. Now, depending on what class you're in today, therefore dictates the amount of stops you've got to make. Now, Class A1, we know that Barry Linton and Tim Lay have to do 5 stops. But for everyone else in classes A1, A2, Class B, they need to do 4 compulsory pit stops. If you're in classes C, D and E, therefore, you need to do 3 stops throughout this race. Now, the general average in terms of fuel numbers here this weekend has round about been an hour and 20. And if you break that down throughout the course of the race, you can see you'll pit maybe 2 hours, 40 minutes of the race, 4 hours, and then 5 hours 20 with a little bit of a shorter stint here and there. There's going to be a few ways that this will play out throughout the course of today, and this is where we start bringing our keys to the race in. Driving times. This race has been critical over the last few years for this particular reason, because if you've got a 2-driver combination, the maximum driving time in this race is 3.5 hours. So that window alone is really, really tight. The other thing, safety cars, we've got one right now. They will dictate what happens here throughout the course of today as well. Tyres, well, we're on the MRF tyres for the first time here this weekend in the Bathurst 6 hours. So trying to find a balance on those tyres is going to be really difficult throughout the course of today. A lot of teams will be chasing that even into the back half of this race. Also, the 1%ers we've already seen this weekend. So many different tiny little issues for a number of teams. And if that happens throughout this race, that is going to be critical. One final thing that's going to dictate all of this is it's a minute 30 pit stop time. That time starts as soon as you cross the white line at pit entry and ends as soon as you cross the white line at pit exit. So it's that whole time that you spend in pit lane that will equal to a minute 30. If you're even a second under that, the officials will have a word to you. We'll keep an idea and we'll keep an understanding as to what happens today on this particular whiteboard. There's so many keys to winning this race.
Thanks, Brian. Down in the high-tech oils hub, and another car stranded, and with the oil flag, or the slippery surface flag, right at the top of the mountain is the number 41. That is one of the Class D Toyotas. That's the Solo Works purple sector car. Lachlan Minsef and Thomas Sargent, the 2-driver team there, and we're getting a live snatch down at turn 1 under waved yellows. So race control, letting the guys go through a couple of times, letting them realise it was there, and then with double waved yellows to show that they were going to bring out one of the snatch vehicles. And that car is running, by the way. It will pull away under its own steam, that number 19 BMW. It's been there for a couple of laps. Lesson learned, perhaps. We don't know if there was mechanical issues, which talk about gearbox problems. Just as bad, by the way, shifting down 2 gears is not shifting down at all. When you're expecting a little bit of engine braking and you don't get it, and then you have to try and do it all on the middle pedal.
Can we give race control a shout out for not throwing the safety car?
Absolutely agree.
To do that under local yellow, yes, it's a risky thing to do, but it's not a massively high-speed corner. It's a high visibility approach, so the drivers running down the pit straight, the high-tech oils front straight, can see across the apex to where that car was stranded. Well done to race control for letting that go green. Not great for car 19 because it's cost them a couple of laps, but they were already on the back foot for this race. So well done. the race remains green. We'll see what they do with that Toyota up at Reed Park as well. That was young Tommy Sargent behind the wheel of that car. They were 5th in Class D. Another teenage driving squad too.
Can we stop them doing that? I think we're going to have a word with the organisers here and start having a minimum age of about 46.
They'll be after our jobs next at some point.
You know they will.
A couple of Australian Formula Ford Championship graduates. Great to see them having a go in Cameron Hill's Toyota 86. So, Berwick Linton leads the race. 18.4 seconds the leading margin as we work our way past the first half hour of the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hour. Anthony Sewell still second in the BMW M4. David Russell third outright, and he's Class B leader as well. He's got handy margin back to Garth Walden, who's 4th in the Evo. He's being hunted down though. Cue the Jaws music by the red Sharon M4. It's up to 5th place. It's comfortably the quickest car on the racetrack at the moment. Currently has the fastest lap of the motor race as well. Graham Cox has moved back up to 6th place. Jordan Cox's son will jump into that car, we imagine, at the first stop. Matt Holt up to 7th in the HSV, leads the A2 class. Hadrian Morale is 8th in car number 12. Jeremy Gray, the Ford, continues on in 9th. He's just settled into a rhythm by the looks of it in that car. And Paul Iacono, another of the Mitsubishi Lancers. In fact, we're watching it now, rounds out the top 10.
And I think that's smart driving, as I said, by Jeremy Gray and the Ford. It would have been easy to get flustered earlier on with cars coming through. There are the drivers that will get in that car. That car will go a bit quicker. That's no disrespect to Jeremy at all, but he's done exactly the job that he was given. Never easy to start a race. Always the most dangerous time for any of the drivers, and he's done a very good job indeed early on as he heads down onto Conrod Straight at the moment with a trio of cars behind him, headed up by that BMW that sits in 10th position.
This is a feisty battle pack.
It is, isn't it?
The big Ford pulling away down Conrod Straight, but
there's the 45s in there as well, you know, which we think started from the back.
It did. We confirmed that right at the very back. So Michael Ald's done a terrific job. That car run by Garth Walden Racing. We've seen the AMG A45 here over many years of this race. Always an outright contender. In fact, finished 3rd outright in the race last year with GWR preparing it. Stephen Johnson in that amazing conclusion to last year's race. And then just behind them is Paul Iacono in that red and black Mitsubishi Lancer, rounding out the top 12. Kyle Austin behind in the High-Tech Oils car that he will share with Dylan Thomas. He goes all down the inside, turn 1. No more yellows there. That's why he's trying to make a move. A little bit of a hip and shoulder. And the 4-wheel drive turbo car gets past the rear-wheel drive BMW.
Yeah, and that all-wheel drive there made it really easy to hold the line and just tighten up the exit and get on the power earlier. Normally you would have had to wait to get on the right-hand pedal. A bit of drama up at the mountain for the Sharon's car, or just a drift display down at Forest's Elbow in elegant isolation at the moment. That number 1 car as he's chasing down Garth Walden in 4th position in the number 15 Race for a Cure Lancer.
Now this is where this race plays out, because this battle group coming up on 2 cars in Class E that are battling for their own class honours. They're going past that Mazda 3, which executed the engine change overnight. That's about to be caught by the Suzuki Swift. So that's just brought Jeremy Gray back to this rather intense fight that now has Michael Auld in that Mercedes AMG up into 10th place, chasing down the Big Falcon. Again, 4 drastically different cars, all squabbling over the same bit of racetrack. Really good motor racing, all with different strengths and weaknesses around the circuit.
Did the 51 start on pole position even after the engine change? They didn't get a penalty for that, did they? No. So
they started from pole.
Yeah, so they have lost that position because the number 2, the Murray Dowsett completion product, has gone through. No, let me get you the right car. The Madass Motorsport, Adrian McMaster, number 2 car, has gone through. That's the Mazda 3, the SP25 Mazda 3, for those of you who are Mazda aficionados, whereas the 51 at least started life as an SP23 rather than a 25. It may have bits of other ones in it by now, with that new heart of a lion that's beating so many times at Bathurst, both in the 12 and the 6. You get these fantastic stories of spirit of endurance. And those guys drove to Newcastle last night, having heard the bottom end of that 51 car going off a little bit. kinds of swarf and metal in the oil. They didn't like the look of it. Drove to Newcastle, picked up the car, drove back, took the engine out of it, put it in the race car. Yeah, because you do.
Why not? Almost 800 kilometre, 10.5 hour round trip that team made.
They were telling me they were going to get there and back in 9 hours, and I raised an eyebrow.
It's one of those classic Bathurst overnight repair stories. It's just fantastic to see. Well done to them. All the action's down at turn 1. It's been a busy place to watch the racing, and I think watching it from the inside of that corner. Emma, what have you found down at turn 1, Emma?
I'm in prime position, that's for sure. Krause now, turn 1. It looks simple on paper, right? But they don't call it a corner for no reason. This is actually crucial. We've seen plenty of carnage here in the past. If you do not get that turn 1 right, you miss the opportunity to get that perfect run up Mountain Straight. And we all know that that is a critical spot and a perfect overtaking opportunity.
That's very cool. That's very cool indeed. Being that close to the racetrack at this stage of the game, that's fantastic stuff. Thanks, Emma. There's plenty of incident already down there, but we're still green. 13 laps completed, and the defending champions are back up into 5th position, having started at the back. The gap between them and 4th now, just 1.5 seconds back to the 15. The number 15 Evo in 4th. In 3rd, it's D-Russ. David Russell, he's about another 3.5, 4 seconds up the road. And then in 2nd place, and this is another great story, the M4 from Property Investment Store, Anthony Searle at the wheel of that car. Leading from pole, Barrick Linton. He's done a great job, and he has stretched away to 24 seconds now. And last time around was pulling 266 k's through the speed trap. The next best I can see is the Sharon car at 261. That's impressive speed all the way around the circuit. Battles slightly further down the top 10, 9th and 10th at the moment. Jeremy Gray in 9th in that Ford final version, the white with the blue Ford stripes. That's absolutely perfect colours for that Ford, carrying the Bilstein suspension livery. The Scirocco just ahead of it is not in that mix, about to lose a lap as they come down to complete another circuit.
So the car at the back of this queue, the Mitsubishi Lancer, as we look to the battle for 4th place, just make a point, it's actually sponsored by a Facebook group, F1 Armchair Experts, backing it, which is an Aussie Facebook group dedicated to some fun chat about Formula 1. We'll talk more about that when we see that car in that great battle. But this is worth following because it's the fight for 4th place. Grant Sharon's now caught Garth Walden with a series of pretty searing laps in the BMW M4 and the Mitsubishi Lancer for Race for Acura, which is an amazing program that has been put together and has been running for some time and supported by Ben and Michael Cavich and the Garth Walden Racing team for many years to raise awareness finding a cure for breast cancer. Raising awareness as well. It's an outstanding program, and they're raising lots of money for charitable cause there as well. It's a good fight, 4th and 5th place. That Mitsubishi Lancer is going to find itself in a spot of bother when they get to the chase. It'll be really good across the top, but that M4 will reel it in on the run down Conroy. Here's the Armchair Experts Mitsubishi Lancer. So if you've got yourself a Facebook group, apparently you can sponsor a race car.
Love it. Great
initiative. Love it. Great to see motor racing community getting behind one of their own in this team going racing, and they've long had ambitions to do that.
9th, 10th and 11th, this little battle group as they head up towards the metal grid. So the big Ford with 2 all-wheel drive, slightly smaller and more nimble cars behind. And Jeremy Gray has done a cracking job. I'll have no truck with anyone who wants to give him criticism and a problem. Is that a problem for the 2nd place car? Yes, it's dropping down. Anthony Searle is dropping down and he's losing positions to cars that shouldn't be going past him. Here's the first big drama from the front of the field, Grailsey.
Sharon goes past Garth Walden in the Evo, and then Walden fights back, better drive with the 4-wheel drive turbo and the exit of the chase. Now the BMW straight line performance sees it right at the bottom of Conrod into Murray's. So pass done, Grant Sharon moves himself to what will be 3rd place from the back of the field, though Walden might have something to say about that because he got better drive out of the corner. But the car that's been running in a very safe 2nd for the opening 43 minutes of this race, limping. And Anthony Searle has dropped back to 5th position, and we would imagine we'll be heading to pit lane and can confirm that he's just driven
Yes.
into the lane now. So this team that we touched on the fact have been flying under the radar. I was told the Underworld are in fact a British band, by the way, so I need to brush up on my rock and pop history. Good battle. But they're in pit lane, so an early drama for one of our key contenders.
Yeah, already had dropped the 5th by the time they crossed the line, but in reality losing more and more time as that car comes in. I'm not even sure the engine is running on that car. It's come in, it's just coasted to a halt. The guys will do the fueling out on the pit lane. You can't do anything else while the fueling's going in, and that is absolutely correct. I'm a big exponent of that. I really don't think anybody should be jacking cars up and rolling them around or changing tyres whilst you've got a fuel hose in at any level of racing, if I'm honest. So this is good. Well, that's interesting as well, by the way, how much fuel is going into that car, considering it's only been out there for, what, 45 minutes? Now, they're going to put the jacks underneath. You have to use standard jacks. As tyres come out of the left, it's not just a puncture, is it? Surely it can't be.
Looks like both of those tyres on the right-hand side are inflated on the bottom. I wonder if they're checking the left. We're going to check pressures. Only 4 people allowed over that red line, plus the car controller at the front, who will be on the radio to the driver. They're tumbling down the leaderboard. There's a bit of confusion here about what's going on. This is a good combination. Andrew Fisher and Anthony Sewell have raced together for some time, nearing on 20 years now. Their first race was in a day wheel, of all things, at Wakefield Park.
I wonder if he thought he had a puncture, and that's why he's taking it easy and come straight in. And maybe he's just picked up some debris or some pickup, some rubber pickup. Remember, everybody working with MRF tyres for the first time here at the High-Tech Oil Bathurst 6 Hours. From the camera on Ridges, watching the 2 Sharon cars together. Great place to watch the racing. Down into the final corner for these 2 BMWs, as we'll catch up with Emma down in the lane with a bit of an update of what's going on with this BMW.
Yeah, I'm just in garage number 3. Plenty of chaos going around me here. Andrew, do you know what's happened?
No, I'm not exactly sure what's going on. Anthony felt something from inside the car. Obviously, he had good pace. He was consistent. There's obviously something's happened at the rear of the car, so they're just trying to get that sorted now. Obviously, it's taking a bit longer than we'd hoped, but that's long-distance racing, so hopefully we can pick it back up after the other guys do their pit stops.
Back out there, chin up.
Thank you.
Andrew Fisher, races in the Dixon Touring Car Master Series in a big Falcon GTHO. He's had a pretty horrific run of it of late, but the Life Choices Foundation Jesus Racing Falcon is a fast car, and great to see that program appearing on the bonnet of that BMW M4 that they're running. It's an appropriate weekend for those guys.
The Scirocco has just got a black flag and a drive-through for overtaking under yellows. This is the number 20 car, one of the most fleet car out there, so clearly not seeing wave yellow flags when someone was in strife, either the guys up the top of the mountain, perhaps down at turn 1 a few moments ago, so I expect to see that one come in the next couple of laps. The 45 continues to fight its way up through the fields. The all-wheel drive AMG, the little 5-door hatchback that's been so competitive. Michael Auld behind the wheel of that car as the BMW number 4 finally, I have to say, I think if they didn't know what was going on, I might have been tempted to put this car in the garage a little bit earlier, get it up on the high jacks and get more people underneath it. But quite clearly there, the driver not wanting to risk any further damage. And again, I'll say now, I'll hear no criticism of a driver who thinks discretion is the better part of valor around here, Crilsey, particularly when you're less than an hour into a 6-hour race.
I completely agree with that, and 90% of the racing car driving world will as well. This battle continues. Jeremy Gray will be wringing wet after this stint because he's been working hard consistently in the big Falcon. We jump on board the number 7 Hyundai i30N, first of this brand new hot hatch. It's been a bit of a disruptor in the hot hatch market of late. Volkswagen with clearing troubles, I think. They're looking over their shoulders at Hyundai, who have set them as their target. It's a Golf GTI fighter. Hyundai poached a lot of the top VW engineers to set that car up. It was developed in Europe. It's been wildly successful, and it's made a pretty handy racing car. Caden Olsen behind the wheel of car 7 at the moment, and they're currently running 3rd in Class C behind their teammates Jake Camilleri in car 8. And that is a particularly impressive performance because that car was in the fence on the second lap of practice on Friday morning. And it was taken away from the circuit to Lithgow to be straightened out. They rebuilt the front chassis rails. They cannibalised their spare road car to bolt the panels back on. It was good to go for Saturday. It then had all kinds of dramas. It was disqualified from qualifying for going into their garage. But now they're second in class, and that N-Gen racing team doing a super job.
Here's the car that had the new engine from Newcastle. Oh, and didn't get the fuel hose in properly. That's tremendously dangerous. And also, the auto closing didn't work on that there. So that's something they're going to have to look at with the fast fuel hoses on the back of these cars. And that's put fuel into the pit lane. This was the car that was on pole position. Had all those dramas with the bottom end of the car not sounding right. They've got the hood up now just to make sure everything with the new engine. You'd never think that that engine had only gone in last night and this morning. Look at that underneath there. That is absolutely extraordinary. In that garage is a dark red Mazda that has no engine in it. And they went and picked up, dipping the oil. That's sensible as they work out what's going on with the fuel. Meantime, up in the number 4 BMW pit, the property investment store, it looks like it's not good news, is it, when the driver's been asked to get out of the car. So it's either going to be there for a long time or it's not very good at all.
Not great news. I think we can have more on that with Emma. She's in that garage.
Yeah, guys, looks like they are retiring the car. They are retiring the car.
So confirmation that the BMW M4 will get to the bottom of what's caused it, but they were diving under the rear axle of that car, so maybe diff problems, gearbox. The issue with the Sharon's car that we reported earlier in the weekend was that it actually broke the tail shaft down Conrod Straight, which tore the back out of the gearbox. Yeah. And the tail shaft brakes at 270 kilometres an hour. It's doing a fair few revolutions, and that's what actually broke the gearbox. So it was not a problem that team had before, and in fact it was a brand new component when it went. So I wonder if it's something similar for the Seoul BMW. That's a massive shame for those guys. Second out right early on and looking really strong. But this place takes no prisoners.
That means that the battle we've been watching with the Ford is now for 8th position with Jeremy Gray, Paul Locchiano, and ahead of them they've got another car in trouble. That's the 73, isn't it?
I was looking at that car, John, as it entered.
Race Academy International, yeah.
Yeah, as it entered the elbow, it was
not
straight.
straight.
It's not tracking in a right direction. So I think that's found the wall somewhere and it's knocked the rear end out of alignment. Speaking out of alignment, this car has had a horror weekend and is driven behind the wall at the cutting and probably out of contention, the Subaru.
That's the Rabbitohs livery car. And Rabbitohs followers now can turn their attention to the 26th, which is their next game. You'll see that on...
Have you become a fan? You remember yet?
I
signed up?
I drove past when I came out.
Is it the Russell Crowe factor?
Well, we had Pat Cash here in Bathurst on Thursday morning when I drove up. He was at the Driver Reviver as we drove by. There was a goodly crowd there. A fair share of celebrity endorsements around here.
Elton John is next year.
I know.
Buying some tickets for that.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, good luck. You won't get them. Sold out.
I know the man. We'll be fine.
Oh, you name dropper.
So.
This battle continues. Paul Iacano doing a really nice job in the Evo, continuing the pressure from Jeremy Gray. Michael Ald's disappeared up the road from this battle pack in the AMG A45 and pretty comfortable in 7th at the moment. Richard Bloomfield and Garth Walton will share that car with him. Meanwhile, Ian Salteri and the BMW just continuing to nip away at the heels of them. They've been in this fight basically since the race started, but continue to engage in battle with the Big Falcon, the Evo. But isn't overtaking difficult when all of the 3 cars in the fight make their performance in different places? I know I've already touched on it, but across the top, that Evo's a rocket ship down Conrod Straight. You do all this hard work to manage the gap, to close the margin in, and then as soon as Jeremy Gray gets that car straight out of Forest Elbow, hits the warp speed button and it just disappears off down into another galaxy.
And meantime, in Salteri in the BMW is just enjoying it. He's flinging that 135 around behind the 2 cars, and he's got a good run here. He'll go to the outside as they come across Skyline. Got about a quarter of the way alongside, which is nowhere near far enough. But he was looking to put a little bit of pressure there on Paul just ahead of him in that maroon dark red. It's a nice colour, that Evo. Do like some of the liveries here. Let's head down to the pit lane, as that position has just changed now, as Ian Salteri goes down the inside at Forest's elbow, so that's just put the Mitzi back in position. One of the big stories of the weekend already, the pole-sitting car in the Class E category. Looked like the engine had gone after qualifying. So what did they do? They drove to Newcastle for a new one. Mark Walker is down with the 51 team.
Alan Turner, we've been talking about the spirit of this race. Guys, you have done a really tough job this weekend.
Yeah, we've been under the gun a little bit with Chris managing to get the car on pole, and unfortunately running an engine bearings in pole, so in qualifying. So guys had a big night, driving all the way to Newcastle, get another car, change the motor over. It's not quite as good as we like, but it's going. And so we're out there, we're doing what we can. So, first time here, ever. I'm just loving it. It's absolutely brilliant racetrack. People are brilliant. The atmosphere is absolutely awesome.
It absolutely typifies production car racing when you can go and get a wreck, pull the engine out of it, go racing on Sunday.
Well, that was it. We got the wrecker to open up. That was sitting 3 high on a rack last night. He opened up for us to come and get the car, take the engine out so we could go racing. And we've had offers of other engines and that through other teams. This has been brilliant. It really is. And it's just production car racing at its best. The racing out there is awesome. It's really cool. We're just loving it. Absolutely loving it.
Well, best of luck for the class battle for the rest of the day. Over to Emma.
Thank you very much. We'll enjoy it. Thank you.
Ash Fisher, team manager and engineer for car number 4. Tough luck. Can you tell us what the problems were?
Looks like we've got some diff dramas. We seem to have a massive vibration coming from the rear end. On the first observation, appears to be a drive shaft issue, so unfortunately the boys can't continue, which is very sad after our P3 in qualifying. So yeah, unfortunately to them, we can't continue.
Thanks, Ash.
No worries.
New fastest lap of the race, down to a 29.3 now from Grant Sherrin, who is, by the way, up to second place. And meantime, that battle for 8th, 9th and 10th continues, and Ian Salteri has been an absolute star the last couple of laps over the top of the mountain.
He's been reading from the Jordan Cox playbook to make a move at McPhillamy Park. That's huge. Big dive up the inside, and again, kudos to Jeremy Gray. He is going to be the most tired human being after this stint, because he has been in the thick of it now for 56 minutes and 30 seconds of this motor race. Really big move down the inside, and the BMW makes a positional gain there. Just to finish the point, there's a lot to unpick through all of that. Shame for the number 4 car, and that's a massive issue. And not the only BMW, it must be said, this weekend to suffer with driveline issues, especially in the rear of the driveline through the axle and to the rear diff. The other point there on the amazing story that we heard with Alan Turner, the 51 car, that Mazda team. They're a predominantly New Zealand-based team. Kiwis have never won a class or the race in the high-tech oils Bathurst 6 hour. They know the way to Newcastle, because you go a little bit further from Newcastle, you get to the top island of New Zealand.
Just keep going off to the left. Yeah.
But great to see those guys chipping away, and a little Kiwi contingent here at the 6 hour. In the wall, exit turn 23, Murray's Corner, is car number 12. A BMW 135i is very much pointing in the wrong direction. And Hadrian Morale behind the wheel, that's the M-Spec car. And that was a contender. They were running quite well. 10th outright classified at the moment, but they'll drop down the leaderboard with that.
They were making up places, weren't they, earlier on? The big dives up the inside at Griffin's Bend. Still, this battle at the bottom end of the top 10 refuses to go out. We can throw a bit of water on it, but I don't think it's going to make any difference whatsoever. And that big Ford, I mean, this is fantastic drive. This is a car that clearly doesn't have quite the pace of some of the little pocket rockets around it. But Jenny Gray is doing a fantastic job in keeping that car ahead of some fast machinery.
They'd want to be a better battle.
Jeremy Chris.
Yeah, they'd want to be a better battle later on to take the best fight of the race mantle away from what we've seen in the first hour, with the fight for what at the moment is 7th, 8th and 9th. That's been hugely entertaining. Oh, now what's going on here? Is this Garth Walden? That looks, yeah, it is. Garth Walden walking away.
Yeah.
This car was right in the mix early on, so unseen by us, the race for Cure Evo, which was running 5th, correction 4th, has pulled off the road, and Garth Walden looking for directions back to pit lane.
And it's all the way down there, mate, is the... So That's going to be a bit scary.
That car stop. Unseen by us. We'll get the team in pit lane down to Garth Walden Racing to find out. It's a free spot for car 45, but the race for a Cure car, by the looks of it, stranded. And, yeah, it's tumbled down the timing monitor. So we were really absorbed by that amazing fight and some of the storylines developing in this race. But that's one of our key contenders has been removed. And, in fact, there's a couple now because the Joe Krinalos, Tony Virag and John Bow HSV still sitting forlornly in the garage, and now the Anthony Sewell, Andrew Fisher car missing in action as well. So some big dominoes have been tumbling early in the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. And the part of me that wants to see an amazing show is a little bit disappointed at that, because that Mitsubishi Lancer was a really good combination, and the brothers Kavich haven't even been able to get behind the wheel yet.
BMWs then first, second and third. 23, Beric Linden leads by 41 seconds. From in second, Grant Sherrod. From the back of the grid, remember, that number 1 car. Then David Russell in the first of the Class B runners. But that car is undoubtedly in with an overall shout here. May not have quite the overall speed, but not far off. Its fastest lap is only barely a couple of seconds away from what the two bigger BMWs have done ahead of it. Then in fourth position and leading Class A2 is the Cachet Holmes VF HSV Club Sport, the 6.2 car. That number 64 car at the moment is in the hands of Matthew Holt. So that's your top 4, and there are 3 different class leaders in that, with the A1, the B and the A2 leaders down there. Got to go down to 19th for the C class lead, and that is Jake Camilleri in the number 8 car, and that's a good run for those guys. That's the Charlie Sinise entered N-Gen racing machine. They'll be happy with that. That is one of the new to this event and newly turned out Hyundai i30Ns.
They started on the back row of the grid because they, remember, were excluded from qualifying for driving into their garage, which is a no-no.
Nobody who started well back have really had that much penalty, have they, at this stage? Find something that is vaguely...
Touchwood. Pit stop's underway, and one of those is car 67. So Jeremy Gray has gone, I've had enough of this fight, and I'm going to pit lane to wring myself out after squabbling with a bunch of other cars. What a great stint in the thick of the action. Found his place in the race, the pace that he could comfortably run the Big Falcon at, and a really solid 1 hour stint for car number 67. Car number 18 out of pit lane as well. Graham Muir was behind the wheel of that car when it dived into the lane.
How many times, Creelsy, have you and I been talking about races, or you and I talking about races separately, and we've seen somebody who would have over-defended there or over-driven the car, and quite easily that could have ended up in cars in the wall, not just him, but cars around him. I think that's a cracking drive. I really do. It's not always about going forwards, but it's about keeping that car in the shout.
I love the irony of Ian Salteri pulling this amazing move at McPhillamy Park to get down the inside, and a lap later Jeremy Gray just grabs 5th gear and drives past up Mountain Straight, easy as you like.
Yeah. Coming up to the end of the first hour. In fact, we have had it. We're just over the top of the hour, so time to check the standings on the Ridges Top 10 leaderboard.
Where did that go?
Yes, exactly.
I'm trying to find it. It was a rapid start to it. So, well, an hour into the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour indeed, thanks to Ridges. Here's how the top 10 stand. You can see your classes designated the left of the table. Class B and indeed A2 right in the mix. Graham Cox is going well in car number 40. Jordan still to drive that. Michael Auld up to 6th place from the back of the field. Alan Santeri has been fighting well in the BMW 7th. Paul Iacano talking about car number 14 fighting. They're 8th. Jeremy Gray's in the lane, so we'll drop out of the 10, but that'll adjust itself as the race goes on. And rounding out the 10, Kyle Austin in the Dylan Thomas Mitsubishi Lancer. That's an Evo 9, the earlier gen car, but going along nicely.
Here's the Newton Power Batteries leaders in class. Obviously, Beric Linton, Matthew Holt lead the A1 and A2 categories. David Russell, as we've mentioned, is in the B class lead. Jake Camilleri for the Hyundai number 8 leads Class C. That's going to be a battle all the way through. Class D, the Honda Integra back at the front. It lost a few positions to the Toyotas, but they're still out there and going longer on their fuel. And David Worrell has the Mazda 3, the number 2 Mazda 3, the SP25 leading Class E. That's your Newton Power Batteries class leaders.
Here's how the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour has played out in the first hour. A great rolling start. There were dramas for car 19 that was stranded on the line. They would soon resume and continue on. But a flying start for Berwick Linton. He pulled away early as the field sorted themselves out. Hairy couple of opening laps as everyone found their position in the race. But as we've been talking about, Jeremy Gray has been in the thick of the action since lap 1 in car 67. He was passed by David Russell early. That was Joe Crinilos in the HSV, had the big slide coming out of the cutting. This was a hairy moment for two of our Class A1 contenders. Contact at Griffin's Bend. Somehow they managed to get away with it. The HSV had an off at turn 1. Sooner, it would have an even bigger drama up at Reed Park. This was the Garage 1 entry sliding slowly into the gravel trap at turn 1. It would sit there for 2 laps. Amazingly, was recovered under green flag conditions. Meanwhile, just for something completely different, Jeremy Gray had a BMW, this time parked underneath his rear wing.
Big slide coming down through Forest Elbow for the car that started at the back of the race and is now in second as Grant Sharon has powered that number 1 BMW through. It might be a bit Tokyo drift at times, but it's been effective and he has made up places and now sits second to the 23, the pole sitter. Down towards the final corner at Murray's, making up positions on the race for a Cure, the number 15 car, which has since dropped out of contention. Another contender in strife early on, Krilsey.
Yeah, Anthony Sewell behind the wheel after a terrific opening stint, was 15 seconds behind our race leader. Went to pit lane with apparent driveline issues in their BMW M4. The Class E, the Kiwi combination, had some fueling dramas in pit lane, but they continue to soldier on. Jeremy Gray, still a BMW, still an Evo. The fight continued. Move of the race for mine so far. Ian Salteri dives down the inside. Jordan Coxbeck at McPhillamy Park, which in many instances is near as makes no difference to 200k an hour corner. Blind, fast, narrow and hairy. Made it stick. Terrific move. Garth Walden forlornly walking away from the race for a Cure Evo, and we're getting to the bottom of why that car is out of the race. A massive shame for one of our contenders. Bathurst taketh, it's easy for some to say as well, Bathurst giveth and Bathurst taketh away on Easter Sunday, and there's dramas at this team as one of their key contenders looks to be out of the motor race. The other car is another one that starred as they walked through the field. They're up to 6th place. Michael All behind the wheel.
Don't forget, you can join in the conversation. Use the hashtag B6HR wherever you are in the world. I know there's plenty of you around the world. Motorsport Matty, what are we looking in times of driving time limits? I remember a few cars went close to breaching those. Any changes for this year? That's a great question, Motorsport Matty, because one or two teams have taken that on board. It's a 3-hour maximum drive time in one stint, 3.5 for any one driver, and a few teams did get close that last year, Quilty, and I wonder if that's contributed to seeing a few more 3-driver teams this year.
It gives you much more strategic flexibility to have 3 drivers. You can race to the car and not to the driver time, which is what drivers were doing last year. And you're absolutely right, we had several combinations last year that pushed the friendship. So it's a maximum for any one driver, 3.5 hours in the race. So if you've only got 2 drivers in your car and you divide 6 hours by 2, that window's pretty small to time it right. So it's a difficult thing to play out. So having 3 drivers mean you can drive to your fuel number, drive to your tyres more than you need to drive to the driver time.
Top 3 class leaderboard: Berwick Linton, Grant Sharon, Michael Auld, separated by a little bit over a minute and a half. A2, Matthew Holt. What a first hour it's been for Matthew Holt, and that Holden all the way up to 4th overall, and he's driving away from the rest of the A2 class.
Rob Coulthard in the top 10 as well, in 9th place, doing a terrific job. About to get some free ground because Graham Cox has pitted the 40 car out of 4th place, so that'll be a stop there. Class B is currently being led by car 21. It's actually David Russell who's leading that class. They're in 3rd outright, yet to stop. Interestingly, the BMW is not only with the raw speed, but have also got fuel economy up their sleeve. This is Class C. The Hyundais are 1st and 3rd. Jake Williams in the BMW just splitting the order there in car number 89.
the man from Dubbo in country New South Wales. Not that far away from here.
No, not at all.
Doing a very nice job. And there's Fast Honda leading a couple of Toyotas.
That's interesting because the Honda didn't seem to have the pace early on, and I think a couple of three of the Toyotas went through, but they've stayed out there a long time. Class E, as we've mentioned, Mazda ahead at the moment. That 51 car, that's the car that had the engine overnight, sitting in third. So that puts the Suzuki into second. That will be as hard a fought battle between those three cars in Class E as anything else. It may well be a battle between the pit crews to keep the cars out there. It may well be survival of the fittest, but it will still be a big battle. As we've had another major pit stop, this one on roundabout on time, just under an hour and 10 minutes, exactly what Richard Krill was saying alongside me, John Hindorf, earlier on, as we're live trackside from Mount Panorama, and Grant Sherrin brings the second place car, the number one, the defending champion BMW, onto the lane. This, the car that started at the end of pit lane. What would be interesting for me is, interesting to me to see whether they put tyres on this car.
So an hour and 10, which is bang on the fuel window for the BMWs, and that means that the teams weren't telling us porcupines with what they could get out of a tank. They were, funnily enough, very accurate right on their fuel window, so they dive into pit lane. Jeremy Gray's car back in 67, Jeremy's still behind the wheel. They only stopped 3 laps ago. That's a concern. They're in 14th place at the moment. So our pit reporter's going to be busy for the next couple of minutes because there's a lot going on. And stopping as well is our A2-litre Matt Holt from 4th place, and Michael Old in the AMG A45 from 5th. And that shot of the Garth Warden Racing Garage before was of Richard Bloomfield in the back of his race suit. Now he'll be jumping into that car by the looks of it. While that was all going on, Graham Cox pitted the 40 to change over that car running in the top 4. That's the Mitsubishi Lancer that Jordan Cox will jump into. Here's car 45. Garth Warden Racing, go to work. It's nice and controlled. They've got a minute and a half to play with to get a driver change and a tank of fuel. Well, there'll be tyres on this car. That's the big question mark. The heavier A1 cars expected to be harder on their rubber than cars like this. They're a little bit lighter, the AMG A45, compared to the BMWs I'm talking about. Fuel going in, safety cell in the back.
I see now they're losing time. If they're not changing tyres, they're losing time because they haven't got the driver bolted in. They could be changing tyres at this point, and I think they are going to change tyres.
No, just going to bleed some pressure out.
Okay, well then they're losing time, and losing a lot of time here, Krillsy. This is one of the compulsory pit stops, of which the A1 cars have to do 4, 90 seconds in the lane, but the deciding factor is how long it takes to fill the tank, and they still haven't got the driver properly in there.
Sharon's out. So that's a nice service for them. Ian Sherrin now shown behind the wheel of car number 1. So brothers changing hands. And this team that has won the Australian Production Car Series for a couple of years on the trot now continues on, the strongest endurance racing teams in the country at the moment. Still no sign of a stop for car number 1, nor for car number 21. Second out right now and leading Class B by an enormous margin with David Russell behind the wheel. Let's go down and find out what happened to Garth Walden Emmers down in the pits.
Garth Walden, tough luck. Can you tell us what happened?
Yeah, no, the car's running so good, and then looks like the engine has expired, which is not the ideal way to finish our day, but the race for Q Evo was just purring along, and we were in a good spot, and the car was really comfortable to drive, and yeah, I'm really bummed for the team, and obviously Mick and Ben as well.
See you next year.
Yeah, cheers. And I just want to shout out for if anyone out there wants to donate, www.raceforcure.org.au. Please donate. It's a good cause.
And a shout out to Ben's wife, Tula, who's watching from home today as well.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
And on that point, and very well said, Garth Walden couldn't have said it better. Yeah, g'day to Tula watching at home. That's what kicked this whole thing off. Ben's wife unfortunately came down with breast cancer, and they've jumped onto this Race for a Cure program. We're showing safety car at Mount Panorama,
correct.
And this race will be suspended for the first time an hour and 13 minutes in. Won't actually be stopped, just be held under yellow flag and safety car conditions.
What I can't tell you, Quilty, at the moment is what has caused that. I'll catch up with that in just a moment's time. I've been scanning around to see if we can find it out, but the safety car boards now, this is great news for anybody who hasn't pitted yet, including
the leader,
the 23 car. They're getting a free pass here, as everyone else will be caught behind the safety car. This is massive, and remember that 23 car has got one more compulsory pit stop to do than the rest of the A1 classes. That was the rebalancing of performance for the M3 competition, so any team running the M3 competition, BMW, now has to do 5 compulsory pit stops at 1 minute and 30 in the pit lane, while everyone else is doing 4.
So the safety car is for car number 92, which is stranded. That's the Stephen Thompson, Ed Kramer, Michael King Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution. It's stranded at turn 18, which is, by my maths, Forest Elbow, the top of Mount Conrod Straight on driver's left, I believe. So that is why the safety car has been called. Meanwhile, the Bruce Linton Body Shop team rolls into work, and after a great opening stint, Beric Linton will jump out of that car. Tim Lay, the man from Orange, will jump in. This is as local as a motor race gets for him. The team will just check the tyres. Now they've got fuel in.
No thought of changing the tyres, but once again, they're going to bleed a little air out of those MRFs. And once again, the fueling was well and truly done before the driver was ready to go.
Yeah, they seem to be happy to burn the time, and I did just consult the rule book.
It's not so bad under safety car.
No, 100%. I did just consult the rule book. The compulsory 1 minute 30 is definitely from pit in to pit out to the control line, so it's not the stationary time at their garage. We'll tell you how long that pit stop took, because they've just crossed the control line now. It was 1 minute and 50 seconds from control line in to control line out. So at the end of the race, the timing of these pit stops will be critical.
I tell you, I'm surprised that they can't get the driver changed in the time that it takes them to put a full fuel fill in. Got a flatbed on the High-Tech Oils front straight, heading up the mountain, so that's a very long way away if it's got to go all the way around to Forest Elbow.
Half case. It's not a Sunday afternoon drive in this country in New South Wales.
The guy in the recovery truck said, no, I'll take it. But you're at the last corner. Yes, that's fine, I'll take it. I'll get the drive around the track. Don't have a problem with that.
David Russell, meanwhile, has dived in. Gee, that was close. 44 peeled across into pit lane with the 25 BMW that's been a star of this race jumping down. Speaking of stars, what a great opening stint from Beric Linton. He's talking to Emma.
It was indeed a fantastic opening stint for sure. How's the track feeling out there?
Yeah, the track's good. You know, there's traffic, but they're all waving you past and no one's getting in the way and, you know, trying to do whilst they're racing, so which is great. So, you know, a couple of cars having some issues, a few oil flags in a few places, but we pushed on.
Good luck with the rest of it.
Thank you.
He's done a good job. That was a very good first stint. Very good indeed, and rightly congratulated by the rest of the team as he heads over for a little bit of rehydration. That'll have been hard work out there. Overcast it may well be, but that was a full-on hour and 10 minutes. And we've now...
That's the Evo that was stranded, so that's the reason we're under yellow for the first time today, an hour and 15 minutes into the race. The quick lift truck will get that car recovered back into pit lane and go green again.
Now that is not the rollback that went past us here, so I wonder if they're going to try and do a bit of clean up on one or two other cars as well that might be out there, so we might see the opportunity taken to do that. Flag-to-flag coverage here on Fox and around the world as well. We're live trackside at the High-Tech Oil 6 hours of Bathurst. Let's get down to Emma for some more news.
Just talking everything tyres with Vivek from MRF Tyres, the CEO of for you guys. Of course, lots of things come into play when we talk about the endurance race, including tyres, of course. What's the feedback been? Because, of course, it's been a new tyre for the teams this weekend.
Thank you very much. You know, it's been such an honor to be part of Bathurst 6 hours. We being one of the biggest Indian tyre manufacturer, being first time in Australia, launching our product here. It's been an amazing welcome. People are like absolutely stunned and pleasantly surprised how we are, and the tyres are performing excellent. And being an endurance race, it's to do with the durability of the tyre, and our tyre has shown today.
MRF Tyres, the 11th largest tyre manufacturer in the world, and more than 30% of the market share in India alone, and being quite big in their expansion plans into Australia. We should say, actually, to back in Chennai to a lot of the MRF team that developed the tyre that we're using this weekend are watching on. The key engineers getting involved, which was terrific. So well done. The tyre product has been very, very well received so far. Great to have them as a partner of the event. More pit stops underway. The Honda peels into pit lane. We had David Russell stop as well, the car that was in second place. So this race will cleanse itself now under safety car as everyone dives into the lane. A lot of class runners running in. Another stop for the Jeremy Gray FPV, see right of screen peeling in. That's already been in twice after its compulsory stop when we saw Jeremy Gray drive so well. He has actually stayed behind the wheel of that car, by the way, and they're currently scored in 20th place, but they've made 2 unscheduled stops, which is a strange one for Big Falcon after such a promising early start.
Just a quick note about compulsory stops, by the way. It is in the regulations, as the Suzuki number 5 comes in underneath us. It is in the regulations you can only have 1 compulsory pit stop per safety car period.
Correct. So you can't just blaze into pit lane, do 1 lap, come back in, knock another 1:30 off, and do that again. So it's only 1 per safety car interruption.
However, there were some cars that stopped there before the safety car, and it wouldn't, if this is going to be a longer safety car, wouldn't necessarily be the worst thing for them to do, to come and top off, burn a 90-second pit stop, and then set themselves back off again.
And that may be what's going on with Jeremy Gray, but I'm worried that they've done it twice now, and the first one was just before the safety car came out.
Agreed.
So we'll get the team onto that. The Big Falcon, it's been a great contender so far. Just to finish the point on MRF, more than 600 tyres in the precinct for the 44 cars here this weekend. Great to see their support. Car 35, Rick Shaw, Mazda RX-8 running in Class C. They're currently in the lane, and they were scored in 5th position, in class when they dived in.
I believe that there is actually an Australian motorsport regulation that says that there has to be a rotary engine car in Bathurst production to make the race actually legal.
Well, I'll tell you what, the RX-7 had some success here in the very early original days of the Bathurst 12-hour. So it's a popular brand with a lot of success at Mount Panorama, and won the Eastern Creek 12-hour race in 1995 as well, with some pretty famous drivers named Johnson and Bow sharing the driving duties.
And Rick Shaw has done his very level best to keep that rotary history running down through the years. He's a character.
Passionate advocate for it.
Absolute character.
Would be an understatement, I would have thought, for that combination. He's sharing that with Lachlan O'Hara and David Cox.
You know, that there's a train of thought on that, engineering-wise, that the sort of rotary engines fell out of favour a little while ago because people thought they weren't terribly efficient. With the change in materials technology, and particularly in ceramics, ceramic-tipped rotors now make the efficiency of those engines far more sensible. And I was talking to an engine guru from a manufacturer that I won't name at the moment, but I would say it wasn't Mazda, who was saying it's time to revisit some of these other technologies. Same as clean burning 2-strokes as well. And there's all sorts of things out there that people are looking at with a different light now, looking at efficiency and emissions. And with new technologies, we may yet see rotary engines making a comeback, which would never be a bad thing for me.
No, I agree. As this field gets set for a restart, we're told restart next time by. The safety car will peel into pit lane. We go racing. First restart in the high-tech oils Bathurst 6 hour, hour and 22 to go. Gee, this commentary business is easy, isn't it?
It's just talking, Quilty, remember that.
Sure.
No breaks all the way through here on Fox in Australia and around the world on the international feed as we're live from trackside. The high-tech oils safety car lights are out and will pull into the pit lane this time around, and it'll be Tim Lee who has the field under its control, except it's not, because he's not at the front of the field. He's a long way back down because, of course, he made the pit stop. He's down maybe 10, 12 cars, and it's the big Commodore, the 64, that goes through, that had such a great first hour, and immediately the Sharon car jumps ahead of it.
Yeah, but this is worked poorly for the Sherrans. They've lost almost a full lap.
Correct.
The way that all worked out with teams diving into pit lane under safety car. So they didn't pick up the leader with that safety car situation because they stopped under yellow. So when the safety car was called, the leader was in pit lane. So they picked up that black and red Commodore. As a result, Tim Lay was about 10 cars down the queue. But Ian Sherran's basically 2.5 minutes now behind the leader in 4th place. It's also dropped a bunch of cars off the lead lap. That safety car has not been conducive to a lot of people's race, but the Sherrans just dodged a bullet there by being a couple of cars further up the queue than the number 23 BMW.
Including that 64 Commodore that we were talking about, which was up in the top 4 and has now dropped to 13th position. And the A2 lead, therefore, has gone the way of the 53. That's the HSV GTS, the 5.7 car, because they stopped just at the right time.
Yeah, so that was a real roll the dice moment and time your pit stop to perfection for some teams and not for other. But that could have been very, very costly for the Sherran team. Imagine if they were about 5 minutes later. And not even 5 minutes, it could have been a matter of 20 or 30 seconds.
Absolutely.
And it would have really cost them track position. They would have gone down a lap.
And we were talking just about how long it took them to change the driver in that car. And giving 20 seconds away every pit stop on your compulsory pit stops, you can't keep doing that if people... Well, all right, let me go back. As long as nobody else is actually getting out in 91 seconds, it's not so much of a drama. But if somebody is, you can't keep giving 20 seconds track time away, Grills.
No, exactly right. So those pit stops are going to become more and more critical. We'll wait for the field to come round before we reset things for you. The ticker at the bottom of your screen will have an update of who is where. We're on board the Daniel Flanagan, Merrick Malouf, number 55 car. This is running in Class A2. It's currently 4th in class, 20th outright with Flanagan behind the wheel. And it's got a very good run out of the elbow. Goes past the Graham Muir entry, which is running a class lower. Full noise towards the kink on Conrod Straight, into the chase. Got the apex nicely, the left-hander, smooth application of the throttle, keep the rear tyres under the car and continue on for another lap. So Tim Lay across the line. Officially his margin is about 25 seconds, say about, because we're waiting for Jeff Russell, who's now behind the wheel of car 21 to cross the line. They're second outright, our Class B leaders. And it's officially 23.8 seconds. Simon Hodges now behind the wheel of the number 25 BMW. So BMW's 1, 2, 3 and 4. And we're still waiting for that car to cross the line. So it's going to be about a minute off the pace. And then the Sherrans further back. But fortunately for the Sherrans, they're in clean air. And they can put their head down and power away out in front to try and get some of this margin back. So if and when there's another safety car, they'll be able to get to the back of the queue and make up that lost time. But an hour and 15 of green running at the start, it might take some time for that to happen again. Battle packs continue throughout the field. There's the 45 AMG A45. Richard Bloomfield is now behind the wheel of that car. Trevor Simons behind the wheel of car 53. The HSV a little bit further up the road. That's not for position. Woods is behind the wheel of car 12. They're 14th place and a further lap back. As we have a look at Dylan Thomas in the High-Tech Oils Mitsubishi Lancer. Car number 58, it's running 8. It is battling for position with the AMG A45. They're caught up behind this BMW. This is a fairly frenetic little battle pack, diving off Brock Skyline and down into the S's and towards the Dipper. The battle pack for 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th place. Matt Boylan just tacking on to the back of that in car 66.
Just go to show though, Quilty, how many different items, if you will, make up an endurance race. The calling of that safety car, which there's nobody on the pit lane can necessarily know when that's going to happen. But just having those guys who just had a little more fuel in the tank and stretch that first fuel window, get the advantage of coming in under the safety car. And it's been a huge advantage for the top three. 2 minutes, 26 seconds.
Yeah.
The gap. It was 40 seconds.
That's a lap. That's almost the pole lap from Tim Lay. That's the size of the margin. It's a free kick, and it's not just a free kick, it's a 50-metre penalty, and basically run right to the other end of the ground and slot it through the goalpost. That's how big a free kick it is.
That's, by the way, Australian football football terminology for those who are listening outside. But basically, it's dead easy. It's an easy score, and you can't. Sometimes you just can't legislate for that. The cards will fall the way they do. It was Reinhold Joost who said to me many years ago, a man who's won Le Mans probably more times than he can remember. He said, "I'd rather be lucky than good." And in fairness, Reinhold's teams were very good. Sometimes you just get a little bit of luck to go along with that as well. So we're talking about the timing of the safety car and how that has affected people taking their compulsory pit stops. 4 for the Class A cars, 3 for some of the smaller classic cars. But don't forget, our leader has got 5 of those CPSs to take because of the BOP. Brian's been monitoring things down at the High-Tech Oils Hub and gives us an update of how things stand now.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Johnny. So what we've done here is we've taken the first few cars here and put into a little bit of context about obviously what lap they stopped. So 27 laps, that safety car was prime opportunity for Tim Lay and Beric Linton. They did a driver change. Of course, Class B as well, they did the exact same thing. For the 40, the Jordan Cox car, they pitted just before it, but it's not going to hurt them too much. The big thing, and you boys mentioned about the Sharon Rentals BMW, what we found out from down here at the pit lane, their pit stop time was actually 2 minutes 30 compared to everyone else at around about that minute 30 mark. The reason for that, and this is going to be critical today, they did tyres where others didn't. So, of course, you can't do fuel and tyres at the same time. You've got to do them separately. That's what's taking them the extra time in these pit stops. So, as we mentioned, once we get towards the back end of this race here this afternoon, picking whether or not you do tyres or not and trying to gain that time is going to be critical. The next pit stops, we can roughly expect them around about the 2 hours and 30-minute mark, but tyres already a critical factor in this race.
And Brian smashing, that's great, because I actually don't have a problem with that for the number 1 car, because they had to charge up through the field to get that track position. And if they've had to burn an extra minute in the pit lane to do 4 tyres with 5 studs on each wheel, by the way, to put the new MRFs on, and still be on the lead lap, and that's the crucial thing. They are still on the lead lap. They're not in bad shape. The question will be, are they going to have to put tyres on at every stop, or will now they settle into a race pace where they can double stint the tyres and maybe just do fuel and not even a driver next time around?
Well, if you're settling into a race pace, he's bashing out the fastest lap of the race, then yep, that's what they're doing, because Ian Sharon has just punched out a 2:29.08, running in clean air, no traffic around, and that is the fastest lap of the race. The gap down to 2 minutes and 25 seconds. It's an interesting point you raise, but I'm not convinced tyres are going to be the story of this motor race at the end. And every single person I queried about that over the last 2 days said, so if it comes down to a race after the final pit stop, do you put tyres on? Do you burn the time? Every single one of them said no. The performance gain is not enough to warrant the time lost in putting tyres on. So that is going to be key. The Sharons are putting new rubber on early in the race, so that's good. They know they've got great tyre condition from now on. I wonder if the Beric Linton team will burn that little bit of extra time at their next stop to make sure they've got good rubber for the second half of the race.
So if you take the safety car out of it, they lost a minute, so they should have been about 1 minute and 40 instead of 40 seconds behind. But because they got the wrong side of the safety car, they end up 2 minutes and 36, nearly a full lap behind. That cost them, there was the extra minute right there. But they're already fighting back, and that gap that was 2 minutes 36 to the leader is now 2:25 for that number 1 car, the defending champions. I will say this now because it will be mentioned again later on. No one has won this race twice. No one has won this race twice outright. In fact, we've only ever had 1 class winner repeat. So just process that for a moment, because this is a race where nothing ever goes as planned, and the people who tend to win this race, not necessarily the ones that have a clean race, because so seldom is that true here. It's how you deal with the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune that the high-tech Bathurst 6 Hours throws at you.
Just a few little updates. Car number 30 we saw in pit lane broke a gear shifter. That's the ADPV BMW E36 M3. Jason Symes and Super Utes racer Ben Walsh. So they spent some time in the lane. In fact, they're in the lane right now getting that fixed. Gearbox gets a fair old workout at Mount Panorama.
Yes.
Just to finish off on this strategy point we've been talking about, this stint for Ian Sharon is critical because they cannot go a lap down to car 23. If they do, and I won't say race over because you get a lap back, there is time to play with, but they must stay in front. So if there's a next safety car or when we get to the next round of pit stops, seeing who does what will be really interesting, because if there's another caution, it'll be a case of who does what. If one person goes in, the other will stay out and put that car a lap down, or it might be the other way around. Yeah. It's going to be really interesting to see how that all plays out.
Battle for 6th position. That's the two Evos in A1 at the moment. In fact, that's 5th, 6th and 7th together. That's the Simons, Halsey and Smith cars all together on the track. And this is a great little battle pack heading up through the cutting with BMW ahead of... No, it's not BMW. What am I talking about? That's the Monaro. Hindhoff, get your eyes tested. It's the Monaro ahead of the two Evos. I was looking at the wrong part of the timing screen there completely. But that is 5th, 6th and 7th. And these again, Crailsey, these are cars that benefited from getting their pit window to stretch. Talk about this all the time, whether we're at Le Mans, whether we're at Daytona or Sebring, any of the big endurance races. And just because this is only a 6-hour race, people think, well, this is not a proper endurance race. It's not long enough. No, you're wrong about that. Because of the unique nature of this race and because it's production cars, it is the strategists who will work the hardest that will give their guys the best chance here. It is a proper endurance race. It's just all been boiled up and distilled into a shorter time. And all of these guys benefited from going longer on their fuel. And as any time that you can push that envelope and make your decision making later, that's all good news. Looks like 5th position is going away from the Monaro. Oh no, the big motor just pulls on. That very svelte, and I still think good-looking coupe here, heading down. We almost had one of those in British GT a few years ago.
Really? That would have been interesting. Raise some eyebrows. There's a couple of former supercars racing over there. Actually, this weekend racing. I think they're at Brands Hatch. Or is it Alton Park? Could be Alton
GT?
Park. Yeah.
Yeah, it's, I think it's Alton this weekend for British GT. First round, bank holiday weekend.
Smith down the inside. Couldn't quite get the move done. So he got denied the Evo driver with straight line horsepower, straight line handling for the 53 car. Trying to use the mid-corner advantage the Evo has got. This is one of those cars that's been hurt by that last pit stop sequence because they were right in contention and on the lead lap, but they've dropped a lap off. And in fact, this is the battle to be first car off the lead lap, the way this race is playing out at the moment.
Sharon, yes, Sharon's still on the lead lap, isn't he? Of course he is. Yes, you're absolutely right.
Correct.
So 5th on down are the first cars off the lead lap. Trevor Simmons then in that Monaro, pedalling as hard as he can, gets the advantage, of course, up Mountain Straight and up to the top of the mountain, and then as it levels off just a little bit, the all-wheel drive of the Evos, and that number 40 car, by the way, was on the front row, let's not forget. That was the car that broke the BMW stranglehold of the front row of the high-tech Bathurst 6 Hours. The first non-BMW to be a front row qualifier. So that is a contender, make no bones about that. Off the lead lap at the moment, but a bit of strategy could easily get it back there. And there's a whole slew of cars behind them that aren't a million miles away. 5 seconds, 2 seconds, 7 seconds. And all of those cars from 5th down to outside the top 10 are still very much in with a chance. Although those top guys are really knocking in the times at the moment.
So Tim Lay has got into a nice rhythm at the moment and is matching Ian Sharon lap time for lap time, and that gap fluctuating about 2 minutes 27 first to fourth.
Yeah, no, he's not getting any closer. A little smile from me as Trevor Simmons in the Monaro has put in that car's fastest lap of the race, a 2:35.2 in that car. And remember, that's not forced induction. That car, that is breathing on its own.
Do you practice your Aussie pronunciation of Monaro? It's very, very impressive.
I've always said, the first year that I ever talked about a Monaro, you pulled me up on it, and I've never said it any other way since.
Correct. Well, you've done well. Congratulations.
It's like Nissan.
Yeah. I don't like name-dropping John Hindhaugh, but I'm going to anyway. A g'day to Paul Morris, who's watching on from the Gold Coast, former winner of this race with Luke Searle in an epic motor race that was a shootout at the end with Chaz Mostert and Nathan Morecambe in a Ford Focus battling out for the lead. Really cool race, and the dude who's watching at home was the first driver to win the 6, the 12 and the 1000, to add them all to his CV. The only other driver that could do it at the moment is John Bowe. Unfortunately, their number 69 HSV has been in and out of pit lane for the last hour. They're trying to rectify their problems after that contact up at Reed Park earlier on today.
And as you've just done that, I'll do my one for this.
Go on.
As you know, a cousin of mine, several times removed, was an integral part of this race back in the day, and particularly in production class. Bruce Hindhaugh won his class in a 1000cc Toyota as the 66 Evo comes into the pit lane, and that's out of a top 10 position. And Bruce's Subaru, coming in there, the 66. Bruce's daughter Geordie is almost always tuned into this, so hopefully you're on the Fox at the moment. Still running the engineering business that bears the Hindhaugh name, which I'm terribly proud of, to be even anywhere near related to someone who's had such a great history as a driver and an engine builder here at the mountain. And I seldom get the chance to say hello to Geordie, but I am desperately planning for a future trip to go down to that part of Australia, down in Melbourne, and pop in and see the engineering firm. Geordie and the rest of the clan down there, hope you're fitting well and keep the business running. Hope it's all going well.
Smoke from the HSV GTS that we're currently watching, car number 55. It's one of our onboard cars this weekend. Daniel Flanagan behind the wheel. They're currently third in class and 16th outright. It's been a pretty stout performance from this car. Merrick Maloof, the other driver. What's going on with them? You talked about the Gown and Hindhaugh Tirana. I'm surprised actually you didn't bring it up in that reference, the 75 Bathurst winner, which bears your surname. But that era of Bathurst was famous for cars with their rear quarter, I suppose, and the boot lid black at the end of the race with diff smoke and engine smoke and burnt oil after 6 or 7 hours of racing, and just keep throwing oil in at the front end. Yeah, it's a bit of a tribute from the 55 car, I think, to that era that you were just referring to.
There was a blue and white Tirana homage here this weekend, but the weekend didn't go well for that in the Legends of Bathurst Heritage Touring Cars. It's the Phillips livery, and that's one that I had seen up close before.
Right.
This is interesting.
Yeah, sorry
this
to
is
interrupt.
very interesting because this is about the battle at the front of the field. Now, this is first versus fourth, and why is that important? Creelsy's going to tell you.
Well, right now Tim Lay has completed 36 laps, Ian Sherrin only 35. So if blue BMW, in the most simplistic terms, passes red BMW, it puts red BMW one full lap, 6.213 kilometres behind blue BMW. And that is critical for the outcome of this race, because irrespective of any other contenders, and with the fullest of respect to them all, they are the two favourites for this motor race. And if one of the two favourites is a lap down an hour and 42 minutes in, that is a huge swing towards Team Blue in this battle of BMWs at the front.
I see what you did there. Team Blue and Team Red in the BMW corners.
I was trying to work out an election reference there, but I'm not smart enough to do that.
Let's not even go there.
And I'm not really interested either. So that's a really key battle. We'll follow that for you. And with Tim Lay behind the wheel, he has punched out some very good laps in the last couple of tours of Mount Panorama. He's got Ian Sherrin in his sights. And if they get close to each other, it could be a pretty feisty little battle for Sherrin to hold on to this place. Remember, if there's a safety car, if the race is held behind the safety car, it's a free kick for Sherrin. He'll get to the back of the queue and get the lap back. If there's a safety car after he's been passed by Tim Lay, It's a world of pain for car number 1.
And you absolutely expect now to see Ian Sherrin defend that position, and I have no issue with that at all at this stage. The 51 Mazda circulating again. That's the car that has had the heart transplant at the weekend, in all honesty, with the brand new engine going in. And good to see that car circulating again. They did have 1 or 2 wee problems with it. The Hyundai's first time here in production category racing, 7 and 8 car, not being the easiest of weekends for them, particularly for the 8 car, which was pretty much destroyed second lap out of the box early on in the weekend. But hard work and some absolutely up-to-the-date technology available not so far away down the road at Lithgow, getting that car pulled straight. And the benefit of having production-based racing cars is that you can rob a few bits off your road cars, and those guys had a road car, and it's not as it was.
How's the attitude on the 23 car? Big slide coming out of the cutting. Tim Lay is hustling at the moment. Across the first split they go. Minute 0.9 for Lay, minute 0.8 for Sherrin. They're going 10th for 10th at the moment. They're driving these cars very hard, and at the same time they're dealing with traffic as they get around with it.
We're just going to go down the pit in a moment, but one thing I want to point out is watch the rear tail lights, watch the tail lights and the brake lights in particular on the dark blue BMW, because they are quite often flashing. Now that is not Tim going on and off the on and off the brake. That's him hitting the brake so hard that he's getting into the ABS all of the time, and you get that pulse on the rear lights on the BMW. That's how hard he's pushing. He knows how important it is to get past that yellow and red Sherrin's rental car ahead of him. It might not be the whole motor race, but it would certainly be a big tick in the win box for them at the moment. Let's head down to the pit lane for a little more here from Bathurst.
So we can talk to our guest in pit lane. How's your race playing out? What's the situation for you guys in the NGen racing camp at the moment?
Yeah, it's not too bad. We had a bit of an issue with that safety car. We were hoping to get past it and, obviously make a bit more time up in the pit stop. Both cars are running well on fuel at the moment, so, yeah, we're happy.
So what's this process been like, Caden? You've been battling all weekend. It's been a really tough weekend for you guys, but you just seem to have kept preserving, I suppose, in the true spirit of racing here, and at the moment both cars seem to be going pretty well.
Yeah, we're happy. Obviously, brand new cars, it's always going to be an issue, but it's still a long race to go, and we'll see how we go.
Caden, it's Hindhoff here in the booth. The good news is you've got a pretty good base car to start with. That i30N is a really good road car, and the N-Series from Hyundai are really starting to turn people's heads as far as these little sporty hatchbacks are concerned.
Yeah, mate, these things are a race car straight out of the factory. It's absolutely unreal. We did a little bit of modifications to the geometry, but other than that, stock standard.
You watching the screen as we are at the moment, your teammate Frank Mamarella is behind the wheel, just heading up into Griffin's Bend. Talk us around the lap.
Yeah, mate, so third gear into Griffin's. Punch it up through the hill up here. Struggle a little bit with the faster cars through here being uphill, but we do what we do. Through the cutting up here, keep it in third, run it out.
Caden, this is key, isn't it, this part of road for you guys? You've got to keep the momentum up in these smaller class cars.
Yeah, of course, definitely. It's all about flow through here. So coming up over to the grate now, picking fourth, sliding wide, and then we're trying to stay flat right the way through this next section. Obviously, like you said, this is all flow through here and crucial to our lap speed as we don't have the straight line speed.
And what about this bit of road? How tricky is it to flow the car through the SS, the dipper, and then the next section's critical, isn't it, to get that best exit you can onto Conrod?
Oh, mate, this part of the track is absolutely unreal. Trying to slow the car down without getting the bum around is a bit difficult, but no, it's still controllable, and just on and off the throttle, right the way down to Forest Elbow here, and then trying to get the best run down Conroad as you can.
Anybody watching the pictures will see Frank changing gear with his left hand. This is a 3-pedal car. We should remind everybody about that as well, because this is not paddle shift. This is heeling and towing. This is proper driving.
Yeah, that's right. So we're a little bit behind the times, I suppose. We're waiting for the DSG to come out, and that would make a much easier drive for us. But yeah, H-pattern box all the way.
Caden, thanks for your time. We appreciate it. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Beautiful. Thanks, guys. Look forward to chatting to you more.
So dramas for car 45. It stopped up at the top of Mount Panorama. That's on the run into McPhillamy Park. There's a lot to play out here, and it's a critical moment in the motor race because the two BMWs were nose to tail, and it's been in the fence on drivers right at the top. So
that's just not the first time you've ever said that,
no,
is it?
It's not.
At that part of the track.
So Richard Bloomfield is out of the car and A-OK, which is great to see. He's in the hands of the volunteer officials. This is a critical moment for Grant and Ian Sherrin because they were 2 car lengths in front of Tim Lay, the race leader, from going a lap down. Here they are. We're still green at the moment. Sherrin must do everything in his power to stay in front of the blue BMW at the moment.
Yellow lights flashing there and the yellow flags waving, but there's a green flag on the next marshal's post. So this is massively important for the whole race here. We've still got 4 hours and 10 minutes to go, but if that dark blue BMW can get through, he will have put a lap on everybody apart from the 2 cars in second and third. And what's more, the other big threat to his victory, that number 1 BMW, defending champions. And it could all happen here. This could be the motor race. We're watching it right now, coming out of Forest Elbow. There's a little bit of traffic as well ahead. Great exit from Forest Elbow by Ian Sherrin.
This is old school NASCAR. They're racing to the caution. That's what's going on, because I can't see this race staying green with that car parked on the inside there at McPhillamy Park. It's such a high-speed part of the racetrack. We've seen so many incidents there over the years.
Black flag at the start of stand as well.
Yeah, there's been
for somebody.
Been a few of those. It's not for either of these 2 cars.
Don't think so.
Sherrin's hold on. And this is a key battle. Yes, they're 1st and 4th in the race, but they're fighting to stay on the lead lap. Russell pits from 2nd place. They're anticipating a safety car, but they're going to go a lap down. And the Sherrins are in. They're also anticipating a safety car. They're now a lap behind, though. So it's a clear run for Tim Lay.
And the safety car board has not come out. Not
yet.
So they are going to they could potentially drop another lap here. They've certainly fallen off the lead lap. That's an interesting strategy for me. It's a high-risk strategy. We talked, didn't we, with Brian about the keys to the race and the 1%ers. You've got to decide which way to go. I think you've got to stay out at that point.
Well, they're rolling the dice, aren't they? They're taking the gamble that there was going to be a safety car. Now, that black flag, I think, was for car 21 because Jeff Russell's just completed a pass through pit lane and has gone straight back out. 32 seconds the transit time, which is bang on. Confirm that for you. We understand, it was a pit lane penalty for car 21 for breaching the pit stop window. So that's a massive shame. There's still smoke coming out from that big HSV. That's more than just an oil trail now, isn't it? That's serious smoke.
Yeah, they're going to be asked to come into the pit lane and deal with that. We've got slippery surface flags up at the top of the mountain as well. No sign of the full course caution. And we've seen race control have been prepared to play out and see what's going on. Again, is that a part of the track where that can be done as a live recovery? Maybe it is. It's off to driver's left. There's a lot of hard standing over there. We've seen in races down through the years, if you clip the wall on the right-hand side, you get pitched back across to the left. But there's an opportunity, maybe, because there is an escape road at that area.
Now, the other story, John, is we're being told that car 1 is also being black flagged, so that's why they went to pit lane.
Right, okay, that's it back then.
That information took some time to get to us, but car 1 has been black flagged for a pit lane penalty for a CPS window infringement. I'll find out exactly what the infringement is, but it was certainly both car 1 and 21, and now the safety car comes out. So race control kept the yellow flags holstered for as long as they could. It's now out, and the net result is that both car 21 and 1, the 2 Sherrin BMWs, have lost off the lead lap in that sequence.
And that was compulsory pit stop breach. So I wonder, well, we'll find out. Let's not speculate on that. But now, Tim Leahy's got a pit stop in his pocket. He's got to come in straight away. He can burn another one of the pit stops. Remember, he's got 5 to everybody else's 4. Surely he comes in, tops off with fuel, and leaves the MRF tyres on, and he gets straight out again. He's not only even going to lose his place in the queue here. Hodges has come in as well behind him, I think.
Yeah, from second. They're actually just in front.
Just in front, yes, they are. The white BMW's just come in. And here's the leader in the pit lane. They go underneath us now. This is super tactics from the leading car.
Yeah, we need to see this stop for car 23 to see exactly what they do. Whether they elect to burn some time. Now they've got margin up their sleeve. Maybe this is the stop where they go, you know what, we can afford to throw some tyres at it. We can afford to burn some of that margin we've got in the knowledge that we'll be first or second after it.
But how long have they been out? They've put the fuel in. That's the thing that you've got to do first. Stick the fuel in and fuel it up. Maybe you could do two tyres if you really want to here. I don't think they're going to. I just think they're going to fuel this and send it. They'll hold him as long as they need to make sure that they get the compulsory pit stop time. It's only fuel at the moment because that's all that's allowed, Crailsey. But Crailsey, if you're the team manager now, do you put one side of MRFs on? No, they're not going to. They're just going to hold him. I don't think that's a bad idea. I really don't. If the MRFs are all right, and they're clearly quite happy with them. Tim Leahy
just bleed some pressure out of them. That's all they're doing.
Great.
Yep.
Great.
Minute and 10, so this is working to time. Bear in mind, they will need to release this car at a minute 25 because they're right on the pit lane exit line. So they're minute 21, minute 22.
They don't need to hurry this. There's no sign of the rest of the field coming back around. So they don't need to rush this. Russell in the 21 car is the next car to come through, and they leave, and the verdict?
Well, they're still a lap up. That's perfectly timed.
I think that's brilliant.
It was a minute 33.
I like that. I don't want it to be a minute 30 point something. I want it. That's just too close. It's too close. Got 2 flatbeds out on the circuit. The safety car is out in the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hours. That is great team management. Absolutely brilliant team management. Now,
so what's happened there? Just to pull up on that, that's a free pit stop for car 23.
Correct.
That was their BOP penalty. So if you haven't watched all the race so far, car 23 was penalised an extra pit stop as a balance of performance adjustment, which is in the regulations of the race. If one car looks too dominant in its class, event organisers reserve the right to adjust the performance of that car. It's a commonplace thing in categories that use a BOP model to balance the cars across the field. So the BOP adjustment to that car was an additional compulsory pit stop, 5 instead of 4 for all their rivals. And at 1 minute 33, that was their BOP adjustment. So that is now out of the way.
Correct.
Compounding that was a drive-through penalty for car 1. So that's a 30-second, almost a BOP adjustment that they've had, but this time it was self-inflicted. So the race is sort of neutralising itself in terms of the penalties that were applied to the 23 car. So now they've got 3 compulsory pit stops to go, but so too do the Sherrans. So that lap they gained is ever more critical.
Oh, yes. Had I been on the box for the 1 car, I would have left that car out to answer its drive-through as long as possible, because if the safety car had come out, they would have got their lap back. So you've got to use that 3 laps. Have to use that 3 laps. Let's go down to Emma in the pits. It's a busy pit lane here at Bathurst.
It certainly is, and I'm with Aaron from car number 23. He's been very secretive with me today. I've tried so hard to get something out of what's happening with your strategy, but 2 pit stops so far. Talk us through that last one.
That one was just to try and get our BOP stop out of the way, and now we're equal strategy with Sharon, so see what happens.
I'll come back and check in with you shortly.
Yes.
The only thing that was missing from that interview to make Richard Crail any happier was, as Crailsey has just said, that was our BOP stop.
I don't want to boast, but I feel like we picked that.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, very good. Very good indeed. So, here's how it stands. We're coming round to complete another hour of racing. The clock is ticking round to 2 hours completed in a couple of minutes' time, and we're behind the safety car. And look who's behind the safety car.
So the safety car has picked up the car that's currently scored in second place. That's the David Russell BMW M135i. So that car has been a top 3 contender all day. The 55 HSV in the lane, we saw that trailing smoke. Daniel Flanagan was behind the wheel at the time. They've dived in maybe to top up the petrol and fill up the oil. It's not a great outcome for that outfit. We'll follow that up for you as the race evolves. But we'll tell you the times as they come behind the safety car. So we're going to have a similar situation to how that was all playing out while we were still green. So safety cars across the line now. The first car across is the car in second. 2 cars further back is the car in 4th place. That's the Sharon Rentals entry. Smith is in pit lane in car number 40. So through all of that, they've actually... The Cox and Smith car has actually, it sounds like a law firm, has actually got themselves back into contention here by staying out and waiting for that safety car. That's worked out very well for the Evo. And they've got themselves back into the game, and I would suggest now it's time for Jordan Cox to jump into that car and have a stint to get them some serious track position. Now they're back in the mixture. But the leader of the race, Tim Lay, I believe is going to be right at the back of this queue, with the cars next in the order, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, at the front of the queue. So there'll be about 30 cars in between them, and that again will be the difference between staying on the lead lap or not.
Absolutely massive. It's the high-tech 6 hours at Bathurst. 2 hours are completed, 4 to go, and there's been drama aplenty in the first 2 hours of this race. We're under full course caution, and we've still got the headlines to write here at Mount Panorama. Right in the middle of yellow flag pit stops then, Crailsey. Good to see the 87 BMW. That was the car that had issues at the start of the race with a dodgy radiator, and that car has been out and circulating. I did notice that earlier on, but we had too much excitement going on elsewhere. Those were the guys, they started from pit lane, did 1 lap to get them into the race, and then they pulled the car off the track because they didn't want to spoil anybody else's race. I thought that was really gentlemanly, good sportsmanship from everyone down there, and that car is now circulating and has been for a wee while. They took a wee time to get that new radiator in, but they did the job properly.
Right, so just to clean up on all this, because I appreciate that it can be hard to follow with cars that are almost on the lead lap and some that are just off it. But Berwick Linton through shot now is got in front of car 25, Simon Hodges behind the wheel of the BMW. That means there are only 3 cars on the lead lap of the race. Tim Lay is a long way in front of Jeff Russell and Ian Sherrin, who are the only 2 other cars on the lead lap. So they need to... They'll come around behind the safety car first, then in the middle of the queue is car 23.
Are you sure?
Going through.
Sherrin is still on the lead lap?
Yep. Because he's in front of Tim Lay on the track at the moment. But Lay is in front of Hodges, who is 4th.
Okay.
Clear as mud. Mark Walker, I hope you can clear things up for us in pit lane.
Jeremy Gray, it's a frenetic pace out there at the moment. How's the big Falcon handling it?
We had a good pace going at the start. I felt the tyres started to delaminate, so we sort of had to back out of it. Change the tyres. We had another one delaminate, come in, change that, so it's really set us back in this race. It's really disappointing. But as far as the engine, like the car's running fine, the engine's it's strong, gearbox strong, everything's where it should be. It's just, the tyres have really let us down today, and it's so disappointing.
That's disappointing, but you're ticking off some compulsory pit stops, so it might come back to you at the end of the race.
Yeah, I hope so, with a bit of strategy. As you say, ticking it off, and it's a long race, as everyone knows, so we'll just hang in there, and our car's still going as well, so that's ticking a box as well. So
you've got Andrew at the moment, saving George for later.
Yeah, what a combination. The dream team. Andrew's very experienced at this. I think you'll have some fun out there, to be honest with you. You just sort of set a pace and go. There's a lot of these guys, geez, you could see over the top of the mountain that they were working their cars and tyres that hard and just making some dumb moves as well. So it was just a matter of, feeling the car and not trying to stress the tyre too much either. So we'll see what happens. I expect a few more tyre problems up and down pit lane. So see how the day pans out for everyone else.
Push on.
All right, thanks very much, guys.
Character reference there from Jeremy Gray on some of his closest rivals. So we can take a look at the full field as they run into pit lane. And my grand idea of checking out who was where is going to be ruined, because there's going to be some free pit stops under safety car taken by the Sherrin team. But what this will do is drop them off the lead lap. So the Sherrins were a full lap almost behind the Berwick Linton Tim Lay BMW, which has just crossed the line now.
And now overtakes it in the pit lane. So there is the third place car falling off the lead lap.
Correct. So the way the timing works, the order of the field, Sherrins were on lap 42, Tim Lay on lap 43. They were on the same lap for about 10 seconds until Lay crossed the line.
Tell you what that does do though, Quilsey, that's another compulsory pit stop, CPS, that is in the books for the number one car. So in some ways that'll sway back. They needed to come in shortly anyway, that number one car. So it's not actually quite as bad as it looks for them at the moment. They'll tumble down the order, and when we look at the standings, that's all going to look a bit bad for them, but they'll get back around onto the back. Now, they're off the lead lap, so they're more than 6 kilometres behind, but they're on, roughly speaking, they're going to be on the same sort of pit strategy, and they've got that extra CPS completely pissed off in hand.
Yeah, they do. Exactly right. So basically a free minute and 30. So it's an interesting scenario, and I appreciate it can be a bit confusing at times with how this is playing out. But the net result is that when we get to an hour to go, everyone's going to be on the same strategy and racing to the finish. The field's heading up to the cutting. So there's car 21, second on the road. Where's car 23? We'll see that dark blue BMW in a minute. That's the race leader. So there's, 6 cars between them on the road, between second and the race leader. So the result is if car 23 passes car 21, car 21 goes a lap down, and Tim Lay and Berwick Linton are the only car on the lead lap of the race.
And for international viewers who perhaps are a little bit confused about safety car procedures, the safety car would pick up the leader or the next car in the line if the leader pits. Now, once that's done, once that first car is picked up, whether it's the leader or the next car in line, there are no wave buys. And that's why we're often seeing the leader not being first on the restart. So hopefully that clears it up. Let's have a look at the Ridges top 10 for the 2019 High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hours. Tim Leahy leads, and it's going to be all bar Jeff Russell in second place, who are on the lead lap. Ian Sherrin will drop down to the bottom end of the top 10 because of that compulsory pit stop that he's just burned under the safety car, but that strategically might not be the worst thing. Then it's the BMW number 25 of Simon Hodges, the A2 leader, up in 5th position at the moment. Trevor Simons going cracking in that Monaro, the number 53 car. And then Dylan Thomas, Daniel Smith, Dieter Holzel, all those guys in the Mitsubishis have been having a great battle along with the Subaru, which is just in behind them. Krilsey's got the class leaders.
Thanks to Newton Power. So we know A1. We've talked about A2 as well. Trevor Simons in front there in the Monaro. Jeffrey Russell, we've talked about second outright, going nicely. The number 8 car, amazingly from the back of the field, leads the way in Class C. That's the Hyundai i30M with Alfie Sinisi behind the wheel. David Baker in the Honda still leads Class D. David Noble on top in the E-Class in the Mazda 3 SP25. Looking to go back-to-back at Bathurst for a class victory. Well, there's been a lot to unpick in the last hour and couple of minutes, and the racing, as always, has been pretty frenetic here at Mount Panorama for the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hour. Passing aplenty and some mechanical dramas as well. We saw the Daniel Flanagan car struck dramas. They've gone to pit lane and have since resumed. The Cox Evo, Smith behind the wheel at this point, was trying to make some ground on the Monaro as they went down into Murray's Corner. The fight was on, the two BMWs squabbling over who could stay on the lead lap and who could not. And in the end, it would come down to pit stops that would decide that. And I've got further news on why the Sherrin car pitted that we'll tell you after these highlights. It's been a wild second hour, and it was a pretty intense bit of racing because Tim Lay was driving the wheels off car 23 because he could see the carrot dangling on the end of the stick in front, which was to get a full lap's lead 2 hours into a 6 hour motor race, which in this day and age is a very, very rare thing indeed.
may have just burned his MRF tyres a little bit in that chase to the back of the car that was sitting in 4th position at the time. It was great driving, and he did better the fastest lap again. Not everybody having it all their own way, with 1 or 2 people running wide at the final corner and spraying dirt and dust everywhere onto the track at Murray's.
So this was a key moment with the Sharon car coming into pit lane, and this was a penalty. It was a drive-through penalty for both car 1 and 21, their team cars, for the fire attendant at the pit stop not being in the correct position. It's the 1%ers that cause the dramas in this race, and perhaps with more on that down in that garage. Here's Emma Francesco.
Thank you very much, Richard Crowe. Well, you've already summed up what happened for that penalty. Let's chat about your strategy, because you were the only one that took tyres. Others didn't in that first stop. How do you see it playing out now?
Well, we get to go longer on these tyres and see what they've done. So we wanted to get a measure on the first stint. We pushed pretty hard on that first stint, so we wanted to see what the tyres were like, the life of them, and yeah, we'll see how we go from now.
Still a long way to go.
It is a long way to go, so there's still, 4 hours left, so anything can happen at this place, so fingers crossed.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Hello to Matt G, to Alan Prosser, Motorsport Matty. Scott Fitzsimmons is here at the track. People all around the world tuning in to the worldwide feed, and of course right across Australia on Fox Sports, where we go flag to flag, no interruptions for the 2019 running of the Bathurst 6 hour, the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hours this year. News earlier on, if you weren't with us, that the High-Tech partnership with the Bathurst 6 hours extended, Richard Creel, another 4 years. This is becoming another one of these enduring partnerships between a race and a race sponsor.
Yeah, taking it through 2023 as the title sponsor of the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hour. So congratulations to the event director James O'Brien and George Gambino from High-Tech Oils. Great Australian company backing an Aussie motor race, which is terrific.
And George Gambino, by the way, he'll be handing out the podium presentations and the trophies later on. He was in the merchandise unit earlier on this weekend, selling hats and T-shirts and polos and fleeces, because that's the sort of bloke he is. His veins, well, I was going to say run petrol, but of course they run High-Tech Oil, don't they?
Correct, they do. Very passionate supporter of Australian motor racing. So a great long-term partnership will continue on. Tim Lay, the race leader. Russell and Russell, father and son, in second place. Hodges in third, so they've gone a lap down. Trevor Simon's currently running fourth. Dylan Thomas and Kyle Austin, quietly impressive performance in car 68. That's the CXC Racing High-Tech Oil sponsored Mitsubishi Lancer Evo. They've worked their way up into fifth place through all of the drama. Smith, Cox and Cox rounding out the top six.
Now, we're all very aware of the big three events at Bathurst here at Mount Panorama, but a really interesting addition to make it the fourth event is what goes on at the end of November and the beginning of December. Challenge Bathurst. 2 days of sprinting, 2 days of regularity, giving, well, pretty much anyone who wants to go and challenge the mountain, well, you could come and give it a go. Bring your street car, bring your race car. All sorts of records or record attempts being set there recently. www.challengebathurst.com has been a massive success already. And I suspect, given what we've seen in the last couple of years, Richard, that is not going to be any different at the end of November and the beginning of December this year.
Yeah, book your spot early because they will fill very, very quickly. Oversubscribed every year. It created global headlines last November with a certain Christopher Meese punching out some pretty decent lap times in his Audi R8. ChallengeBathurst.com. Visit the website. It's worth a look. It's a cool event in November, and just to come and see a cool array of cars pounding around Mount Panorama. Safety car is in. We're up for restart to the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hour. 2 hours and 12 into the race, which means there's 3 hours and 47 to go. And once again, we're in a scenario where Tim Lay can put his foot down and try and become the only car on the lead lap. His target is car 21. It's turning into turn 1 now. There goes Tim Lay in that deep, deep blue Bruce Linton Bodyworks BMW. The man from Orange has been driving so well this weekend. He quipped after qualifying yesterday, he said,
I'm getting old. I need to maximise every chance I get to drive here and go fast. But there's no sign of Tim Lay getting slower with age. He's like a good bottle of red, just getting better and better.
That's a good idea. Tim Lay, with that 23 car, even looking in some ways less like a racing car than it did last year. There were some blue accents on that car. They've gone back to just that deep blue colour that is the standard BMW hue. And when that car was bought in and originally transformed into a production-based racing car, there was all sorts of discussions in the team about whether it should go back to white and then be striped up to make it look like a race car. But you know what? I think they did the right thing, leaving it that dark navy blue.
It's a very cool-looking race car. Sort of flies under the radar despite its ridiculous speed.
There's something very cool about watching cars that you could immediately identify and identify with when you see them pounding around here at lap times around about 2 minutes 30 seconds. That's not hanging about. So Tim Leahy then looking at the back of the 21. That's the second place car, so second just ahead of first as it stands at the moment. And that is the lead Class B car, let's not forget. Now that's a really good run for the Sharon and Aussie Wide Builders sponsored car. David Russell, Jeffrey Russell in that car, and it is Jeff Russell who's driving it at the moment, and he'll have to keep his eyes peeled for that leader coming through. He will get the blue flags, of course, but he'll be allowed to do. I would think that race control will let them defend to stay on the lead lap a little bit, so he's not waving around.
I think he might already be passed, to be honest with you. It might be a non-issue because there was a distinct lack of a blue BMW in shot as they went down Conrod Straight. Come back to that, the Honda Integra going through, the kink at the chase. That BMW M135 that has been so good throughout the day is in the mix as well. There's the CXC High-Tech Oils car. Dylan Thomas is behind the wheel and Tim Lay is clear. So he's on lap 46, everyone else on lap 45 or further back.
So there is another big, important bullet point if you're writing notes down. With 3 hours and 44 minutes to go, one car only on the lead lap. Now that said, this is not a foregone conclusion. These are production-based cars, and just remember what happened last year, everybody. These cars are not bulletproof. Things can happen to them.
Yeah, and if you didn't see last year's race, that car had this race, I'm not going to say shot to pieces, but they were in a really good position, Beric Linton and Tim Lay, to win the Bathurst 6 Hour last year from pole position, which I remind you has never been done so far. So the odds are against them, certainly in the brief 4-year history of this race. They had a limp home mode issue, they had a reset issue where they needed to shut the car off and reboot it with the electronics going haywire. As we see, move up the inside. That's the Cox Evo. It's still Smith behind the wheel, so Jordan Cox just keeping his powder dry at the moment. Will jump in later in the race. And that is for position. Gets up the inside of Dylan Thomas for 5th place in the battle of the Mitsubishi Lancers. Good pass, terrific. So to finish that off, then the worst thing worse, which actually set up a thrilling finish of the race last year, was that car sheared all 5 wheel studs in the right rear corner with half an hour to go.
Never seen anything like that before. Nobody's seen anything like that before.
3 wheels on its wagon, linked back to pit lane, day done.
I'll tell you what though, Tim Lee's taking advantage of having a clear track ahead of him. He's put in the fastest first sector of anybody. So up Mountain Straight through the first part of the track, and he's not hanging around in sector 2 either. On the top of the mountain at the moment, he'll be heading down Conrod Straight and back towards us shortly. We'll keep an eye on that time. 2 minutes 29.0 is the fastest lap of the race so far. Theoretically out there is a 2 minutes 27.3, but that's only if you've got a BMW in sectors 1 and 3 and you swap over to a Mitsubishi Evo in the middle sector, because the Evo is a couple of seconds quicker in that middle sector than the BMW is, and they lose out down the longer run. Here comes the lead across the line in front of us, and there is a new fastest lap, as I thought, 2:28.6. 2:28.6 then for Tim Lay, straight off the back of that restart, soon as he picked his way through, and that car is literally in a class of one at the moment.
It's trying to stick the knife in a little bit further at the moment, isn't it? With a 1.1 lap margin now over Jeff Russell. It's a good margin, and it's now the fastest car on the racetrack as well. 28.61. Cold tyres after the restart. There's the car in second place, both on the road and in terms of track position.
But it's a lap and the length of Mountain Straight now. Correct. As we've got a few people calling in, including the Nova Subaru 66, the build size 67, that's the big Ford, back into the pit lane as well. That came in out of 14th position. And
it's their 6th pit
yeah,
stop
they're not
already.
having a good day, are they?
I heard Jeremy Gray before chatting to Mark about setting his own pace and some crazy stuff going on out there, but I think they've got a few more inherent issues. It's Andrew Medicke, one of the greats of this place, man from Port Macquarie, behind the wheel. We heard earlier George Medicke will jump in that car at the end and will likely triple stint to the end of that race, which will be a big effort for George, but he's certainly up to the task. Vastly experienced race that it is. Cox looking up the inside there, getting past the Graham Muir Commodore at Reed Park. So across the top they go. So Smith's done a really good job in car 40 just to hold on to top 5 position. And third on the road down to 9th place. There's really not a lot of margin in it. It's about 25 seconds covering that group of 7 or 8 cars. So certainly not an easy thing to retain position in the top 10 at the moment. It's just Lay's got that handy 1 lap buffer with pit stops to come. The Sherrans, by the way, car number 1, currently running in 7th place and hunting down Dylan Thomas in the CXC High-Tech Oils sponsored Aussie Driver Search Evo in 6th.
Mike Sinclair using the hashtag B6HR. All Aussie Motorsport fans should go out and support High-Tech Oils long-term sponsorship announced. Thanks on behalf of us all. Yeah, we'll let go of that. Absolutely right.
Just saw 2 cars in pit lane, 66 the Subaru and 67 the big Ford. Pit lane penalty for speeding in the pits.
No.
We talked about Brian van der Wacker, talked about it at the start. 1%ers.
Can't do that.
Correct.
Not
And
nowadays.
speaking of another one, Zach Raddatz was in the lane earlier for a pit lane penalty for the fire attendant issue, which was the same drama that the Sherrans had for not having a fire attendant in the correct position when refueling was on, which is part of the regulations. There is a specific place the fiery has to stand in full fireproof apparel with a loaded and charged fire extinguisher ready to go, goggles on, balaclava on as well.
A lot of guys use helmets, which I think is actually quite sensible, to be honest. Live fueling in a pit lane, you want to be having your fireproofs on, top to toe. And we've seen down through the years how easily. In fact, we had a fuel spillage today. Now that didn't catch fire, which is great, because everything's working as it should. But it only takes something, and that would have been a nasty conflagration.
It would have, but we saw that team was well prepared.
Oh, well,
they
yeah.
had 2 guys behind it, ready with their fire extinguishers, good to go.
Krilsey getting a lot of love on the international stream. Live flag to flag here on Fox Sports in Australia, but on the international stream, wanting to see if there really is a Suzuki Swift in the race. And there is. The Suzuki Swift Sport is the number 5 car. It's the little black front-wheel drive hatchback. Runs in the E-Class, Class E, which is for the smallest capacity cars. It's running in 2nd position, splitting the 2 Mazdas at the moment. This car and the whole of its team, they come. It's got a smile on its face. I always think they look like a little cheeky grin. And all the guys, might have to introduce that driver there to the apex of the final corner, but that's all right. He's not having to ride the curb. They are having a ball just being here. And this is the absolute essence, the small engine cars of production racing. It brings the variety. We don't see them in the VLN anymore. Anything under 2 litres has been legislated out. This is the last bastion of the sub 2 litre cars. This is fantastic. fantastic 1.5 litre, smallest engine car in the race, and obviously listening, slammed the headlights on as it's going up Mountain Straight, listening on the FM transmitter that we have here at Bathurst. So they're proof positive to our international and our Fox Sports Australia audience that there is a Suzuki Swift out there, and they're having just as much fun as everybody else.
Michael Hopp and Steve Pittman, the drivers. Michael's currently behind the wheel. They're second in class. They're within a lap of the leading Mazda 3, which has been driven by David Noble. So there's a bit of a fight going on here. Much more pace in that Mazda. Just checking the respective fastest laps, 2:55.2 for David Noble, 3 minutes, 0.7 for this car. So yet to crack the 2-minute barrier, but they're panning around doing their own thing, and right now they're second in class. If you're second in class, you stand on that famous Bathurst podium.
Absolutely right,
and
Crilsey.
you get a trophy. It's terrific.
I know you always want to be first, but I've been second on a major international podium, and trust me, you smile. Second place, second and third together, going through Hell Corner, side by side, going up Mountain Straight. The all-wheel drive car to the inside, to camera right as they crest the first of the rises here, and the pass is made, and that's a new second place car then. So the number 40, which started on the front row and was the first non-BMW ever to do that some 2 hours and 24 minutes ago, now back up into second place. But remember, he's more than a lap, about a lap and a quarter now away from the leader.
So we touched on this before, that gaggle of cars from second down to 8th and even 9th place, very, very closely grouped after that last safety car. And the net result of that is that Jeff Russell's been shuffled down to 6th place in the yellow BMW, coming out of the cutting now and just stumbling on that number 51 Mazda 3 that we've been talking about a lot. The Kiwi team doing a terrific job, and Dylan Thomas about to get by him as well, perhaps for 6th and 7th place. Still leading their class, though, the Russell boys in car 21. But that's allowed Smith to blaze his way forward, and he just passed Hodges for track position. He's now best of the rest behind the Leigh Linton race-leading BMW, 1.2 laps behind the leader. But you've got to be in the right position as this race plays out. And they've still got Jordan Cox to put in that car later on today. So Leigh leads. The margin's just over a lap. Smith now up to second place in the Evo. Hodges up to third. BMW, I should say, back to third. Sharon has recovered to fourth. So after that pit stop under safety car, they resumed in 10th place. They're now back up to fourth, using the good speed of the M4 and working their way through. Trevor Simons behind the wheel of car 53. That's the CSV Monaro we've been talking about. He's sharing that with Rob Coulthard. They continue to lead the A2 class and run a very, very stout 5th outright. Dylan Thomas, Kyle Austin next in car 68. That's the Evo. Jeff Russell, whose best finish in the Bathurst 1000 came in 1984, driving with Rusty French in a Group C Commodore.
Oh, hang on, I've just got a message from him. He's so delighted you've reminded everybody of that, Crilsey.
Well, it's in the history books, it's fact. He's got a great history here, and I'll point out that it was Dave who threw him under the bus and talked about how long he has been racing here. His Bathurst history goes back further than 84, believe me, back into the mid to late 1970s. Great contender. We then go back to car 14. Now that's the...
It's coming to the final corner now, Chris.
Yeah, F1 Armchair Experts car. Paul Iacono and Dieter Hotzel, who's driving that at the moment. They're 8th. Simons Pitts from 5th position in that A2 leading Monaro, just in the lane now. Mark Griffith is behind the wheel of car 56. Now that's been a quiet achievement today. That's the Kelso Electrical Subaru WRX of Brad Schumacher and Brad Shields, the Bathurstians, inside the top 10. Very nice job. Just creeping up on it after a weekend filled with power steering issues in that car.
Except there weren't power steering issues, or at least they weren't necessarily all power steering issues, as we found out talking to some of the team last night. The MRF tyres far more sensitive to camber setup than the cars have been used to in the past, and that was causing some steering issues. And as soon as they got their heads around that and replaced some of the front suspension with more standard units, that made life much, much easier for those cars. Good battle going on for 6th, 7th on down over, as Crilsey said, and that number 14, F1 Armchair Enthusiast's car is about to go through. That is a pass for position. That was a very easy pass for position. Yeah. Looks to me as though the 21 BMW...
I think just gave them that.
Yeah, I think he did. And again, that's... How many times have we heard people today saying how courteous people have been? Rather than people driving with their eyes closed, people saying, no, people have been courteous.
And we had this conversation earlier in the weekend with David Russell, and he said, you know, the temptation will be for us to believe that we're an outright car. There's a car in the wall on the exit of the dipper. It's pointing in
right
very
across
much
the road,
the wrong direction and trying to
don't
do
move.
Trying to do a 3-point turn. It's good. It's good to go. They're okay. That's Smith. That was the car that just passed his way to second place. He's surrendered that. He has dodged a bullet there.
And look how far he's dropped down. 7th position now. That's how tight it is from second on down, Crailsey. One little mistake, but I don't think he hit the wall. He should go and put the lotto numbers on. If you have a spin there and don't damage the car, that's all his birthdays and Christmases come together.
That's a big moment. To get away with one there, it's so narrow. To not have another car so close behind that it causes a pile-up, and often that's a pile-up there. That's red flag territory for those guys because it's so narrow, so blind. To get away with that is remarkable, and just executed a 3-point turn nicely before that other car could get through. I couldn't quite catch which one it was. So yeah, drops back to 7th place. They won't care about position. They'll care about the fact they got away with one. Mount Panorama owes them one now. Actually, they owe Mount Panorama one, I think.
That's the worry, though, isn't it? And sometimes when you ask to pay that back, you have to pay it back in spades immediately. The 40 car getting back to work, passing some lapped cars, going past the Heffernan number 44, which is in 11th position. That car, that's the Nolan Finishers Professional Painting Services sponsored HSV R8 Club Sport. That's Ashley Heffernan at the wheel of that car. That wasn't the position, but it was at least allowing that number 40 car to get back on track. So, still 3.5 hours to go. We're nowhere near half distance, half an hour away. Class D, 47 Integra leading, pole position car. And that bright yellow Integra giving away a few years and a bit of technology to the Toyotas that are in the same class. Another pit stop for the 66 Subaru. That's the 3rd or 4th recently. That Integra, that bright yellow Integra, as I say, not in the first flush of youth, Crailsey. I still think that's a great car. It still looks fabulous. We didn't see those officially in the UK. They were all great imports. That version of the Integra are. And it's doing very nicely. Thank you very much.
So just a little bit of a weather update. We touched on at the start of the race that there was a late thunderstorm warning. There's a blob of thunderstorms about 25 k's to the east of Bathurst at the moment.
That's where the weather normally comes from.
Back towards the Blue Mountains. The wind has swung around as well. It's now a southwesterly breeze, about 5 k's an hour. It was a northerly at the start of the race. So there's definitely got a feeling of change in the air at the moment. And that forecast will be concerning some people in pit lane. You'd think that perhaps a chance of a storm this afternoon, a bit of precipitation. If you're driving a Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution, you'll be grinning at that because you've got 4-wheel drive compared to 2 with everybody else. So we'll keep a watch on that. At the moment, that front not approaching Bathurst. It is very, very stationary, the local weather experts tell me. We'll keep you posted.
We've heard that before, haven't we?
True.
There might be a small shower. Deluge. It's happened here before. I remember standing next to you talking about it.
2013, I think it was.
Yeah, absolutely. So Tim Lay doing exactly what he needs to do at the moment and just clocking these laps up. He's a pit stop back on the Ian Sherrin car, which is in second place, but not on the lead lap. So the number 1 car now back into second position, but behind the leader both on laps completed and on the track as well. It's officially a lap and a third the difference now, 1.3 laps. Very similar trap speeds, 262 to the leader, 257 to the second place BMW. But remember, when we're talking about these compulsory pit stops, that's a minimum of 90 seconds, 1 minute 30 seconds in the lane. The A1 cars, in fact all the big cars, have got to do 4 of those within the 6 hours, except for the 23 who's got to do 5. So he's 1 back on how he's done, but he's still got 3 to do, 3, 4 and 5 to do, whereas Ian Sherrin has only got 1 more to do.
No, 2 more, because one of those pit stops for the Sherrin was a drive-through penalty, correct.
Sorry.
Yep.
Well done. Yeah. we got caught out with the red flag last year when it became pit lane, where we were having to take one off all of the pit stops.
That wasn't confusing at all, was it? So yeah, from a pit stop strategy, the advantage is with car 1.
Yes, correct.
Track position is with car 23 in a big way, because they've got more than 2.5 minutes advantage and a full lap as it is over that Sharon car, which is now back into second place.
Can I just introduce, though, into that, 2.5 minutes is pretty much exactly what it takes to do your compulsory pit stop and put a set of tyres on. So fuel and tyres, whether that's a compulsory pit stop or a standard pit stop at the end of the race, 2.5 minutes a lap is what that's going to cost you.
Correct, and that's what we touched on earlier in the race, that there'll be a point where the 23 team, Eric Linton, Tim Late, race leaders, can decide to burn some extra time and throw tyres at that car, and it may well be the halfway point of the race. Here's our Class C leaders. Alfie Sinisi is currently behind the wheel of the number 8 car, and it's a 1-2 for the team. Scott Green is behind the wheel of car 7. The lead's actually just changed there during the pit stop shuffle. 2.5 minutes between the two cars. So actually they're not far away from being on their own lead lap. That's a pretty decent performance from this outfit on their first visit to Mount Panorama. It's a 2-car team. They're based out of Queensland, NGen Racing, and it's the debut of the i30N to Mount Panorama.
And that means it's the rebuilt car that's now leading the category. Through goes the 51 Mazda, just a little bit further up the field. That's a Class E car, and that car's sitting in third. That's the other rebuilt car this weekend. Get used to seeing that eggshell blue, because in a number of forms of racing around the world, that is effectively the racing colours of the Hyundai N brand. N is to Hyundai as AMG is to Mercedes, as M is to BMW. I suppose as GTI is to Golf. You'd probably say the same thing about that. That's the performance brand, and their rally cars, their World Touring Car Championship cars, the WTC R cars, they're running this colour, and the N brand is the brand behind it. And street cars available with the upgrade packages on them include the i30N and the Veloster N in certain territories around the world, including the US, where Brian Herter is campaigning a couple of those cars to some good effect. Actually won the World Challenge with the i30 touring car last year. But remember, these are production based. These aren't the same as the TCR cars, and they're having a good run out.
So we heard from Caden Olsen, who's in car 7, who's just being lapped by Tim Lay, that he said it's basically a race car from the showroom. You really just throw a roll cage at it, put the safety features in, and send it motor racing. And they proved that by cannibalising the spare road car they had here to repair car number 8 after its practice crash earlier in the weekend.
That's proper production car racing. For those with a long memory back in Europe, I think the Will hire at Snetterton car park spares raids in the middle of the night were a thing of legend there. Sometimes with the owner's permission, sometimes not.
Well, yeah, correct. And walk back to your car and find a few wheels or a bearing missing or something vital to the operation of a race car. Actually, we just gave a wrap to the Kelso Electrical Subaru team. They've got an entire spare car up on jack stands in the back of their garage, and there it is, and it's just been in contact with the wall, and there's some dramas underneath it.
And the Integra, the leading car in its class, the leading Class D car. We were just talking about that. That's been contact. The left front of the bright yellow Integra, it's come to a halt just coming out the cutting, and the left front has got damage. The left front wheel is pointing not in the direction of where the steering wheel is inside the car, I can tell you that. And that's either been front to back or side to side contact, and maybe a bit of wall involved there as well.
I think it's Class A car lapping slower Class car, and one or the other got in the way of each other. That's a big story. They were our leaders in Class D, and out of the car and out of the motor race. And one of the steepest points as well, it's a 1 in 6 gradient just past that. As they climb up the hill, they'll wait till they get clear of that car and get the green flag before any lapping goes on. As always, race control are being very measured about the deployment of the safety car, but where that car is stranded, it's almost inevitable that we'll have our 3rd safety car interruption in this race. This is a big moment. Class leader out.
And that is going to hand that class lead to one of the Toyotas, and that means, again, we are not going to have a repeat. That was the pole sitter 2 years in a row for the pole for that Integra, but that car is going no further. The other one we've got to follow up on is what happened to the Subaru.
We're just talking about them as we go yellow now. Safety car out for the third time.
In the lane.
In the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hour. So the Subaru is coming past us. You can see it in the back of the shot as the 18 car's getting service. Quite a bit of damage to the right rear corner of that car and some smoke, but they've got it into the lane, which is the main thing. Mark Griffith, experienced GT racer, races an AMG GT3 and drove one with Christina Nilsson and Yelma Berman at the 12 hour earlier this year. So some pretty handy co-driving company. Pits from 8th place. Brad Schumacher and Brad Shields are the co-drivers.
3 hours, 22 minutes still to go. When did our leaders last stop? I can almost see you and feel you going for the keyboard on that. We'll give you that answer in a moment.
Yeah, that was contact, wasn't it? The Honda, we picked it up late, but the Honda was in the fence, but there was definitely contact between the two cars. Left front corner damage on the Honda, right rear on the Subaru, and it's dislodged the exhaust as well. Fortunately, they've got that spare car we were just talking about. They can go and pilfer one out of that and bolt it back on and hopefully get it back into the race.
Right, so if you're Tim Leahy, do you pit? He's gone round. He hasn't pitted. So he's holding track position at the moment. First time
that the safety car's picked up the leader today, so it actually clears up the scenario a little bit. And at the moment, no one else has taken the opportunity to dive into pit lane of our leading group.
It depends where you are on the track. Sharon's gone through. I thought he might have dived in there and burned another pit stop. He got another CPS out of the way, compulsory pit stop, in that number 1 car, because he would have lost a little bit of time, but he wouldn't have lost the lead lap.
Yeah, they've only been out for 12 laps in this stint, though. It's not long enough. It'd just derail their strategy too much. And bear in mind, for Gruntley and Sharon, they've only got 2 drivers in that car, so they need to be mindful of driver time as well in this race.
We're not far away, though, from making a pit stop and going to the end with only 1 more pit stop. An hour and 10 minutes, we've got 2:39 to go, so we're 20 minutes.
3 hours 20 to go.
Oh, sorry.
I've been going 2 hours and 39 minutes. It feels like it's flown by.
It does. It does. It does.
So into the pits goes the Hodges BMW from 5th place. They're tumbling down the order. Russell is in the pits as well, our Class B leader. They pit from 7th. Griffith already in. And our Class A2 leader, which is the Chris Lillis, Nathan Callahan car, is also in pit lane. And it'll be the 44 now that takes the lead. That's the HSVVZ Club Sport, Daniel Clift, Ashley Heffernan and Wayne Clift as well. So the race under safety car for the 3rd time today. And introducing it this new to the race this year is our new tyre partner. Their name is MRF, and Emma Notafrancesco is catching up with them now.
Yes, I am indeed, Vivek. It is so great to have you guys on board this year. Of course, this track, it's all about tyres. It's very, very demanding, especially for that front right.
Thanks, Emma. What we have found out right now is because of the load on the front right tyre, particularly with the heavier cars, like the Commodores, the Falcons, and the BMW M4s, which is all more than 600, 700 kilos. They are putting a lot of weight on the front right tyre. But what we are trying to manage is by increasing the tyre pressure, particularly on the front right tyre, but the rest of the tyres are going quite well. And the other tyres are going excellent. It's just the front right, but that's how Bathurst is. That's why Bathurst is unique. That's why we come here to play, and that is the strategy, you know. Some teams are clever, some teams are learning, some teams are yet to learn. So we are up for it, you know. And so far, there's not big dramas here. People are chilling out. My boys are sitting and watching TV, which is good, which is a good sign anyway, you know. So.
Great to hear, and I hear a lot of people are watching over from India as well.
Excellent. You know, see, that's the main thing. The technology is bringing Bathurst to India. You know, how good is that? We just have 1.3 billion people in India. Hopefully few are watching. But then mainly the amount of management, the amount of staff, the amount of technical staff, everybody is watching at the moment, which is a great pleasure. And also I was talking to the mayor of Bathurst City Council, and Graham is like fantastic, great host. And I got a free invite for Bathurst 1000 as well. How good is that, you know? So it's all happening right now, yeah. And I think 3 hours is over right now, so 3 more to go. We are very confident that we'll pull it through.
Again, hello to everyone in India. Thank you very much, Vivek. Enjoy the rest of the race.
Thank you, Emma. Thanks for that. And by the way, you're doing a great job. Thank you. Cheers.
Hello to everybody in India on the live stream. sound and vision around the world. With no ad breaks, either here on Fox Sports in Australia or indeed around the world. A tremendous commitment to endurance racing by our TV partners this weekend, and we thank them for that. John Hindhaugh and Richard Krill in the booth. And you've just heard from Emma. Our other voice in the pit lane is Mark Walker.
Jada, well, how's the day going so far? It seems to be truckling on pretty well.
Yeah, we got really lucky with a safety car. We just kind of held out a little bit for the first safety car, and that came out and played into our favour massively. And obviously we're up in that front group, which is always good. We're on the same lap as a lot of them, so it's really good. The boys have done awesome jobs with the car. We had a little bit of a rough start to the start of the race, a little bit of damage, a few scrub marks here and there, but ultimately the car's running really well. The boys have done an awesome job preparing it, so yeah, it's going really well.
You've been getting a lot of miles in a lot of different cars lately, haven't you?
Yeah, obviously had my first run in my Super 3 car last weekend at Phillip Island. Experienced my first time at the mountain in Formula Ford, and then I obviously had a run in the Formula 4s at the GP, so cutting a lot of laps, which is good. Obviously laps around this place is amazing, and any car you can get in, and it's been pretty handy in the production car as well.
So the plan is for you to get in a little bit later on?
Yeah, so we just had Ian and Simon cutting a few laps, making sure they reach their driver times and whatever else, and then hopefully I can jump in at the end and bring something home for the boys.
Best of luck. I think you're in a great spot.
Thank you very much.
Just Ian Saltieri behind the wheel of the number 25 M135 F20, the 3-litre straight 6 car from Secure Wealth Advisors. And Jaden having a great time. He has been driving absolutely everything over the last few weeks, and why not if you get the opportunity to do it? So the leading trio, no, check that, the leading pair stayed out. That means, in fact, that 25 BMW has just gone through into third position. So talking to Jaden there, and Ian Saltieri, who's driving that car at the moment, has just gone through into third position behind our third safety car intervention of the weekend, with the big battle that was raging on there, all having pitted. So that's going to throw another little curveball. How's your pit stops? That's the big question of the day. Leader, number 23, who has 5 compulsory pit stops to do, have completed 2. Ian Sherrin in second place in the number 1, who has 4, has done 2 of those compulsory pit stops. Saltieri in the 25 BMW we just talked about has done 3. They've not had a penalty in that car, so they're sitting very pretty indeed with just 1 compulsory pit stop timed at 90 seconds to go. Now, how does that help you? Well, it means if you can splash the fuel and get in and out without changing your driver particularly, and you don't change MRF tyres, then you can probably get in and out in a bit less than 90 seconds. And if your competitors have still got to burn that 90-second stop, well, then you're making time back, particularly on a green flag stop.
Well, it needs to be exactly 90 seconds.
Yeah.
Remember, if you go under that 1 minute 30 pit lane time from pit in to pit out, you will get heavily penalised.
Yeah.
But I get your point, absolutely. They've taken the opportunity to recover the race for a Cure car as well, which gives us another opportunity to have a look at that amazing course that's going on, and feel for Ben and Michael Cavic for not getting an opportunity to race. Garth Walden got the hero stint early on, but unfortunately that car blew an engine, as we heard, and was unable to go. Right, let's get a word on how these strategies are playing out and head down to the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6-hour hub. Here's Brian Vanderwacker.
Thank you very much for that, Krause. So let's, now that we're getting towards that half-race point, let's take stock for a moment. For my mind, what was interesting, of course, we're actually in the garage of the 23 BMW, of course, Barrett Linton and Tim Lay. They were ready to do a pit stop then during that safety car, so they didn't decide to take it. So what I've got here is a couple of the teams and drivers at the moment that are looking quite good. Now, your race leaders, they made their first pit stop 27 laps in at 1 hour and 30. At that point, they decided to do a driver change. They put Tim Lay in the car. They've done their second stop after 41 laps, 1 hour and 53 minutes into the race. Theoretically, based on that 1 hour 20 minutes, 1 hour 10 minutes, they should be in for their next stop at around about 3 hours and 10. So right now, as you boys picked up during the telecast, they're right in the middle of their stint at the moment. Let's have a look at car number 21, because they've been quite impressive so far with that drive-through penalty. They're a little bit off kilter with everyone else. Again, 27 laps, they pitted underneath that safety car. They've done 2 driver changes. They've got to be careful because they've only got the 2 drivers in as well. Their next stop should be around the 4 hour mark. I'm going to jump down to car number 1, the Sharons, because they've been obviously full of controversy so far today. 25 laps was their first stop, an hour and 9 minutes. They decided to do a driver change and tyres as well. Pit stop number 2 came at 42 laps in, 2 hours and 3 minutes in. You can expect their next stop probably around about 10 minutes after the stop for Tim Lay and Beric Linton. I think a smoky in the pack though at the moment, again, is this 68 car. Dylan Thomas doing a really nice job. They've actually just done, as you can see, I sort of half had it all nice and neat, but they've just done their third stop at 2 hours and 43 minutes. Again, you could probably expect them around about the 4 hour mark on the same strategy now as car 21. So there's 2 distinct strategies happening at the moment. You can expect a bunch of cars to come in at around about 3 hours and 10 minutes and a bunch of cars to come in at around about 4 hours as well. So we're getting towards that point, as you mentioned, Johnny, where we start to do the reverse window and figure out how many stops some of these guys have got left to do.
And the key part of that, Mark, that you've got there, Brian, and that's absolutely spot on, is how many more compulsory stops have got to be done. Because those guys who are stopping at 4 hours have only got one. They can almost go. Well, no, they can't. They can go with one more stop from there.
Yeah, if you get to 4 hours, it's a race to the end on one more pit stop, and that pit stop will be a timed fuel load, given these cars can go an hour and 10 minutes. So you'll go all the way into that final hour. So 50 minutes to go on the basis that it goes green, and then you'll put a fuel stop in. If it's a compulsory stop, you're a minute 30, and that's it. If you've done all of your compulsory stops, that can be the shortest pit stop that you like to get the fuel that you need in.
Correct. And that's going to be that's the interest to me. The issue that the leader has got, remember, is one more of those compulsory stops. So they'll get towards their last pit stop. That last pit stop may yet be a full 90-second stop.
I agree with Brian that I was a bit surprised they didn't pit under this safety car to tick that off, to get them back in sync with the Sharon car.
Correct.
So for mine, that's still just a bit of a question mark hanging over the head of car 23. Even though they've got a lap lead, that pit stop irregularity, the fact they're out of sync, is going to be just a bit of... They've got it in italics. It's not quite bold yet in the spreadsheet, I think.
I'll give you that. Clouds gathering off to the east of Bathurst as we're getting ready to go back to green flag racing with 3 hours and 10 to go in the 2019 High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hours.
Got a message from the chief strategist on the 56 Subaru, and they were fairly abrupt and said the Integra ran into us. So we'll reserve right of reply for the former Class D leaders. Let's go down and hear more from this Hyundai team that's punching above their weight, and a driver that's done that for a very long time is Jake Camilleri. He's speaking with Mark Walker.
Jake Camilleri, you have had one wild day at the mountain. It started upside down, which was very unfortunate.
Yeah, the GT1 race this morning, we're having an absolute awesome race. I was running fifth, I think. We had some lap traffic. We're coming in the pits. It was on actually safety car. The car in front didn't realise, lately sort of chose to come in a pit lane and cut across the front, and then I sort of jukes a hazard across the side and did a barrel roll, which was a bit unexpected and feeling. So then we've jumped straight into the production car and on the start of the 6 hour.
It's trucking along pretty well.
It is. We had a bit of a tough Friday. The car sort of hit the fence early, and the guys repaired it. So we didn't get no one got any laps really in the car, and then we messed up in qualifying yesterday. We had a problem with a turbo hose. We came in the pit, so we got excluded from qualifying. So we started last, but yeah, we were leading Class C and up to 17th at one stage there, so we're cruising along all right.
For such a new car, it's really doing a nice job.
It is. It was sort of hard to know how the car was going to be, but yes, quite a nice little car to drive. It was solid. It was doing everything right. I mean, yeah, it's got plenty in it.
Best of luck for the rest of the day.
Yep, thanks, mate.
And they're actually running an outstanding 13th outright at the moment, car number 8. Terrific job by them. We're back underway on the mountain. Restart number 3 in the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hour.
No, that swords tiny one in the first corner there, Creelsy. That was Ian Sherrin, who had a rocket ship start, knows he's got half a chance here of making some ground back up on the leader, but he's got to deal with that traffic between he and them, and he took a bit of a chance down the inside into Hell Corner, but he's made it pay off. He really has. He is so on it.
Yeah, very, very committed. Found an M4, found an M3, turning into him at turn 1, but managed to get through. So they're out. So this is the reverse of what we saw earlier in the race. This is now car number 1 trying to get its lap back from Tim Lay, and Tim Lay will make that very, very difficult indeed. Ian Salteri continues to run in third place in car 25. They're a little bit further down in the queue. David Russell's behind the wheel of car 21. Expect that thing to motor forward in a hurry in this stint with the very experienced Supercars co-driver behind the wheel. And Kyle Austin, the car that we circled out in Brian's strategy update just before, currently running along in 5th place, but we think they're in pretty good shape as far as their compulsory pit stop window goes. So we'll keep an eye on the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution. Busy across the top. Really busy across the top. Wheel to wheel through McPhillamy Park. The two Commodores threading the eye of the needle past the VW Scirocco. Car number 20 further down the leaderboard at the moment in 21st outright. There's David Russell, middle of shot, yellow BMW. 4th outright on the road. Tim Lay's got his head down and punching out purple sectors. If you're unfamiliar with how race timing works, purple good, purple real good, and he's on the fastest lap. It means that is the fastest sector of the entire motor race, and that's what he's punching out at the moment. And if he continues this lap, it will be the fastest lap of the race, which mirrors what he did on lap 47 immediately after a restart. Exactly. He went out, went bang, broke the back of it early and built that nice little cushion.
If you remember, he actually had a lap to build up there because he wasn't at the front of the safety car queue. He's been able to do it straight away here because he did stay out. Nothing between the first and second place cars in the middle sector. 41.3, 41.3. There goes the leader, and a 2:27.9 is what has just been clocked against a I don't know, because 2:29.1, yes, 2:29.1 from Ian Sherrin, who had a bit more traffic. Of course, he was further back down the safety car line. He couldn't get on it quite as quickly and had to wait till he passed the control line. But his sectors are not that far away. Last sector actually was the worst loss of time there. Sherrin clearly very, very motivated to get back on terms with the leader. Meantime, further back down the field.
That's a battle for position. It's David Russell on the back of Ian Salteri. A1 car versus Class B car. But remember we talked about the fact that D. Russ was telling us how they had to temper their expectations of being an outright contender and just focus on trying to win Class B. Well, at the moment, they're trying to wrestle their way onto the outright podium. And if that's where they finish, they stand on the outright podium and win Class B as well. They wouldn't be denied an outright position on the Bathurst 6-hour podium if that's where they can finish. And he's trying to wrestle that position away as they head up towards the cutting. Look for the yellow BMW to come into shot. It's still caught up behind 25. There's a lot of oil dry down there, so that's where the incident happened before with the former Class D leaders, the Honda, into the back of the Kelso Electrical Subaru WX STI, and it's a pretty slippery bit of road as they climb up Mount Panorama towards Reid Park.
Just a quick note that we had some problems earlier on for the Toyota 86 GTS, the number 33 McLaren Motorsports car. That car's been in the pit lane for a very long time. Just been a big cheer as that car was rolled back out onto the pit lane. So again, the never say die attitude. Yeah, just got to keep out, keep circulating. You never know, you might get a top 5 in your class, or if things play out the way they often do here at Mount Panorama, who knows? A Bathurst podium could be waiting. Gee, it's busy. Down through the S's into the dipper. I say that like I'm surprised, but I'm really not. That's why I giggled, Krilsey.
Here we go. Salteri's doing a really good job. Slightly different specification BMWs. Ultimately, fundamentally, pretty similar under the body shell. They just make such a good endurance racing car, especially in production car spec. Let's see if there's a different in straight line performance. Russell got a very good run out of Forest Elbow. A little bit of a side drafting assistance, and it helps him dragging in. Now there's a slower car in front. Russell, as experienced and world-wise that he is, elects just to back out there and not send a dive bomb down the inside at the fastest corner in Australian motor racing, and holds his position. This is a terrific fight. Lay continuing to go well out in front, and Ian Sherrin's just punched out his personal best lap of the race in second. So he's going with the leader, but our focus on this great fight for third.
Yeah, and he took better part of 6/7 of a second back from the leader last time around once he got into a clear air. So we've got these two BMWs, both 3-litre cars, one the hatchback, one the saloon. So why is one in A1 and one in B1? I'm already getting the tweets for that, Krilsey.
Yeah, well, different categorisation based on price, and performance level at the time they were released. So the Russell car running in B1, which is high performance forced induction, in the same way that Class A is broken into A1 and B1. In usual circumstances, Class B is the same. This weekend they've amalgamated them. Cheeky little flash of the lights for David Russell there. What it is, though, is just a car being driven outstandingly well. And to be brutally honest, probably above where it would usually sit. But that's what happens when you put a gun professional racing car driver into the seat. And that's what David Russell is. Doesn't have a drive in the Supercar Enduros yet, the Pertec Enduro Cup. But
can't be long, surely.
The grapevine is suggesting that he will be in a seat before too long, and deserves to be so.
Had a chat with him on Thursday for our preview programme for Radio Show Limited and RS1. Many people listening to the audio on that around the world as well, so thank you for that. And D-Russ, always with a smile on his face, just wants to drive racing cars.
Big news. David should get a call on the radio to not worry about this battle, because there's a drive-through penalty coming the way of car 25. That's the car in third place, being driven by Ian Salteri, and the reason is a breach of pit lane procedure for apparel in pit lane, in the pit stop. So I'm going to take a guess. I'm not diving off the deep end here, that was someone not wearing the appropriate fireproof material during a refueling stop. So car 25 will have to lose 32 seconds for cruising through pit lane at 40 kilometres an hour, and that'll be a free kick to third for David Russell.
Nobody's told DR that yet, as he comes out to the right-hand side. I just wonder how hard Salteri might defend here as they come down to the fastest corner in Australian motorsport, which I can't believe you haven't said yet, with nearly 3 hours of this race gone. The pass is made there. I think Salteri is going to dive into the pits this time around and make that drive through. But that wasn't particularly stoutly defended there, so Salteri's probably got the call on the radio. Sorry, mate, we goofed. Yeah, here he comes. He commits very, very late indeed, and the bright marker yellow cone is just about breathing in from the right front of that car.
They're going to lose quite a few spots, because still third down to 8th place, or very tightly bunched. There's not a lot between it. So they surrender third. They'll get rid of 4th place as well. And Smith in that Evo, Daniel Smith, it is, in car number 40, will jump through and elevate himself up to 4th place. And Kyle Austin should do the same. High-tech oils car. We say it a lot in these races, but 40 kilometres an hour will feel absolutely brutal. 32-second transit time from one end to pit lane to the other. There it goes. He's out. He's clear. The D-restricted sign means you can go for it, but the net result is that he's 7th.
That is going to be the longest 30 seconds of Ian Salteri's life. And of course, worst part is it was nothing to do with the driver. So you've just got to, if you're the team manager there, the TM, you'll hear guys talking about the TM, team manager, just got to get on to the driver and say, sorry mate, we messed up, we'll get it back. Go and do what you've been doing. You're doing a grand job. Moicano's still battling away in that number 14 Evo, and that is a battle for position there. It's the Armchair F1 Facebook group who sponsor that number 14 car.
Do you think they'll get some free likes out of today by popping up at the side of that car?
Well, I hope they do, because that's why you do it, isn't it? You know, it's a community that is involved in motorsport, being involved in motorsport. There's an element of putting your money where your mouth is there, and I think that's something that could trickle down from other forms of motorsport. I do have friends who are non-motorsport orientated who tell me that there's Formula One is motorsport as far as they're concerned, and they don't see any correlation between Formula One and everything else that's going on. And it's actually quite hard sometimes to argue against that, if I'm honest, Krilsey. Well, there's a group there who are bridging the gap, and fair play to them. In a small way, there you go.
This car 30th outright, Dimitri Agathos behind the wheel. It's been a tough old day for the Subaru team. These guys have been in production car racing for quite some time now, and they've generally been very, very successful. The Subaru has always been the unfavourable outright car in Australian production car racing. The Evo's dominated the landscape for the better part of a decade, if not more. And then the BMW since moved into supremacy. The Subaru was sort of the unfavoured stepchild in the corner, really. But they're a really good all-round package if you can get them right. We've seen decent performances from them here before. That's a really good little team. They continue to tick away. They've had some dramas, but they've marched forward. So that is a change of position. Iacono goes up to 5th place. Kyle Austin back to 6th. Kyle is the boss of Aussie Driver Search, which runs an amazing program. You can rock up, pay your cash, get into a proper racing car, and if you're good enough, you'll win the prize, which is a drive, ranging from anything in Super 3 Series to Australian GT and further back from that.
Super 3 for our international audience?
Well, it's the official third tier of supercar racing in Australia now, behind Super 2, obviously, and the main game.
It's actually pretty cool what supercars have done, because like MotoGP, it's really easy to follow. There's MotoGP, Moto2, and Moto3, exactly the same in supercars. We're coming down to half distance, in fact just over that. Let's check in with Emma before we give you the update as we head into the last 3 hours of this event.
Thanks, John. Down here with Dennis Barbaro. Car number 66 was stuck in pit lane for quite some time. What was the issue?
How are you, Em? We've been battling a bit of a long brake pedal. Apparently this isn't a track you want to have faulty brakes, especially doing 260 down into the chase. But we think we got it sorted now. We got the guys going. We're refueled, ready to back on our strategy. We should be okay from here, I think.
Still plenty of time to go. Good luck.
There is. Can I just do a quick shout out? A really, really tough competitor and a good mate of mine, Ben Walsh, is in car 30 today. He lost his father on Thursday, so he's here racing for his dad. So we're all here for you, brother.
We are indeed. Thanks, Dennis.
Will this get me on the Matty John show?
It might. It might. Thank you. Nice sentiment about Ben Walsh's dad. Ben's in the BMW. We've been following a little bit throughout the day. Super Ute racer who's made a bit of an impact in the last couple of years. So our thoughts with the Walsh family, indeed. Well said.
So just over half of the race completed. Here's the Ridges top 10 rundown. Tim Lee leading for that number 23 BMW by more than a lap over Ian Sherrin in second place. He's trying to close down and get back on the lead lap. That's the interest at the front of the field, but they're not on the same pit stop strategies. And don't forget, the 23 car's got one extra compulsory pit stop to complete before the last half hour of the race, we have to remind you. It's a BMW in third position. David Russell leads Class B. The rest of the top 10, mostly A1 class, but got to give some bit of props to the guys in A2 who are also in that top 10.
Chris Lillis leading Class A2 in the big HSV, doing a very nice job. David Russell, of course, in front in Class B. Alfie Sinisi back behind the wheel of Car C, his dad Charlie and Jake Camilleri sharing the driving duties there. That last to first effort for them so far. Cooper Murray, who's a superstar of Porsche One Mate Racing, Porsche Pace Carrera Cup at the moment, leads Class D in the Toyota 86. He leads that by just under one lap. And the defending champion's still on top in Class E. They've got a lap up their sleeve. David Noble behind the wheel. Dramas for the Tropical Fruit Store BMW. That's not the actual sponsor. That's just the livery. They're running down Conrod Straight.
Getting everybody's attention there as he's running off the road to the right-hand side, trying to keep the tyres underneath that car, I believe. With the right front is the issue. He's hit the wall and he has clipped the wall somewhere at the top. This is live. This is happening right now. And he's good. Oh, in fact, it's both right MRFs have been against the wall, and now he's got to transition across the track under the High-Tech Oils Bridge, watching from our camera up on the balcony at Ridges. It's a great place to watch motor racing. He's made it to the pit lane.
Good effort. This car, fourth in class. Chris Manley's behind the wheel.
Oh, he hasn't made it to pit lane, Creelty. I'm sorry, he's understeered into the kitty litter and beached it on the entrance to the pit lane. Just came in tiny bit too quick. And that is a terrible error of judgment after he did all the hard work. He just had to lift off and coasted into the pit lane. And he's understeered and put the right MRFs, or what's left of them, and they've been up against the wall, no doubt in my mind. And I don't think he's getting that out. But we might be able to get a tour with one of the Utes coming around to pull him out of that and just give him a tour on the end of the line to get him into the pit lane. I'm not sure that we'll need to go full course caution for that, Grillsy.
Well, they don't turn real well when both right-hand side tyres are off the rim. We can only assume that that car's been in the fence somewhere at the top of Mount Panorama and it's limped all the way down. So this is another look on the High-Tech Oils replay. Off the road there, so the car definitely not turning. Dramas on the right front and the right rear, with the belt of that tyre having clearly departed the yellow wheel on the back, red on the front. And he'll get down here into what is a very tight pit lane entry to get all the speed out of the cars at the bottom of Conrod Straight after the chase. He gets across. That car's not driving very well at all. I'm not surprised he ended up in the gravel.
I tell you what, Crailsey, I think he's got front suspension damage as well. I think the right front wheel isn't pointing exactly where it should do. But he's just too quick when he comes into the left-hander into the pit lane.
There may be a case of not knowing the full extent of the damage or being able to feel some of the damage there as well. And he's just ended up buried in the gravel trap. He's not the first person to do that in that rather awkward entry into pit lane that's claimed some pretty famous names in the past here at Mount Panorama. So, 4th place in class they were, Chris Manley. Let's see if Race Control continue to holster their yellows and recover that car under a double-waved yellow on pit entry. Hour 3 highlights now. We're well into the second half of the Hi-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. The racing has been frenetic. That was a huge moment for car 21 with Jeff Russell behind the wheel getting out of the way of Ian Salteri at the top of Mount Panorama. Smith, it was, behind the wheel of car number 40. This was for track position. They were fighting for 3rd place. That 25 BMW continuing to chip away. And they've got Jaden Ojeda, the Formula 4 champion, in their garage waiting to jump in for the end of the motor race. And Jordan Cox will be very much the same in car number 40. They've been chipping away all day. Class battles have been competitive. The big HSVs were going at it down Conrod Straight. Out in front, it was Tim Lay extending his margin. This was a pretty heady little battle. And it was Iacono, flames spurting from the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 10 RS through the metal grate. Got that position away from Jeff Russell. That was before the pit stop sequence. This brought the 3rd safety car into the racetrack. Contact between Honda and Subaru. Honda into the back of Subaru from what we could see and certainly what the Subaru team reported. Big damage to both of those cars. They're both currently in pit lane. This was a fight between the BMWs. There was a drive-through penalty looming for car 25. It didn't stop David Russell from working hard to try and grab 3rd place on the road away from his BMW driving rival. They might be in the same brand, but different race teams fighting over their own little claim of Mount Panorama on this Easter Sunday. So it's been fascinating. Great job by our volunteer officials who continue to do a superb job. The TCI car is out of the gravel trap. We can head down to the lane with them.
Lee Methurst, tough luck. Bathurst, when it bites hard. Hey, did you see what happened?
Yeah, no, he'd been complaining about a vibration in the tyre for a couple of laps, and we were about to bring him in to change it. Unfortunately, he's had the tyres failed in the big scary part of the track, and he's unfortunately been able to hold on to it. So it is what it is. We'll come in, we'll change the tyres, and we'll just go out there and have fun for the rest of the day.
Great to hear. Thanks, Lee.
Thank you.
Thanks, Em. I love the reference to the big, scary part of the track, as distinct from all of the other big, scary parts of the track. But
as opposed to the little and easy part of the track, which is where exactly?
In here, I think.
Yeah, I think you might be right. So that car comes in on the end of the tow line, as we suggested it might do. Again, great work by Race Control to hold off on the big yellow button. And I do like the car controller having the Hawaiian shirt to go with the tiki bar that is the 34 car as it's come in.
These guys,
that's attention to detail,
it is, isn't it? These guys admitted before the race they're just living the dream by coming to race in this race and competing at Mount Panorama. They've been racing in Queensland for some time. Oh, now that would explain why there might be some damage. On a replay up through the kink, squeezing their way through the class-leading car in Class C, Alfie Sinisi behind the wheel, and that might explain why the right-hand side of
Well, I did see, I thought that car had bore the scars down that side, so that might well have been it.
Yeah, that's interesting. That might be why there was a vibration. It could be more, and you alluded to the fact there might be some suspension damage, and that would have caused some toe-out issues, I would have thought, in the right front corner alone. Clearly delaminated both tyres.
Ask the co-driver now if he happened to mention the fact that he'd scraped down the side of an eggshell blue Hyundai the lap previous to him having the problem.
Yeah, I wonder if that was forgotten to be reported in the two-way radio conversation.
Yeah. When the guys were on the phone. Right, front of the field. We've got 2 hours, just under 2 hours, 50 minutes to go. Tim Leahy leads by just on a lap from the number 1 car, which is heading into the cutting right now. That's Ian Sherrin now behind the wheel of that car. It's another BMW. So we've got M3 competition leading from M4 in second place. The number 1 on the side of the second place car, signifying that car won this race last year and is therefore defending this High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hours. Strategy is not entirely the same between these two cars, and that's what we've got to keep pointing out. I tell you what though, they might as well be door handle to door handle at the moment, because although they're separated on track and on the timing screen, they are trading milliseconds through not only every lap but every portion of the lap. 102.2 for Leahy, 102.2 for Sherrin in that first part of the lap. Last time around in the last part, 101.2 from the leader. I mean, it's just tight. 142.1, 41.6. They are less than a second apart in their lap times at the moment, and depending who hits the traffic where, Krilsey, depends on who gets a scant advantage at the end of each lap.
Yeah, if they were on the lead on the same lap, it would be a great battle, wouldn't it? But at the moment, they're a lap apart, and they're just station keeping at the moment. They're holding position relative to each other, waiting for the next round of pit stops, which won't be too far away in this race. And we heard from Brian van der Wacker as well, crunching the critical numbers as to when these cars were going to pit. It's been a while since the stops. 25 laps for Tim Lay, 23 for Ian Sherrin. The first stint for those cars in the race were 27 and 25 laps respectively. So they're within the window to the point where if there was a safety car now, they'd both pit because you could afford to get it away with it without it affecting your strategy. Let's go to the lane and see Emma.
Christopher Manley just jumped out of the car. Still got a big smile on your face when you walked out too. Can you take us through what happened?
I was having a great time. I was driving at Bathurst, lifelong dream, and we got a good start off behind the safety car and picking them off one by one, and then I caught up to one of the Hyundais anyway, and I was just following around. Eventually got a better run out of Griffin's coming up to the cutting, and there's that classic, it was Marcus Ambrose and Greg Murphy. Anyway, there's not room for more than one car through there apparently, and I don't think he saw me and just clipped me and I went to the wall, and anyway, so cracked 2 tyres and we nearly made it back to the pits. So close. I got stuck at the pit entrance and then I went into the gravel and then they were going to flat toe me and then they got the rope out and here we are. Anyway.
Well, the guys are working on it now, but hang on a second. Let's look at this shirt, because within about 1 minute, getting out of the race suit, straight back into the team uniform.
I represent Cairns Hospital shout out. It's not Friday, but I'm trying hard.
What is the story behind this theme?
Cameron Hill, who's running Manif and Tommy Sargent over here, he made this mad Carrera Cup livery. Like, it was nothing like I'd ever seen before. So I can't drive as good as him. We don't do anything as good as them, but we spent some money and got a real crazy wrap. And we went with, shout out to Cairns for Tropical Fridays.
You guys are great fun. Hope you get back out there. Good luck with the rest of it.
Thank you, Tom. Bye.
Outstanding moment of the race for me, that interview, and particularly referencing the supercars going into the cutting.
That was great. Oh, brilliant. He said living the dream. It's clear to see, isn't it? That is a guy high on life for being at Mount Panorama. That's what this place does, and that's what this race allows. That some of the other events here at Mount Panorama are so professional, so high level. They're amazing, but it often just takes away that little privateer factor. The weekend warriors living the dream racing at Mount Panorama. That's what this race enables, and those guys have done a superb job. Certainly for mine, best on ground in terms of presentation and livery. We're going to head to Cairns though. It sounds like it's good fun up there on Fridays. Actually, I've been there. It's pretty good all the time. Great stuff. Terrific interview, and those guys will soldier on. They've just left pit lane. They're back on the racetrack now, so they'll continue to fight and try and get themselves to the finish at the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hour.
But if you're watching either here in Australia on Fox Sport or you're watching further afield on the international stream, that is the essence of what you could be doing. All right, it takes a bit of effort, it takes a bit of organisation, a few logistics. There are plenty of cars that are eligible for this. There are plenty of people who will help you run them. Get yourself here, get yourself a CAMS licence, and make sure you can come and do it. These are those things that you will regret not. If you regret anything in life, regret something you have done, not something that you haven't. And missing out on something like this, if you've got the opportunity to do it, then it's just not worth thinking about. It really isn't. And those guys are living large. What was it that Danny Sullivan once said? Adrenaline, the drug that you can't buy. Well, you know what? You can. And it's called Mount Panorama and the high-tech oils Bathurst 6 hours.
That was a classic interview. Let's do a little bit of housekeeping from some of the stories we've been following. Just an update on the big HSV, Tony Virag, Joe Krinalos and John Bow. That car blew a clutch, so that's why they've not gone out. And we've been talking up your favourite car of the race, John, the 53 Monaro. Unfortunately, they've had a diff pump fail on that car, so that's not a great outcome for those guys. And they're currently 5th in class with Trevor Simons behind the wheel, but they've lost quite a little bit of ground. In fact, they've lost 12 and a half laps of ground, which is a lot in the context of the motor race. So they will soldier on. They're back on the racetrack. That's why they've disappeared from our screens for the last half an hour or so.
Just looking down the top 10, and you might be able to quickly have a look to see if any of these guys have had a penalty. I'm just looking at 7th place, and that number 25.
Bang.
Oh,
blown
dear.
up, sir. That's the 67
That's the Ford.
Ford. It's let go in a very, very big way. It's been a tough day for this team, and it's just got worse. They're limping up the hill.
Right into the cutting.
Yeah, Andrew Medicki behind the wheel. They're 9th outright and looking in pretty good shape in the top 10.
And from underneath the front of the car, there's oil coming out of that. We are seeing external fluids that should be internal in that Ford V8. And this may well bring out a safety car for clear up. He's trying to stay off the racing line, but over the top of the mountain, you really have no option just to keep driving. There's not really even anywhere you can pull that car off without getting round. Huge amount of oil on the right rear of that car. And that is remnant. That's a proper old-fashioned blow-up, that. It's clearly still running, but how the heck it is, I've got no clue. I once remember the only time I've had a road car engine blow up was I had an old Hillman Avenger 1600. I'm sure you had those down here. Plymouth Cricket in the States. And I was cresting a hill in County Durham. And I had an alternator problem. The problem was the alternator fell off because one of the bottom end bearings came out and took the alternator bracket off. Let's head down to the pit lane and to the garage of this Ford. It's not good news, I'm afraid.
George Medicki, heartbreaking stuff here at Bathurst, isn't it?
Yeah, I just put my helmet on, mate. You know, I was getting ready to have a crack at. I was going to triple stint it to the end and see if we could take it to the other boys in the Aussie Muscle down the road there. But yeah, look, I can't see exactly what it is. Obviously, it's not catastrophic because the thing's still running, but it might be past steering or something, and that's certainly going to put us out for a little while.
The car certainly had a big tune-up this year. It was running well. It had good pace over a single lap.
Yeah.
Just a shame it didn't hold in for the whole 6 hours.
Yeah, look, to be honest, yesterday was doing everything I wanted it to do. You know, we were a little heavy. We're 1,900 kilos compared to some of the other cars, but you know, in terms of the way it was handling, the way it was behaving, it was giving me everything I wanted. So I was loving it.
Scott, might just get you to take a step back because we need a big car for this big man because look how he has to stand to do his interviews here. This is ridiculous. I've got nothing.
He's about 18 feet tall, George Medicki.
We need to get a fireproof box for our pit lane reporters to stand on when they're down there. Well, the good news is that Ford has made it to the pit lane. The bad news is, despite George's boyish enthusiasm there, the amount of engine oil that is on the back of that car, and I'm sure it is engine oil, it doesn't smell like diff oil or transmission oil, and there was a lot of it coming out from underneath. George, who has raced Aston Martins for quite a long time as well. In fact, he's got his Aston Martin racing overalls on there. Helps out the boy.
Yeah, they've run a GT4 Aston Martin for a couple of years in Aussie GT with this 12-hour start at the top 10 shootout a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Walsh did that lap. Andrew, famous helmet that has stayed the same since his open wheel career. Very, very good open wheel driver in Gold Star and open wheel competition here in Australia and then into touring cars. Raced with Peter Brock here at Mount Panorama. Ran his own team for quite some time, the OxoCube Sierras, which were very, very fast indeed. And he and George much heavily involved in their dealership group, Port Macquarie, on the coast, and still very successfully enjoying their racing.
So many people loving the interview down at the BMW from here in Australia and further afield. Genuinely inspirational, it's been described as. And the guys in car 34, bunch of enthusiasts who've made it to Bathurst. This is not going to help my endless daydreaming about racing on the mountain one day. And that is exactly correct. And that's why we like talking to those guys. Tim Leahy leads by a lap on Ian Sherrin and Dan Smith in third position in the Mitsubishi number 40. That's the front of the field in A1. But don't forget, we've got David Russell, as an interloper there. He's third overall and leading in Class B at the moment.
And some pretty astute strategic advice coming to the mobile phone at the moment. I mentioned Paul Morris was watching the race. He's one of the best tactical brains in the business when it comes to race strategy, and he's raised the point that I completely agree with, that car 23, their strategy so far has been to cover off car 1 to keep them a lap down.
Yes.
Which is kind of harsh, kind of brutal, but it helps their motor race. So we'll see how that plays out. In the meantime, let's go back to Em.
I am checking in with the guys from the young guys from car number 41, Lachlan and Thomas. You are looking at the engine that was in the car at the start of the race. Lots has happened since then. Take us through it.
Yeah, so Tom started the race and, he was doing a really good job, and then about 30 minutes in, it just had a part failure. So, it was really quite unfortunate, but, it was a car we had in the car park that was, we could take the engine out of, drove the car here. So, it's really cool that we got such an amazing team behind us that have worked so hard to pull the original engine out and, the new one in to try and get some laps and finish the race.
If you get back out there, you guys, Thomas being 17 and you, Lachlan, being 16 years of age, you will be the youngest guys to finish the Bathurst 6 hour. What an amazing feeling that would be.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. It's a pretty big thing to become the youngest to do that. So that's why we're working so hard. The team's awesome, like Lachlan said, to get the car back out there and finish the race and become the youngest.
Good luck, guys. How's that for a Bathurst story? New engine, ready to go in the car. Hope to see you out there soon.
Awesome. Cheers.
The question that Em didn't ask there was, whose was the car in the car park, and did they ask permission? Or is some poor soul going to have to find their own way home on Easter Sunday?
They're not driving home. I'll give you the hot tip. Tim Lay's just thrown away a stack of time. He must have got traffic on that last lap. He lost 5 seconds, 2:38. Played a 2:31 for the Sherrin car, so it's a huge bunch of time lost for our race leader relative to the Sherrins. Of course, car number 1 trying to work their way back on the lead lap. Brian van der Wack has been crunching the numbers in pit lane. Tim Lay's been in the car for 2 hours and 10 minutes. Why is that important? The maximum amount of time any one driver can spend in a car in this race is 3 hours, 30 minutes, 3.5 hours. So they're all working now for 2.5 hours to go to work out who does the final stint. So Berwick Linton has 1 hour and 13 minutes, Tim Lay 2 hours and 10. In car number 1, Grant Sherrin's driven for 1 hour and 9 minutes, Ian's driven 2 hours and 13. So it's not hard to pick who's going to be in the car at the end of the race, given the drivers that have got the most amount of time up their sleeve.
Rubbish on the track flag, the yellow and red being held stationary for pretty much right over the top of the mountain here. That was because of the fluids laid down. It's not always just slippery surface, it could be debris as well, of course, but basically it means there's something on the track that shouldn't be there.
The other thing that's happened in this stint, John, is that the safety car interruptions we've had have pushed this fuel window longer to the end of the race. So by this time, they're working from the end. When is the earliest we can pit to put fuel in the car to get to the checkered flag without stopping again? Bearing in mind, they need to tick the boxes for their 4 compulsory pit stops. 5 if you're the race leader, because of matters we've touched on earlier. But this stint has run longer on fuel than any other because of the safety car interruptions. And bang on cue, in they come. The point I was going to make on that is that right now, a final stop will come right on the very edge of the fuel window to get to the checkered flag, with about an hour and 10, maybe an hour and 5 to go. So this could turn into a fuel race for these cars to get home on economy.
Yeah, and don't forget that 23 car has still got 2 1 minute 30 stops to go after this one. This is their 3rd time down the lane, and they will hold the lead for the moment as they transit down towards their pit, which is right at pit out. It's a long way, and they're slightly uphill right at the end of the pit lane. Now, again, the question here for me is, what is the tactics? There's going to be a driver change. The fuel goes in. They're not hurrying the driver change, which suggests to me they're going to put a new set of MRFs on it.
So what this does is gets the number 1 car back on the lead lap. Now, they're fueled to go a little bit longer in this
About
stint.
10 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. So they'll go a bit deeper into the race, which takes some of the question marks out over their final pit stop later on for their final fuel load to get to the finish. So this race may well come back to the Sherrans a little bit as this goes on, because these guys have to make an extra pit stop.
Really good driver change. It's done, and the fuel's still going in. Maybe there's not going to be tyres.
Yep, there is.
No, they are. I see them running out with the jack. Remember, you're not allowed on board jacks here. 5 wheel studs. Get the guns on the right-hand side. Only 4 people allowed across the wall. They'll work the right-hand side tyres first. Off comes the MRF. Bit of brake dust in there as well. Not heard anybody complaining about brakes this year, Krilsey. It was an issue last year, but the temperatures, something between 7, 8, 9 degrees Celsius, generally speaking, right across the day. A bit chillier than last year, relatively speaking. The right-hand sides have gone on. So this is going to be a 2.5-minute stop at least. They might lose the lead here. They might just lose the lead here if they go for another 2 tyres. No, it's 2 tyres only. Right-hand side MRFs only. I think that's smart, because that will get them out without losing the lead. Where is the second place car? Now on the same lap. All right, they would have had to pit in 10 minutes' time, but they're taking track position. They're taking track position again. I like that call.
Yeah, I am, but I think it's actually hurt them relative to the Sherrans in this overall battle, because remember, they've still got that extra 90 seconds they have to burn somewhere. So that strategy to cover the Sherrans off, to keep them buried, keep them a lap down, and not pit under that last yellow, has actually cost them, because they could have got a free pit stop, remember, under the safety car. Instead, they elected to stay out to keep the Sherran car a lap down rather than let them back on the lead lap.
But what they've done here is that means they've got a pit stop up under green without giving up the lead. So that's what they've been balancing this out. They were hoping that there wasn't going to be a yellow at this point, because they're now what they don't want now is a yellow, so that the Sherran car gets a free pit stop under yellow.
So it's a game of risk at the moment from a strategic point of view. So they've retained the lead, but the margin's going to be about 30, 35 seconds when all this washes out, though the Sherrans are yet to stop, and we expect them in within the next 5 to 10 minutes in the motor race. But yeah, I'm not convinced. I don't think it's helped their cause too much, and it may not cost them, but it could hurt them a little bit later on. With more on that, with the way this race is playing out, let's go down and hear from a man who's just performed an excellent double stint. His name's Tim Lay. He's chatting to Emma.
He absolutely has indeed. Richard Crowe was just talking about your amazing double stints. What's the plan? Are we going to see you jump in the car again for the end of the race?
I didn't realise I double stinted. That's why I'm a bit thirsty then. Yeah, I think we should have stopped under that safety car. But I think there was an argument going on between me and Berwick whether we stopped or not. So we didn't stop. But anyway, it's I think we're okay. But yeah, we'll just see how we go. So far so good.
Good luck, Tim. Mark?
Well, there's dramas down here at the VW pits. They've sheared a wheel stud. You can see there should be 5. There's only 4. So they've just bolted a new wheel on. I'm not sure if they're going to send it back into the pit bay to do some work on it. Yep, they're backing it up now. They're going to pull it into the bunker. Great shame here for the Luff-Keyless Keen VW. They're going to have some extensive repairs down here to fit a new hub.
Thanks, guys. Down in the pit lane. So Tim Lee agrees with you, and they should have stopped. I think you're right. I think having not done that, they've done the right thing and gone long. Here's the issue for the 23. And stay with me for this, Krilsey, because I think I've got this right in my own head. But then again, I've said that many times before. Round about 2 hours and 30 minutes to go when that car rolled out. If you accept they can do 1 hour and 10 minutes. Yep. So they have Berwick in the car for an hour and 10 minutes. That takes them to an hour and 40 minutes to go. They can't go an hour and 40 minutes on 1 tank of fuel, and they can't go an hour and 40 minutes without making another 90-second fuel stop, because they've still got 1 to go after they make their next one.
Correct.
So what they want now is a yellow flag just after Ian Sherrin pits.
Yeah, the motor racing gods will need to look after them. What they can do, though, on that philosophy, is put Tim Lay into the end, because he's completed 2 hours and 16 minutes. So
Right.
remember, 3.5 hours is the maximum.
Wow.
So they've got a window for Tim Lay
So
to
they can
drive
put
to
him
the end.
almost in for a full stint if they can get the car to the right area and having completed those 5 compulsory pit stops. And remember, you can't do the compulsory pit stop in the last half hour of the race. So there's no hope of that 23 car going in and then doing their pit stop with 10, 15 minutes to go. It's got to be. So the other thing that they could do is do a timed fuel stop and take that car out of the run that they're doing and not do an hour and 10 minutes.
Well, actually, I'll correct myself, because I got my numbers wrong, because Tim's going to have an hour and 15. I was working on an hour and 45.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to race, I think, to driver time at some point.
Yes, correct.
If the stars don't align with safety car. Very interesting.
B-class has been really dominated by the 21 car, been up in the top 3 all day. It's the second of the Sherrin-sponsored cars, the BMW. David Russell behind the wheel of that car at the moment. He's still holding on to 3rd position. And he's about 90 seconds away from 2nd place at the moment. Now, clearly doesn't have the speed of the 2 BMWs ahead of it, but they have played the compulsory pit stop game, and they're done.
They had a drive-through as well, car 21.
Sorry.
So
yeah, okay.
They've got 2 of their compulsory stops out of the way.
So they have got 2 more to do. So, again, they're in a bit of an odd situation at the moment. So, incredibly, the number 1 car, with 3 of their stops done, are in the best position in terms of compulsory pit stops. Because if they come in 10 minutes' time, they'll have 1 more compulsory pit stop, and then they can do the splash at the end if they need it, which they will do. They've got a timed fuel stop close to the end. This is like a handicap race that is still playing out at the front of the field.
Well, and these guys are in a similar position. So they've been going for 19 laps since their last stop. So they're going to push on quite a bit longer. I imagine they'll put Jeff Russell back in the car for another stint, and then David will be good to go on driving time for that long second to last stint. So their last stop will come probably close to being within the final hour of the race. Plug David Russell back in and burn hard to the end. They won't have any fuel concerns, any driver time concerns. So I like what 21's doing. They are absolutely a shot at an outright podium here. If anything happens to trip up 23 or 1 that are 1st and 2nd at the moment, then it could be even better.
Slow-moving Hyundai on the mountain. And
class leader.
It is the class leader. And that car is very slow indeed, coming to Forrest's elbow. And that was... Oh, is he back up to speed now? Surely he just wasn't trying to keep out the way. Maybe he was. That looked like big drama as the battling cars were coming through behind him.
It's getting word through from pit lane. So car 1's been in.
Yep.
But word is that their total time was only 83 seconds. We'll confirm this for you.
Well,
it shouldn't be. It needs to be 90, minute 30. If it is, they'll be penalised.
Correct.
It'll be a big penalty too, and that'll shoot down their race completely.
Yeah, Scott Fitzsimmons says, quick stop from the number 1. Splash of fuel, driver change, no tyres. So if they've miscalculated that is a huge turning point.
And the rules state you're not allowed to do those discretionary stops until you've ticked off all of your compulsory pit stops.
Yeah, correct. They've been down the lane 4 times. But one of those was a drive-through, wasn't it?
Yeah, we'll confirm that for you. But multiple reports of that team being beneath the window on pit stop time. Race control will be all over it. They monitor it very, very closely. Another twist in the plot of this motor race.
And it still has 2 hours and 24 minutes to go. The team are live trackside, and we'll stay with this right through to the checkered flag and beyond. No breaks, either here in Australia on the Fox Sports Network of channels, or indeed on the international stream, wherever you're watching and listening. I know there are some of you listening on the audio feed as well, moving around with not the ability to watch the pictures, keeping up to date with what's going on. Thank you for spending some of your Easter Sunday with us here at the High Tech Olds Bathurst 6 hours. This one has still got a few twists and turns to play out. The 66 Subaru had its woes early on, but he's back out and running around in 26th position at the moment. It, laps off the pace for Dimitri Agathos and the Nova Employment full gas racing car. Good to see that car back out again. Any slips, you know, positions will disappear very quickly indeed in the top 10. Class positions as well. The BMW, by the way, that had its problems and got stuck in the sand trap coming into the pits. That's the 34 car that many of you have now taken to with the tropical fruit livery is I think what we've decided we're going to call it. That car's back out and running round. So those guys are living the Bathurst dream. Cooper Murray leads Class D. Remember, earlier on, it was the Integra that was leading, the 47 car. Cooper Murray now leads that class from the number 19 Toyota in second position. And the Toyotas now with the Class 2 themselves. Cooper in the 95 car.
Cooper's a member of the Porsche Junior Driver team here in Australia, racing in Porsche Pace Carrera Cup Australia. He is a terrific young driver. Runner-up in GT3 Cup Challenge last year. Fast guy, still a teenager from Melbourne. Quietly spoken, yet quietly confident young man. And he's got a bright future ahead of him, so going very well in the class lead. We saw, of course, the dramas for the Honda Integra. We saw the dramas earlier for the teenagers, Tommy Sargent. We heard about the engine change for that team. So there's a bit of drama rolling around in the Sharon paddock. Let's find out a little bit more from Emma, who's busy at that end of pit lane.
It is very busy down here indeed, and in Sharon they're telling us that that last stop will not be counted as a compulsory pit stop. Unfortunate for you guys, you just got out of the car. How are you feeling? How are the track conditions?
Yeah, no, I'm feeling pretty good. It was pretty hot out there, so yeah, look, I mean, we decided to, you know, we thought we were going to have to do an extra stop later in the race as a splash and dash and a discretionary stop. So we thought, well, let's take it now, get back in front of the Linton crew. Hopefully we get a safety car, come back around on top of them. So it's all about getting back on that lead lap. So we know we have to do it later on in the race, so we might as well do it now and put ourselves there.
Great, thanks Ian, good luck.
Thank you.
Crailsey's got the rule book out. Crailsey has got the rule book out, ladies and gentlemen. Sit down and be prepared to be informed.
Well, in the regulations for the race, 3.11.7 discretionary pit stops. If a discretionary pit stop is required, for example, for a flat tire, mechanical issue and or loose bodywork, then the CPS rule and penalties don't apply. No refueling, driver change and or servicing of the vehicle may be undertaken. If refueling, driver change and or servicing is undertaken, then the pit stop will be considered a CPS and the CPS rule and penalties apply. So what that means is, and we're waiting on confirmation that they took longer than 90 seconds. The reports are that they took 83. If they did, that's
Slam
a penalty.
dunk.
They will be penalised a drive-through.
Just a drive-through?
Yeah, it's a drive-through penalty for a first offence, correct.
Right, okay. They think they were allowed to do a discretionary pit stop before they'd burned all of their compulsory pit stops. And I read that rule, all of that section, earlier on this week when I was relaxing at Ridges, and it is quite clear to me that you have to do all of your compulsory pit stops before you can take a discretionary one, unless it's for what you've described, which I would say is, in parlance from other series, emergency service.
Yeah, which that clearly wasn't, because that was a strategic play to keep them on the lead lap. And we're working on an assumption here that on reports that it was 83 seconds and not the 90 as required. It's on the same page of the rulebook, 3.11.5.2. Once the minimum number of CPS, compulsory pit stops, have been completed by the vehicle, any further pit stops, either for refueling or servicing, the minimum pit stop time does not apply, and the pit lane transit time is free. So if you've completed your 4 compulsory stops and you pit with 40 minutes to go in the race to put 10 seconds of fuel in, no problems. You don't need to worry about that minute and 30 in pit lane. But my understanding of the rules is that if that stop wasn't 90 seconds, they're in breach and they'll be penalised.
They've done well to do the driver change in under 90 seconds, to be honest. That's motoring along a little bit to refill the car. The other point there that I would make is quite clearly in that interview with Emma, they felt they were doing a discretionary stop.
Yet the rules say that you cannot do a discretionary stop until you've completed your compulsory pit
Answers on a
stops.
postcard, please, to #B6HR. What do you think? By the way, absolutely cracking debate on Twitter about what other small engine cars other than the Suzuki Swift. It started as that, and it became, can the 5th event at Bathurst be a sub 2 litre non-turbocharged 24-hour race? And now, of course, we've got suggestions of what cars need to be in there, including a K-class from Japan, the tiny little cars that are normally sub 1 litre. So that has started with people asking to see the Suzuki Swift a couple of hours ago, has turned into a whole event here at Bathurst. At the moment, it's a virtual event, but you never know. James O'Brien, he likes to listen. Listen to the Vox Popular, and he may well be, even as we speak, planning a presentation to Bathurst Regional Council about this mythical at the moment 5th event here at Bathurst and Mount Panorama.
We just saw rolling into pit lane the number 8 car from Class C, so they were the leader, Charlie Sinisi behind the wheel. That was the car that we saw limping down Conrod Straight. Here's car 7, Frank Mammarella behind the wheel, currently in 2nd place at the moment, 21 seconds behind the number 89 car, which leads the way. That's the BMW M3 E36 with Jake Williams and Rodney Straight behind the wheel.
Got a report of a car off at turn 1, the 72 Impreza. Is on the outside of turn 1. Sorry, there's a giggle there because the organisers' office is within sight of our booth as the 14 goes through. Let's have a look and see if there is anybody there. No, that's clear now. So if that was a problem for the 72, it's moved on. James O'Brien just giving us a bit of a hard stare.
Us? You were talking about it. I'm absolving myself of this conversation. Let's talk about car racing, because in 3rd place, David Russell has just rolled the number 21 car into the lane. So this is right in their wheelhouse to go to the end. This will be their 3rd compulsory pit stop of 90 seconds or more. Transit time and stop time included. They've dropped down to 4th place, but that's okay. So they'll stop now. They'll fill the car up. They'll go for another hour and 5, 10, 15, depending on how their driver time strategy plays out. And they'll pit again with more or less an hour to go in the motor race for their final stop. Time to perfection, race to the end. So car 21, for mine, the first one to have all their cards on the table to play out how their race is going to evolve.
And the crucial point there that Richard is making is they've done their 4 compulsory pit stops. So that last stop...
No, they haven't. This
is
their penultimate one.
Yes,
you keep
sorry.
forgetting those drive-through penalties, John.
Listen, the last time I was at a racetrack, I was driving. So as a driver, you always forget the penalties. They've got one more 90-second stop to do. But that's actually right in the wheelhouse, as you correctly say.
For the record, 3 hours and 44 into the race before you mentioned that you drove a couple of weeks ago at Donington.
No.
Your self-restraint is admirable.
It informs what I do in the booth. Is all I'm saying. I tell you what, it's given me a new respect for the guys who race the radicals round here at various times of the year. My goodness me, those guys are a different breed. So, what we got? 2 hours 14 minutes to go, and Linton still leads. Barry Linton leads by just under a minute and 50 seconds, but with still plenty to play out. So, again, I'll make the point, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are around the world, either watching live on the Fox Sports Network here in Australia, or on the stream, or listening via the Radio Show Limited network of channels, of audio channels around the world. This is not over. This number 1 car going through the first corner now and heading up Mountain Straight, sitting just on the end of the lead lap, or just away from being a lap down. 1 minute and 47 seconds between first and second, so on the lead lap, but barely tenths and half seconds here from lap to lap. This is about managing the traffic, managing the tyres, and having something left, I would suggest, Creelsey, after you've done your last pit stop.
So the way this is playing out, the race leader has 2 compulsory pit stops yet to make. The number 1 car, we believe, has 2 to make, but we're still seeking clarification over that final scenario of what's happened before. hopefully our next man can shed some light over all this crazy strategy scenario. Let's go down to the High-Tech Bathurst 6-hour hub and say good day to Brian Vanderwacker. Can you tell us what's going on, please? Because it's all a bit confusing for us up here in the commentary box.
All right, well, let me say this first. If you can understand my writing, then that's the start. But we'll try and break it down for you here at the moment. So car number 23, keeping in mind they need to do, look out, we're about to get, watch this, Tim Lay's actually just out of Charlotte. Tim, come in here, mate. Actually, just quickly, I'll bump it on you. You've got the power road, mate. You've got the sandwiches as well.
Go buy my own lunch.
I've got to say, you've actually got to you've got to jump in the car with 4 hours, 46 minutes. That's an hour and 14 to go. There we go.
No.
There we go. Hold on, we've still got it. With an hour and 14 to go. But you've only done 3 of your 5 stops, so you've got to do 2 short stints, I should say, at the end.
Yeah, well, we should have stopped under the safety car before, but anyway, I don't know what happened there. But mate, it's still a bit to go, so we'll just see what happens. But yes, if it runs green, we're probably in a bit of strife. But anyway, we'll see how it goes. They're production cars, mate. You know, they change from 1 minute to the next, so we'll see what happens.
They do. There we go. So Tim Lay's got a bombshelled our little thing that we've got going here. So hopefully we don't lose it this time. But what I was explaining. Pit stop 1, done it an hour and 13. Pit stop 2, an hour and 53. Pit stop 3 that we've just seen, 3 hours and 26 minutes. Now, Tim Lay, like I was mentioning to him a moment ago, he's done 2 hours and 16 minutes in the car. That means his critical stop next is going to be at 4 hours and 46 minutes. However, as you mentioned, Richard, they've only done 3 of their 5 stops. And I've just spoken to their team manager. What they're going to do is they're going to work to this window, 4 hours and 46 minutes, put Tim back in the car, but they're still going to have to try and take the opportunity of a safety car late in this race to do that 5th compulsory pit stop. Car number 1. Now, we know, of course, there's a bit of a question mark around here, but check out these numbers. They've mirrored each other throughout this race. Backing up Paul Morris's point, in fact, 25 laps, an hour and 9 minutes, 42 laps, 2 hours and 3 minutes, 72 laps, 3 hours and 26. Funnily enough, their driver time is basically the same. So Ian Sherrod just jumped out of the car. He's done 2 hours and 17 minutes so far. That means their critical time number to get to the end of the race is going to be 4 hours and 47 minutes. But keeping in mind, there's a question mark over this 3rd compulsory pit stop. However, if that 3rd compulsory pit stop wipes, then both these 2 leading cars will still have to do 2 short stops at the back end of this race. It's anyone's game right now.
And you've made the perfect point, Brian, there, because the other part of that is if there's a penalty on that one car, then he's going to have to come down the pit lane and not take service. And that's going to add another 30-odd seconds, Brian, to that number 1 car.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think if you've still got me here, boys, what I'm going to do for you next is, because the cars, in fact, behind cars 23 and car number 1 are on a different strategy. So in terms of fuel numbers, they've got a little bit more margin to play. But again, I'm just going to figure out the driving times at the moment. That might again be their limiting factor. But some of those teams, of course, have got 3 driver combinations. So a couple of different things to point out for those guys shortly.
And Brian, the other thing to look at, we touched on it in the broadcast, that the Jeff Russell, David Russell car, they're on a sort of different race altogether, aren't they? Because they've now got a pretty clear run to the finish in terms of both their driver time and their fuel and pit stop strategy.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So keeping in mind at the early point of the race, when everyone pitted underneath a safety car, they actually decided to stay out. So basically what that means, if they've extended their windows throughout the course of the day, again, giving them that flexibility towards the back half of the day. They're looking really good. One car that I'm going to focus on very, very shortly, who I think's even in a better spot right now for a possible short stint at the end, is car number 68. Leading to this point at the moment, they'd actually completed 3 of their 4 compulsory pit stops, so surely they'll do number 4. And what that means is they don't have to worry about this whole minute 30 at the back end of the race. They can do a short stint and get home. So for my mind, watch car number 68 shortly.
Well, we could, Brian, but as far as our timing monitor is showing, they've been sitting in pit lane for 6 minutes. So I'm wondering if they've got some dramas.
That would explain it.
It would, wouldn't it? Thank you very much. Excellent work down there, clearing up sort of this quite complicated strategic scenario that we're working to in this race.
It makes a difference when you see it written down, doesn't it? I really think it does. There's the 68 car in the pit lane, the Aussie Driver Search CXC machine, and that car, which was looking pretty good, has now been stationary for 6 minutes. They have taken the decision not to put it into the garage, and they're working on it at the pit lane, which means only 4 people. Jack, I'd like to see that. I'd like to see some jack stands underneath there with the guys working underneath the engine. It might just be, is it just the engine cover underneath, or is it something more substantial? Stanshot is certainly looking to try and refasten something on there. It's Mark Walker's at end of the pit lane, and he's watching on as well, heart in mouth, I'm sure, watching those guys. Is it tie wraps and a bit of hope down there, Mark?
Yeah, they're saying it's lost turbo boost. It looks like it blew a hose off there, so big dramas from this team. Thomas and Austin, they were doing so well, but this is a massive delay for them.
It's taken them out of any chance of a podium finish in A1 there.
We spoke to Dylan Thomas earlier in the week, and this team's run an Evo 10, the later model car, for the last couple of years, and they've always been spectacularly fast, but always been quite unreliable, to be fair to that team. And they've had all kinds of dramas, and Dylan said, we're running the older car because it's a safer bet to get to the end. Well, slightly infamous words, perhaps, but he said he couldn't bear to see the Evo 10 blow up again, so they ran the older car. But if that's a turbo, that's a massive issue.
Oh, I can't believe that. Yeah. That is the racing gods just really kicking you when you're down, isn't it?
It's a thing, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Here's Jeff Russell, 6th outright, still leading Class B. Behind him is Nathan Callahan, who's in the A2 leading car. He's got a 2-lap margin over the Graham Muir Commodore further back, 7th and 11th respectively. This car leads Class B. They've got a 3-lap margin over car 48, which is the Bensley and Gore car that's been going along pretty nicely. Walsh currently in 3rd place in class. Frank Mamarella continues to lead the way. It's a 1-2 for the Hyundais. They're not very far apart on the road either. In 14th and 15th outright in Class C. Cooper Murray on top by a lap now in Class D. And Toyota leads the way, and Andrew McMaster's behind the wheel of the Mazda in Class E, the leader. And less than a lap though, it's still a close battle between themselves and your favourite Suzuki Swift that's currently running second. They're 21st and 23rd outright, by the way.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty stout performance for those guys who just keep on keeping on and preserving throughout this motor race.
So they could end up halfway up the field, so 50% of the field behind them, which wouldn't necessarily be the worst result for those guys. Starting to count down towards the last third of this race with just over 2 hours to go, and 3 hours 54 minutes down into the pit lane for the 73 Milton Fencing and Gates Commodore, the mostly white car. And that looks like a fairly standard stop for one, just bleeding a little bit of pressure out of the MRF tyres. The weather has held off, but my goodness, if you look back down towards Murray's, the final corner, it's threatening over there. It looks like the end of days type scenario in the skies as the clouds are gathering over there. But it's held off. It hasn't come any closer to Mount Panorama and to Bathurst this weekend. The guests on the balconies at Ridges having a cracking view of what's going on down through the chase and down towards that final corner. I should mention that Bathurst is worth a visit at any time of the year. The Australian National Motor Museum here. And I know people are going to say, well, I've been there, I've seen that. Well, they're having special exhibitions now, and so the exhibit's changing all the time, some themed stuff going on in there as well. So it's worth coming back and having another look, and that's within walking distance of Ridges, of course, as is the track here.
Just on the weather, 24.4 degrees at the moment, bright sunshine at this point in the race, so give a bit of UV into the track, a bit more track temperature. It's been overcast for much of today. For the first time, it must be said, in a week here in Bathurst, the weather has been absolutely spectacular. Relative humidity's dropped since the start of the race, about 10%. The wind's just swung around from the west as well. All the weather that there is coming from the east at the moment. So at the moment, that 40% chance of late storms remains very much a chance only.
So the pit stops continue. These will be penultimate stops for all of these guys. Richard Krill and John Hindhaugh in the B. BMW M Coupe. Brad Woods and Hadrian Morrill. Hadrian was mighty on the brakes early on. That car has had a bit of an up and down day, but sits in 8th position. And that is going to be 6th in class, A1. 5 stud wheels on that car as well. And with 2 hours and 3, they've got a short stop at the end for those guys. They're going to have about 50 minutes at the end, unless they split it halfway, which they could do. They could go an hour and an hour and just put slightly less fuel in each time. And that's not the worst thing to do when you get to this stage of the race. Start to think about splitting the race into manageable chunks. The advantage that they've got is that they can go about another hour and 10 minutes, so if they want to stretch that window, they still can.
Team that finished second in the race last year, that run by Mike Cars Australia. Ryan McLeod's always got a strategic bit of guru-ness up his sleeve to pull out as the race evolves.
Great Australian success story, Mark Cars.
It is terrific. 8 of them racing here in the production sports car.
Yeah, called that earlier on.
Races on the program. So there's our race leader, Beric Linton. The margin is 1:50 to Grant Sherrin. No further news at this point on that pit stop. It's all died down a little bit. And the procedure is that if there was a infringement in pit lane, timing would notify that. So timing keep a record of all those stops. They would then notify race control. That would then set the process in motion. So the reports that we had around the area that stop wasn't 90 seconds are reports. Timing will be the ones to be the arbiters of that. We'll wait for official confirmation from them. As it stands, we can only assume that counted as a compulsory stop, despite what Grant was saying, Ian was saying in the pit stop. Let's go down the lane. Here's Mark Walker.
Well, McLeod, another busy weekend at Bathurst.
Yeah, it's been a busy weekend, but you know, we love coming racing here, so it's a lovely time of year and it's a great place to race. And this is a great race.
Last year, the strategy played out perfectly for you guys. How's it looking this time around?
Yeah, the strategy's not quite on our side. We got caught out with a bit of a tyre problem on the right front, which we've had to jump over, but you got to err on the safe side a little bit. We've got Brad this year, and the boys have done an excellent job. We had an aim of getting in the top 10 with this car, and they're running in there at the moment. And, you know, it's still 2 and a bit hours to go, so plenty of stuff can happen yet. 2 hours to go last year, we actually weren't looking a whole heap stronger than this, so and we nearly got the top step. So we'll just see what happens. We'll get back over there and get our calculators and notepads and stuff going and see what we can pull out of it.
Well, get to work.
Yeah, good on you, thanks.
66 into the pit lane, that Nova Enterprises car, that's the Subaru. Shout out for the cars that were just coming around behind that as well, at least one of them, the Hyundai's, about to take another lap by the 40 Mitsubishi, which qualified on the front row, remember that, orange, black and white Evo. Hyundai's well inside the top 20, both of them at the moment, and not beyond the bounds of possibility. With a bit of attrition, they could be knocking on the door of the top 10 in a couple of hours' time, and that remarkable for a couple of reasons. First, not least because of which class they're in and how many good cars, much faster cars there were ahead of them in terms of performance, but also they're brand new cars, and to come out to the mountain and have the strife that they've had early on the week, particularly with that 8 car, and pull out this kind of run, I think they'll be quietly happy with that right now.
You know, I couldn't agree with you more. A really impressive job, and only a couple of race meetings under their belt to develop those cars before this weekend, including the opening round of the Australian Production Car Series, which is at Sydney Motorsport Park, not all that far down the highway back towards Sydney. So really impressive stuff, and currently 12th and 15th outright, first and second in class. The only 2-car team in the same class. The Sherrins, of course, have got hedging their bets between Class A1 and Class B. They're currently 2nd and 6th, respectively, in the outright leaderboard in this race. No, I agree. Remarkable stuff. And given that after practice 1, the team was even hesitant as to whether car 8 would be repaired. They weren't sure if they were even going to do the job, if it wasn't going to be safe for them to go out there. But in true,
which is sensible.
Yeah, true Bathurst tradition, the miracle overnight repair job has worked a treat.
Been a few of those this year.
In the history of this place, in every race, irrespective of time of year, and they're doing a really nice job to continue to pan around.
All right, at the front of the field, would you rather be the 23 team, the 1 team, or the 40 team at the moment? The 40 team, now they haven't had a penalty, and they have done 3 of their 4 stops.
They've done the SR71 Blackbird approach to this. I was going to say fly under the radar. They flew above the radar and too fast for it, but they've just been cruising around under the radar in 3rd place really well positioned, and Jordan Cox has still got some driving to do.
Correct.
So their fastest driver will be in that car right to the very end, which we will imagine will be near as makes no difference, a double stint, and they've got a stop to go. So they're right on window here, I think. Maybe a quick fuel stop at the end, but with their fastest driver in, they could be a dark horse for a really strong result. Em?
Yeah, guys, I know you were questioning a bit earlier the Sherrans and that pit stop, whether they're going to get a penalty for a short stop, but they are allowed the discretionary stop, so that's counted as one of those. Just caught up with Ian Sherran. Krause, I know that you're pulling out your rule book as I talk through this.
Sorry, did you say it was going to be counted, Em, or it wasn't going to be counted?
It's going to be a discretionary stop, so no, it won't be one of their compulsory pit stops. It won't be a compulsory pit stop, so no penalty.
Okay, the reason we raise that point is that by my reading of the rules, you have to have completed your compulsory stops before that. So I'll dive back into the sporting regulations and we'll come back to that.
Okay.
Nice job, Em. Good pickup.
Drive through will absolutely take them out of contention there. All right, we're down under 2 hours to go, inside the last third of the race. Anything can still happen, and probably will. So here's the Ridges top 10. Let's just give you the positions at the moment without editorial, other than to say Berwick Linton in the BMW number 23 that was on pole position is leading. Right from the back of the grid, the number 1, the Sherrans BMW M4, newest version of that car, the F82 is in second at about 1 minute and 50 of a deficit. In third position, it is actually the 25 car. So they've just swapped around in the last couple of or 3 moments, and that's because I see the 40 cars come into the pit lane since we generated that caption. Okay, that's fine. So 40 and 25, with the 40 car having just made its pit stop. Daniel Smith coming in with 2 hours to go. Been a great run for the Mitsubishi number 14, well inside the top 10 for most of the race. Jeff Russell leads Class B in 6th position. There's another class leader in 7th. That's the big engine at Holden, the A2 car for the big cars without forced induction. And our Class D leader also in the mix in the top 10. The Class D Toyota 86 in the top 10. Thank you very much for that on the Ridges top 10. The Newton Batteries class leaders there. Well, we've talked about most of those, but what about Class C? That's the Hyundai. That sits in the 15th position overall at the moment. Frank Mamarella behind the wheel. Cooper Murray, we've talked about the top 10, so that leaves the Mazda 3 SP25, the number 2 car that's been leading for a very long time. The Suzuki is second in that category. Those are your Newton Power battery highlights. Been a cracking last hour. Not necessarily wheel-to-wheel racing, but the strategy has been playing with the 2 BMWs at the front of the field. There was more than a lap. It's come down below that now, depending on where the pit stops have lain and the way the guys have been playing it. Not without incident and accident, though. It's Bathurst, what do you think? But we've kept it pretty clean in terms of the safety cars. The Toyota's going very well indeed and climbing up their categories. In Class A, the 66 Subaru has been in and out the pits rather too many times, but did get a decent run going. But it's still been the story at the front of the field. The Sherran BMW, which started dead last, fighting its way through, and the 2 BMs at the front really just covering each other off. Sherran's with another bullet in the gun in terms of a class win, with the 21 car sitting pretty in Class B at the moment and inside the top 6.
It's been compelling stuff, and this pit stop for the 40 car right on our schedule, by the way, so patting the back to Brian for picking that too, and they're really good in the wheelhouse to go to the end with one more stop with their fastest driver, and their final stop should be a timed fuel stop based on fuel, not on a compulsory window. Class battles, as always at Mount Panorama, were furious. There was so much going on, and those little Hyundai i30Ns continue to punch away well above their weight, looking in really good shape. And at one point running 1 and 2 in Class C, which as always is a fiercely competitive battle.
So Krelzy, you've been flicking through, figuratively speaking, the rule book. Have you got any clarity on what happens if you take a discretionary before you've burned your
compulsory stops.
I can only go back to the rule in the sporting supplementary regulations for this event that I pointed out when we were questioning this in the first place, that 3.11.7, it's on page 25 if you're playing at home. If refuelling, driver change and or servicing of the vehicle is undertaken, then the pit stop will be considered a CPS, and the CPS rule and penalties applied. And that follows on from saying that you cannot do a discretionary stop until you've completed your CPS stop. I'm a little bit confused. Well, it's in race control's hands now, but by the reading of the rules and those of our team who have been burning through bandwidth on the sporting regulations agree with us as well. So it's an interesting one. We'll follow that as the race evolves.
But we've got at least one thing that we've got cleared up is that has been counted as a discretionary stop, so it can't have been 90 seconds. So in that point, and certainly we heard that from the interview.
Yeah, but that's not the point though, because the point is that you're not allowed to do a discretionary stop until you've ticked the CPSs by our reading of the rules. Anyway,
and that car, can I just remind everybody, that car did have a drive-through, so it's been down the pit lane 4 times.
What it means now is that the 2 cars, irrespective of what happens here, because if they get pinged for that, it's a drive-through penalty, so throw away 32 seconds. It just means that 23 and 1 have now got 2 compulsory stops to complete.
Yeah.
The other trick in the book with this, by the way, just to throw another rule at you, is that the CPS window closes 30 minutes before the end of the race. So they'll need to get those stops done within that final hour and a half, or final hour before the final half an hour of the race. So I didn't say that quite as clearly as I had intended, but you get where I'm going with it. So yeah, it's a really interesting scenario. So 2 pit stops left with our 2 leaders. They're a minute and 54 apart. If we get a safety car, it just changes the game completely.
But by the way, the number 40 Mitsubishi, and I can't wait to see Brian's high-tech oils hub report next time around. Jordan Cox is now in that car. Now, can he go to the end with an hour and 51 to go?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so we've got the internet sensation, Jordan Cox, behind the wheel of that car. And that car, by my reckoning, has done all of its compulsory stops. So if it stops again, it could... Mark Walker is down in the pit lane. Bring us some sanity, Mark, before we disappear.
Jaden O'Jade has just jumped aboard BMW number 25. Rear brake pad change on that car. So something we didn't expect, something we haven't seen a lot of, but they've got the roto brake pads out and they're doing rear brake pads on this BMW.
First time I think we've seen a brake change in the high-tech old Bathurst 6 hours this year, as we count down inside the last 2 hours of the race. Now, these are production-based brakes as well, so they're not as easy to change as full race setups. They don't have the dry brake kits where you can pull the calipers off. So this is old school, and you've got to do this with the spreaders and also got to have gloves on. Even on the back brakes, they'll be quite warm there. You drag the brake quite a bit round here, even on a rear-wheel drive car, depending on how much you use your left foot to brake. That car getting that done in the pit lane, so they must feel as though they're fairly confident in that number 25 car. Now, Ian Salteri brought that car in, and it was battling right at the sharp end, maybe just outside the fight for the A1 podium, but not that far outside, Crailsey.
No, I agree with you. They've run a really nice race, this combination. This will set them back a little bit. They've already been stationary for 4.5 minutes. Actually, 5 minutes now, just ticking over. Just trying to work out those pads. The rear of this car. It's a lengthy stop. They're going to lose a couple of laps in this scenario, and they'll have to hope that some of their rivals around them need a pad change as well, just to bring them back into the mix. Irrespective, they're still in the 10. They've got a couple of lap buffer from 8th place down to 9th. There's 3 laps, because 9th is the Class D leader. Cooper Murray doing an outstanding job, as you touched on just before.
Brilliant race, that
in
is.
the Toyota 86. So young Cooper's dragged that thing up towards the front of the field. So they'll drop to 8th, I would have thought, through this pad change, but still a pretty stout result. And bearing in mind, there's still an hour and 49 to go in this race. The big story now is Jordan Cox. He's on screen. He's going down Conrod Straight. He's heading down to the kink at the chase. He's got a pit stop up his sleeve to the rivals. Now, he is almost 2 laps off the lead of this race, but he'll get some of that back for free when the 2 BMWs make either one of their remaining stops. So while an outright victory perhaps out of the equation at this point on strategy, certainly a cheeky podium finish very much on the cards for this car based on where they're going. And he's just punched out his personal best middle sector of the motor race. by the way, in car 40. The Evos are so good across the top of Mount Panorama. They are 2 seconds at least quicker than the BMWs between the cutting and forest elbow. Four-wheel drive traction, all that mid-corner speed and grip that these cars have got. They don't slide as much as the big heavy BMWs. They don't use their tyres as much. They've got so much advantage in that area.
The other thing that they have the advantage, Grailsey, is cutting through traffic. We've seen, haven't we, on a number of occasions, they've been able to tighten their line through the corner and still get the punch that the all-wheel drive gives them, and that is huge when you go through traffic. So the time lost through traffic is mitigated by that all-wheel drive. We've got an hour and 50, well, call it an hour and 48 minutes still to go. Emma is still patrolling the pit lane for us.
I am indeed. And Rick Shaw, you just haven't had the best of luck today. Not a great start from get-go, really.
No, not really. Look, actually, the first stint I was lucky to do and the car went faultlessly. The team have done a great job to get the car here. We prepared it at the last minute, so it was sort of one of those last-minute dashes to get here. We've got here, the car's run really well, and then unfortunately we've had a gearbox issue. Brand new gearbox rebuilt, but this is sort of what happens with motor racing, and it's Bathurst, and that's what Bathurst throws at you. So the crew have got in there, burnt their fingers, pulled it out in record time. We've got the car back out there, and now we've got a new up-and-coming driver, Lachlan O'Hara. First time here at Bathurst, he's out there in the car doing an absolutely sensational job. And I take my hat off to him. He's going round and round and round, and I guess he's soaking up the whole atmosphere and enjoying himself. Car's going great. All we've got to do now is keep putting fuel in it, get to the end.
And a great shout out to the crew too for getting that car out there. Well done.
Yeah, well done to my guys. Absolutely, thank you.
Yeah, justifiably proud, Rick Shaw. He's been here plenty of time. 24-hour race in 02, 03 through various iterations of the 12-hour. Now the 6 in the mighty RX-8, continuing to chip away. Well done. Big supporter of the motor racing industry in Australia and very successful at it as well. There is car number 35. It's currently last in class with Lachlan O'Hara behind the wheel, but still to get to the finish in this race is such a big accomplishment, given so challenging, so hard, and so many things get thrown the way of these teams and drivers. An hour and 46 to go in this one. Lots to play out. And the race just settling down into a rhythm at the moment, but stick with it. There is so much more to go and so much unpredictability in terms of the strategy between these leading BMWs. And I still in the back of my mind feel like the race is just going to come back to car number 1 as this day evolves.
That would be a story, wouldn't it? Back of the grid to the front.
I'd like to point out, the last 2 days here have been perfection weather-wise. We've had crisp blue skies, and as the sun sets, it's quite spectacular. Today, it will be shrouded in cloud, and by the time this race finishes at 5:30 local time, it will be reasonably dark. It will be twilight.
It will be beyond gloaming into twilight.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
So it will be lights on. That's just another variable to throw at these drivers who will be all out on their feet after a tough day at the office.
Well, we have to finish the XL race a bit early yesterday, and that was sort of that time.
Yeah, that finished about 5:45. It was very late, but this will finish early. Yeah, just another variable to throw at these teams and drivers in the high-tech order of Bathurst 6 hour. That's why we love it. This has been a good race. I've really enjoyed how this has played out, the various permutations of strategy. The class battles have been good. We've had that hard racing, and the classes, let's talk about them. Here's the leader in A2. If you're unfamiliar with how the classes work, A1 is for extreme performance forced induction, so turbo or supercharged. A2 for normally aspirated cars. So breathing without any assistance, and we love them. That's part of the culture in Australia, isn't it? Big V8s at Mount Panorama. This car leading A2, Nathan Callaghan behind the wheel. They've got almost 4 laps on their closest rival, which is the Hodgson number 18 car.
And they were in the top 4 at one stage earlier on. They got the wrong side of the first safety car, which dropped them a lap or 2. And at that point, they were looking even stronger.
And there's actually a battle for the final step on the podium emerging there, because Anthony Gilbertson has dragged that car after their trip in the sand early at the start of the race and stalling, not moving away on the rolling start. They've dragged it back into 3rd place, and they're only they're about 20 seconds behind Hodgson in 2nd in A2.
In Class B was a class we expect to see B1 and B2. It was amalgamated into a single class. Jeff Russell leading at the moment and has a handy lead. The real story there is that is a 4th place overall BMW. So BMW's 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the overall.
And whilst they, I'm sure, will love to stand on the B-class podium, should anyone falter ahead of them, they are on the same lap as Jordan Cox in 3rd place. And that's a cracking run for that Sharon's rental sponsored car, number 21 BMW, which has been the class of the field, 135 E82 for the 3-litre engine, of course. That car with a little notchback shape, bereft of any aerodynamic accoutrements, without the race livery. If that was just sitting in the car park, you probably would walk past it. Certainly wouldn't think it was a race car, but it does have that straight 6 engine, which is the heart of a lion. Our newcomers this weekend, Hyundai, doing a cracking job both in the way they have conducted themselves and entered into the spirit, rebuilding a car. Spirit of the race is going to be a tough call this week, with the 51 Mazda nicking an engine out of a crashed car and doing an overnighter, with the Hyundai guys doing sterling work to get the 8 car running as well. And the Toyota GT86 number 95 leads Class D. Hyundai's leading their categories as well, well inside the top 20, 15th and 16th at the moment. Chris Sinisi and Frank Mamarella behind the wheels of those 2 cars, 8 and 7. But what about this Class D battle? I mean, shock horror, it won't be a repeat winner, but then again, the 6 hours seldom is. The Honda Integra, with accident damage early on, having qualified for the 2nd year in a row on pole position, that's left the way open just a little bit for the 86s. As you category C, 2nd place car just come into the pit lane, and Mamarella out now of that car.
We should point out, John, that
Caden Olsen should have got into that car, I think, now.
Yeah, we should point out that we just saw a brief shot of the 41 car. That's the car that changed an engine.
Yes.
The Toyota during the race.
Yes.
They're back out on track and circulating.
Yep, that's a car that found another Toyota in the car park and have liberated the engine.
Someone's not getting home tonight.
I'm sure that they will have the eternal thanks of the race team and perhaps a bit of a party later on. So crazy. Still 100 minutes of racing to go.
There's so much to play out in this race. There's 2 lots of compulsory pit stops for both of our leading cars to play out in this race. And then there's the wild card. The joker in the pack is that number 40 Mitsubishi Lancer Evo with Jordan Cox behind the wheel, who's going quite quickly at the moment, just holding their position. More importantly for them, pulling away from Jeff Russell, who's 4th outright and leading Class B, just to try and solidify themselves in 3rd, because I think that car and the BMW we were just talking about with Jeff Russell, they're on a very similar run to the flag. They're not that far apart on strategies. Their final pit stops will come at about the same time.
Just highlighting something that's going to happen in a wee while, half an hour's time or thereabouts, Jordan Cox can make his last pit stop and go to the end from there, and his pit stop can be as short as it takes for them to get the fuel into that car and to send him, and then he's done.
Yeah, their first stint in green flag running went 24 laps, which is 67 minutes. We work in minutes in this race.
Yeah,
the laps really don't matter.
Correct.
So 67 minutes. So near as makes a difference, an hour and 10.
Yeah.
Of course, they've stretched that fuel window as long as they can as the day goes on. So yeah, I think they're right.
Half an hour.
Right in the wheelhouse for a good run at the end. So let's jump on board car number 30, the BMW that is, well, they've been battling away all day, haven't they, these guys? They're currently 4th in class. Ben Walsh is behind the wheel of the ADPV Racing E36 M3. That's the beauty of this race, that you don't necessarily need to have the latest and greatest machinery. As long as your car meets the regs and is on the eligibility list, you can run. So this car was a front runner in production car racing in the 2000s and continues to be so now. It's great that they can continue to run it. What an affordable way to go motor racing.
It's great though, isn't it? Because you don't have to have the latest and greatest. That's a great way of, recycled race cars. Just good race cars never die. They just get quicker and come to the mountain. as technology changes and tyre technology particularly changes, particularly production cars, there's no reason for you not to just keep running them. It's a fantastic idea. Right, let's now, rather than Crailsy and I, with shoes and socks off, counting to find out what's going on, Brian van der Wacker has been following down in the High-Tech Oils technical hub all the way through today. He's been crunching the numbers, and Brian is going to give us the take on the top of the leaderboard as we head now inside the last 100 minutes. Right, Brian, what does the abacus say?
You might have your shoes and socks off. I've got to fix up, I think, my riding skills here at the moment. Let's try. It does look a little bit messy, but trust me, it's going to make sense once we get through it. So we mentioned that we covered off the situation, of course, with cars 23 and cars 21. Car 23 still has to do another 2 stops. Their next critical number is going to be 4 hours and 46 minutes elapsed time in the race. For car number 1, basically it's going to be the same. Of course, Ian Sharon, he's done 2 hours 17 in the car right now. Again, their elapsed critical time in this race is going to be at 4 hours and 47 minutes. So we're getting close to that. However, I've added another couple of combinations here to the high box at the moment. So what we can see here, they did a driver change at 1 hour and 7 into the race after 24 laps. They did their second stop 49 laps into the race after an hour 59 minutes. However, this is the critical stop that got them off kilter. Pit stop number 3, 55 laps. It was under a safety car, 2 hours 43 minutes into the race. This was the stop that Tim Lay was talking about that they should have pitted under. So this is what's taken them out of kilter with everyone else. And what has actually happened, they've done their 4th compulsory pit stop just recently after 84 laps, 4 hours and 2 minutes, and they only did a driver change then. So Daniel Smith has done 2 hours, 55 minutes in the car. Keeping in mind, continual. You can only do 3 hours in the car. If you have a rest, then you could do 3 hours and a half in the car. So he's done continual, 2 hours and 55 minutes. He could only spend another 5 minutes in the car. So for me, that is a man of the match performance. So well done to Daniel Smith. For car number 21, they're also looking good, of course. Pit stop number 1 came in at hour 15. Pit stop 2 at 2 hours 39. They kept on doing driver changes. I forgot to add, they did do a driver change here as well, 3 hours and 43 minutes. What it means at the moment is that their critical time number, they must pit to get, obviously, David back into the car at around about 4 hours and 51 minutes elapsed time in the race. So hopefully that breaks it all down for you. Plenty happening up and down the lane. Let's go back to Mark.
Frank Mamarella, well, the old Hyundais, new Hyundais, still truck along nicely.
Yes, very good. Yeah, the car felt really good. A little bit slippery at the end there. The tyres were going a bit off, but it's constant pace. A lot of traffic, a lot of fast guys coming through. So, yeah, we had a ball.
How hard is the challenge of keeping one eye in the mirror, one eye at the front?
When you got limited eyesight like an old man like me, it's a little difficult, but no, it was fine. Plenty of blue flags, and marshals are doing a great job. So, and the faster guys are giving us plenty of time to get out of the way. So,
for a new car, no teething problems?
No, a couple of small knocks and bumps there, but we are bashing it around a bit. But it'll be all right. It'll make it.
Bring it home.
Thank you very much.
I want to just nip back to Brian, if we may, because I'm intrigued by some of that, Brian. You've put meat on the bones for me, and I want to talk about the 4-0, the 40 cars, currently in 3rd position, sitting effectively a lap and a bit off the lead, almost 2 laps off the lead at the moment. Needs not to go 2 laps down. Jordan's in the car till the end now. He's got time. That's fine. So I notice you've written short stop on there at 5 hours and 20. We're not talking baseball terms here in the infield fielder. This could turn things around. It might not be enough to give them the lead, but it could stir up things at the front of the field.
Yeah, thanks for picking up on that, John, and I'm glad you can actually read my writing. So basically, their numbers have suggested that they can do an hour 20 so far today. So considering they stopped at 4 hours and 2 minutes recently, they should be roughly in amongst the ballpark, if we don't get any safety cars, that is, at around about 5 hours and 20. But because they are, here we go, a Class A1 car, they have done their 4 stops. So what that means is they've completed all their required compulsory pit stops in this race. So therefore, they don't have to worry about the minute 30 time up and down the lane. Therefore, they can do a short stop. Their final stop in this race, around about 40 minutes to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And remember, they're not governed by the 30-minute rule either. Brian, brilliant stuff, mate. Thank you very much down there at the High-Tech Oils Hub. Brian van der Wacker doing marvellous work for us today. And it just makes a huge difference to see it written down. Good stuff.
Yeah, 100%. And this car's continuing to punch out very good numbers. Another personal best middle sector that lap for Jordan Cox. So they've got a short stop right at the very end of the race, and they'll pound to the end.
And they need to play that. Normally, you would say the point that I wanted to make to Brian there is normally you would say coming towards the end of the race, you want to be first to make your last stop, just in case a safety car comes out. For those guys, they want to go as long as they can, and the reason for that is that they can make their last stop anytime. They don't even have to worry about the last half an hour because they have got the compulsory pit stop. They want the shortest stop possible, the least amount of fuel in, stationary for the fewest seconds that they can manage, and that might give them a little advantage over the two cars ahead of them who both have to make minutes of pit stops in 2 calls down the pit lane. Whereas, you see, now they may well make up a good minute, maybe a minute and a half. Well, if they make up a minute and a half, they're in the battle for second. They're definitely in the battle for second. Don't think they can catch the 23 unless there's some shenanigans there, but they're in the battle for overall second place.
I agree completely with that, and it just adds another variable to the end of this race as car 11 peels off. It's great to see the big HSV back out there as well. This car with a blown clutch early on. John Bow is behind the wheel. Track Day Club HSV was out very, very early in this race, but it's good to see them circulating, and as we've touched on throughout this race, finishing is often a massive achievement in these cars, which often aren't quite as robust as the supercars we see in October or the GT cars we see here in February for the other classic endurance races at Mount Panorama. So John Bowers just dived into pit lane. They're 39th out right there, haven't completed many laps, only 32. At this rate, they wouldn't be classified as a finisher. But nevertheless, they're going to chip away. Jordan Cox is absolutely flying. He's just set the fastest middle sector of the race on lap number 93. So he's continuing to chip away and just drag back what little time he can. Let's hear more from the lane and hear from Mark Walker.
David Russell, you've got a little B behind your number 21 on the car, but that means nothing. You're an outright player today.
Yeah, absolutely. I said to Dad at the start of the day, I said, mate, let's just keep it really simple. We know what stint times we're going to do. We've worked out the fuel usage and all that sort of stuff. And we've had a ball, to be honest with you. And we've only got one stop to go. I'll probably keep Dad in the car a little bit longer than probably what he'd like, but that's what we have to do. Just get ourselves in the fuel window and go from there. But cars run great. All the guys from Sharon Rentals have done a great job prepping the car, and I've really enjoyed it.
What's it like, father-son combo at Bathurst?
Well, we're going to have a beer at the end of the day, and our pit stops, it's hilarious because Dad jumps in and basically just holds his hands up, and I'm doing everything. I'm going, come on, mate, do something. But with the pit stop time, you got a minimum of a minute and a half. So, I get in, clip him in, and, put his drink straw in and send him.
Well, push on to the finish when you get back out there.
Yeah, it'd be good. We'll see. There's obviously a few cars that are going pretty hard at the end. So, I'd like to think we can have a bit of a crack in the last stint.
David Russell down there in the lane with Mark Walker. You see, I'm a bit like that, I'm afraid. I get in the car, put my hands up and expect someone to fasten in. I don't know how people can fasten themselves in. Crazy.
Diva racing car drivers, I don't know. Well, they are permitted a driver assistant to help plug drivers in on a pit stop, so David Russell performing that role. Jordan Cox has just set that car's fastest lap of the race. I'm continuing to follow that number because it's a great story.
Yes, it is.
2 minute 30.80.
Just a note coming in on Twitter using the hashtag B6HR. Scott Fitzsimmons reminds us there is now 60 minutes, 1 hour to make your compulsory stops. Yep. So the two cars at the front of the field at those two stops have got 60 minutes to spend 3 minutes in the pit lane on 2 runs through.
Yeah, so basically 16 minutes is the critical number that Brian was touching on. 16 minutes from now, 4:46 elapsed time. We're currently 4:30 time into this race, 4:31 now. So we're 15 minutes away from this race properly shaking itself out. And then that final stint, well, the penultimate stint will be timed because they need to get that last compulsory stop in
with more than 30 minutes of the race remaining. That's the critical number, because if you stop after the window closes, it's a multi-lap penalty, and that's your day. Done, you're out. You're finished. So you need to work first to your strategy and then to your fuel and your driver time, and then worry about when the CPS window closes with 30 minutes to go. That's another key number that can hurt your motor race.
And just in case you're joining us now with 90 minutes still to run in the 2019 High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hours, there's no ad breaks. We're going all the way through to the end as we have come to this point without interruption. And thanks to our TV partners, Fox Sports, for broadcasting this race here in Australia in its entirety. It's all also been able to go out to the world on the live stream, again without any interruption. So the whole race playing out for us here, and still with that 90 minutes or so to go, plenty going on at the front of the field. Again, it's not wheel-to-wheel battling, but remember what we were talking about right at the start of this race some 4 hours and 33 minutes ago, is the strategies that have to play out, and these compulsory pit stops play into that. It's only a 6-hour race, but it has enough strategy for something 3 or 4 times longer than that, and this is where all the strategies start to come back. Most of the teams will have been working, Quilsey, some kind of spreadsheet of software, and they'll be working backwards from the end of the race. From the moment they rolled off the line, you add in the variables, the safety cars, the fact that you might not have got the fuel mileage you want, the fact that you got better fuel mileage that you want. Did you go faster or slow? How did the tyre changes go? All of those are added into that software, and that's the decision-making tools. But ultimately, someone has to make a decision, and missing the opportunity to go in under a safety car and take one of the compulsory pit stops, that's the sort of thing that could be highly costly in a race where, as Brian said earlier on down at the High-Tech Oils Hub, the 1%ers can make the difference.
I'm expecting car 23 in soon. They're calling for a pit stop there, and they're electing to dive in earlier rather than later. So expect 23 in the lane within a lap or two is the word we're receiving from pit lane. And this will be my last point on the Sharon thing. We've been talking about that pit stop they made. We've done some investigating, and from the numbers we can crunch, that pit stop was not 90 seconds. Therefore, it does not qualify as a compulsory pit stop. Our reading of the rules, and it's been confirmed to us, is that you cannot complete a discretionary pit stop until you've ticked off all your compulsory stops. So for mine, and for the people that have been having smoke pouring out of their laptops trying to digest the sporting regulations and technical regs of this race, that pit stop probably should be penalised.
Yep.
So they've still got 2 compulsory stops to go, so it doesn't change the strategy to the end, but for mine there may be a penalty hanging over that car potentially post-race when they go back and crunch all the numbers. It all gets a bit confusing, so we're not going to dwell on that. The bottom line is that the 2 leading BMWs have still got 2 90-second at least mandatory pit stops to complete before this race is out. One of them's happening right now because Tim Lays and Beric Linton is in the lane. So too the 3rd place car, Jordan Cox, rolls in as well.
Well, that's a bit early for Jordan Cox. He can't go to the end from here, which I'm sort of surprised about. I thought they would have pushed on because they had the fuel to go further.
Oh, minute 25, I reckon that's it on the edge of their window. I think they might be gambling for a late safety car perhaps for track position.
Well, so what they've done is they've come in at the very opening of the window rather than the closing of it. Okay, so they'll fill now and get their last stop done first. So that might be their last stop. Question for me is 23 car, tyres or no tyres? Because that adds a minute to the stop. So your 90 seconds immediately becomes 2 minutes and 30 seconds at that point. And that clearly has a major impact. And the reason it adds the time to it, if you are just joining us, remember, when you're fueling the car, all you can do is change the driver. Oh, the Cox car is into the garage. So it wasn't a tactical stop. So the Cox car, the 40 car, which has been keeping those BMWs absolutely honest and has been doing a cracking job, it has all come to a halt, and the car's in. It's a turbo pipe. It's a turbo pipe. Mark is down there, and I'm pretty certain, Mark, that they're worried about loss of boost pressure.
Big dramas here. huge amount of smoke coming out the back. It's all turbo. It's reminiscent of 12 months ago where they had such a promising run. They had the great run going today, but it has all ended in tears for the Cox-Smith combination all over.
That, just as we're talking them up, that is cruel, cruel. Look, they had played a blinder, an absolute blinder. So into the pit lane comes the second place car as Berwick Linton has rejoined in the lead car.
Correct, and 1:38 in pit lane.
So no
Perfect.
tyres then.
Tick the box, no tyres, but that's one of their compulsory pit stops ticked. They've got one to go in car 23. Somewhere in the next hour of this motor race, less than that, probably 50 minutes, they'll need to make it before half an hour to go. Right, that's a box tick. The Sherrans are in now. So all the while they pit, the 23 car continues to circulate and rebuild that margin that they lost while they were sitting in pit lane. Let's see. Oh, that's not healthy at all.
Big white smoke, plumes of smoke. It's a seal or a seal on the turbo. That's oil smoke. That is classic turbo gone, isn't it?
You shouldn't have favourites, and we're all impartial, but anytime Jordan Cox is in a race car, you just build that anticipation and you feel excited about the show that's going to come because he's so fast and such a superstar of our game.
But also there's an element of the underdog about that car and about that team. It isn't in the first flush of youth. It doesn't have the wherewithal behind it of the BMWs that are leading, and there is the number one BMW going back.
Now, this is key. Watch them waiting.
They're waiting.
Minute 25, 26, 27. They're pulling out of the
28,
fast
29,
lane.
30 now. They can go now.
So they're very much aware that they had to hit their marks. That was a very quick stop for fuel only in that car.
Correct.
Grant Sherrin remains behind the wheel. So they've got one more stop to go. And the margin just continues to extend. Let's go down to Mark.
That is absolute heartbreak. You were on fire there at the end looking for a great result.
Yeah, we're looking good. Car felt really good. Unfortunately, she's just blown a turbo. And unfortunately, that's production car racing.
2 years in a row, you've come so far. It's heartbreaking, but no doubt we'll see you back here next time.
Yeah, we'll keep coming back, trying to give it a go. We always think the car can do it if everything goes together. Those Beamers are hard to beat, but look, we've had a great weekend. The team's been great. It's a great opportunity to always race here whenever you come here, so I won't take that for granted. It's been a great weekend nonetheless.
Tough luck. We'll see you back next time.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Jordan Cox still with a smile on his face, but you can't help but feel for him and for the whole team. As Krelzy says, it's not about playing favourites, it's about watching the race play out, and we've done that over the last 4 hours and 40 minutes, and they were in position to cause a bit of an upset there. Like I said, I don't think they could have won the race, all things being equal, but certainly they were in a real battle for second position. What that does do is another great underdog story. That brings the B-class leader up into third position, that BMW. It is BMW's 1, 2 and 3, and the A2 leader, the 64 Commodore, is back up into the top 4. So that's another great story. I'm looking for the silver lining, not necessarily for the 40 team. They've got a little dark cloud over them, but the silver lining is we've still got plenty of other stories in the top 4 to talk about that will make the headlines in the next 80 minutes or thereabouts. So now what we have to watch, Krillsy, instead of wondering what's going on with the 40 car, is now just think about who's got the strategy right among the 2 leading BMWs.
I feel for those running Mitsubishi Lancers because as a car, it has had so much success here. 2 Bathurst 12-hour wins in the production car era of that race. They've always been fast every year, but it's not in the first flush of youth anymore, that car. And I think to keep up, they have to drive them so hard to keep up with these BMWs. And that's fine. That's just natural evolution of the car. The Evo 10 is now a relatively old, by the standards of the day, old race car, old road car as well. To the point where Mitsubishi don't even make the Lancer anymore. So they're having to be driven so hard to keep up with the BMWs especially, but the other newer cars in the field, they just keep braking it so hard to keep engines and turbos under them as they try and extract so much power to keep up with the fast cars around them. Frustrating, sure, for the Mitsubishi team. We saw the race for a cure, Cavic and Walden entry out early in the race with a blown engine. turbo for Jordan Cox. That car now forlornly tumbling down the order. Fastest lap of the race for car number 12, 2:33.14 for Hadrian Morale. Moves up to 7th place. We heard from Ryan McLeod about an hour ago, and he said, well, 12 months ago, we were in much the same position, and the race came to us in the final couple of hours, and it's working again for the Mark Cars Australia squad that run that car.
May 2016, the last Lancer, the final edition in Japan, Evo 10, rolled off the production line. I have to say, I thought it was earlier than that.
Yeah, well, the cars racing here have all been around for a lot longer than that.
Yeah, agreed.
And we're talking 2008-9 when they won the Bathurst 12 out. 08 was a early model one, I think, from memory, but certainly 09 was the Evo 10 RS, and they've been racing Australian production cars throughout that period. But just the evolution, like back in the day, an Evo would race with an M3, but BMW M3 is now a serious high-performance car with a performance window that is enormous, approaching supercar levels for the BMW hot rods. And certainly the 23 team has shown that. There's one Evo still going. It's the 14 car.
Do you know, I was just going to mention that car. You read me mind, Krills. We've spent far too much time together. What a run this has been. Top 5 overall. And now they find themselves in 3rd position in A1. So they're on a class podium here. On for a class podium in that dark red machine. And in that 14 at the moment, Dieter Holtzel. Dieter from New South Wales, peddling that dark red and black machine. This is the F1 Armchair Experts supported car. It's been blowing a little bit of smoke right since the start of the race. It hasn't got any worse. It hasn't got any worse, and it's immaculate. It looks as it did when it rolled out. Behind them, in 4th position in class, 6th overall, is the Secure Wealth Advisors, Jaden Ojeda, Ian Salteri and Simon Hodges, BMW.
Haven't they been good today?
Yep.
And it's cool to see Jaden Ojeda, who's a terrific young driver, who's very much deserving of an opportunity to show what he's capable of at Mount Panorama. He made his Super 3 Series debut at Phillip Island. We heard from him early on talking about that. Graduate of Australian Formula 4 open wheel racing, Formula Ford before that. Terrific young guy. Ironically, in Super 3, he's racing for a Bathurst-based team, Anderson Motorsport.
Right.
Michael Anderson, who's raced in this series, in this race a couple of times.
There are, there's the 5th and 6th place cars, or the 4th and 5th place cars, excuse me, are on the same lap. The Jenna Deja car is, now aren't they just a lap further back? Yes, they are. Just a lap further back. And that is going to promote as well with the 40 car Ford falling down the field now. The fast BMW that we saw at the start of the race for Hadrian Morale and the rest of the team. That's the number 12 car. That's going to promote that to 7th, and that, of course, will make that 5th in class. That 3rd spot on the A1 podium is by no means secured for anybody there.
No, I agree with you completely. They've also, in their way, got the A2 HSV of Nathan Callahan, who's done a terrific job.
Brilliant.
In that crew. They've just been chipping away all day. Chris Lillis and Matthew Holt, vastly experienced guys in the production car world. Just to finish on that Evo we're talking about, car 14, Anthony Durkin is the man who put together that F1 Armchair Experts thing, and they sent us a whole bunch of stuff before the race. But suffice to say, they've done a terrific job in promoting their involvement in the race and really activating on what they're contributing to the show, and it's great to see them having a really solid day.
Into the pit lane underneath us, the 51 Mazda, still running. That's the car with the transplant overnight last night. That extraordinary story of over 10 hours of driving to go over to Newcastle to a scrapyard, pick up a car, bring it back here. It's quite a nice dark red Mazda 3. The engine was liberated, placed into the race car, and that car still running. Okay, laps off the lead. It's not that far off the lead. It's 4 laps away from the leading class, and that car's still running well.
Still to play out in Class C as well, Hindy, because Charlie Sinisi's just bought the number 8 Hyundai into pit lane from 2nd. The number 7 car is 3rd. Jake Williams in the BMW, it's number 89, playing along at home. is leading that class, but it's only a minute 21. It's not light years in front, so there's still a bit to play out. In fact, of all the classes, that's the closest one at the moment.
And I'm just talking about Hadrian Morel in the number 12 BMW. He's just put that car's fastest lap of the race in. He's down under 2 minutes 33, 2:32.9. And again, that's not hanging around. As soon as you're starting to pepper around that 2 minutes 30, you're pedalling fairly well around the 6 kilometres.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Ryan McLeod said the race would come to them. It slowly is. We're on board with car 7. Caden Olsen, we heard from him before, talking to his teammate around a lap. Stock steering wheel, stock interior, it's all there. It's a Hyundai i30 as you pick up at your local Hyundai dealership.
I'm very disappointed to see they haven't got 88.9 on the FM transmitter, because he's still even got the audio controls on the steering wheel, and believe it or not, the key ring has still got one of those sort of plastic tags on that you have when you take your car in for a service, and they put it up on the keyboard, and it's still sitting there on the right hand side. For all the stories of the guys at the front who are doing well, there's always plenty going on where people have had trials and tribulations. Let's head down to Emma for an update on someone who is certainly displaying the spirit of endurance.
Wow, car number 55, what a day they have had, Daniel Flanagan. It is so great to hear that you're almost about to go out. You changed your diff, many other problems along the way as well.
Yeah, the car was going really well. We were just sort of setting our own pace and just getting along the way we wanted to. Unfortunately, the diff did overheat. We had a diff pump failure and it sent the diff through the roof. I came in and I thought the day was over, but the guys didn't want to give up. You know, we've got a great team of guys here and they've gone flat out to get the car back out. And more so than anything else now, it's good for Merrick to get some more laps in the car and, just see the checkered flag. I mean, that's what we're all here for.
Great team and great spirit. That's what Bathurst is all about. Well done.
Oh, it is, yeah. And look, no matter where we finish, to do laps of this mountain, you know, I'd drive around this mountain on a golf cart, you know, so any opportunity we get, we'll certainly take it. But
thanks, Daniel. Good luck.
No worries. Have a great day.
5th event at Bathurst, the golf cart enduro. Where's James O'Brien?
Wouldn't that be a thing? I don't know what it would be. Gee, there'd be a pretty intense slipstreaming effect down
How many
Conrod
people
there.
would cheat? How many people would cheat? Can you imagine trying to scrutineering it? This is a stock golf cart. No, it's not.
Well, all the rage is electric-powered vehicles,
What?
battery-powered vehicles at the moment.
What?
That's sort of the ultimate long-lasting version of that, isn't it?
Okay.
Get right on that. Copyright. No, Crows on Honda.
An hour and 10 minutes, just over actually. An hour and 11 minutes, let's call it. So we're nearly 5 hours into this race, and the dash for the checkered flag coming your way uninterrupted here, live from trackside at Mount Panorama, Bathurst, Australia's oldest inland settlement, and a great place to come any time of the year with plenty to do around the town. The opportunity for socialising at the many bars and restaurants, including Ridges on the property here. Just a little walk over the bridge to get to the paddock here. Right next door, the Australian National Motor Museum. Always worth a trip to Bathurst if you're anywhere near. And of course, if you're coming to Australia from further afield, and many of our international viewers and listeners will be thinking about that. Then don't think about it, just do it. As we wait for the final throws to play out, Emma is talking to some of the players down in the Podium.
I am actually just walking around in garage number 1, car number 23. They've got one compulsory pit stop left. Tim is all dressed up, ready to go, and I just heard from Aaron that they're coming in about a lap's time. Look out for him.
2 laps time, apparently. Oh, that was bunny ears for Happy Easter.
Yeah, I think it was the latter. And the report we're getting is they've got tyres for that car as well.
Makes sense.
Whether they do working side only or not, we'll see. And Tim was just getting up in a hurry. So
they've done a 2-tyre stop before that team, so they might feel the need to go 4 MRFs here. That's going to add about a minute to their stop. They've got nearly 2 minutes in hand over the second place car. They are both on lap 103 completed.
Yeah, it could be close to seeing a lead change in this shuffle, bearing in mind, though, that car 1's on a very similar strategy. That critical number that we circled before, we've just elapsed that by 4 minutes, but in percentage terms, we're not that far out. So well done, Brian, for nailing the critical number for when they needed to come in. the number 1 car is very much on the same. And the important reason they're hitting this number, not just for fuel, they're within the fuel window to get the end. It's for driver time. And Tim Lay had an hour and 15 left of the maximum time allowed in the car. So there's an hour and 8 to go in the race. That means he's good to go to the finish and drive that thing as fast as he always does. He currently has the fastest lap of the race in car 23, 2:27.96, set on lap 59 in the midst of that very, very good double stint he punched out in the middle of the race that got them a lap clear. They're right on the edge at the moment in this battle for the lead that is as compelling as any Bathurst race. So much more to play out in the final 68 minutes of the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hour. And the class battle's on as well.
Oh, yes.
With the pit stop shuffle working away, Nathan Callahan has moved up into 3rd place in the HSV. So that car now on potentially on an outright podium. He's just passed Jeff Russell. So that was an on-track pass for position. So really good stuff. That could be a fight at the end. So David Russell will jump into car 21 at the end. Not quite sure who'll be in that Callahan car for the end of the motor race. It could be Chris Lillis, I think, for the race to the flag. He started that car earlier on today.
Yeah, and he pedalled it very, very well indeed. He was up in the top 4 for pretty much all of his stint.
It's going to be a battle for 3rd place between those 2 cars, the way this is evolving out. And the number 14 Evo that we've been talking up at the last couple of minutes, they're only 20 seconds behind that battle pack, and then the margin back to Jaden Ojeda isn't enormous, so there's a really interesting little fight here.
The 21 car was very slow down Conrod last time around, very slow indeed, 219k against 238 and 240s and 250s in the cars around them. They're in the pit lane now. How hard have they pushed, how far have they pushed their fuel? Was there a cough and a splutter, or is there something more sinister afoot from that Sharon's sponsored number 21? That's the B-class leader, just lost 3rd position overall. It's a driver change for sure. They're in behind another BMW there, but they should have cleared. That's the ASAP racing team. Spoke to those guys this morning as they were heading over the bridge from Ridges. Funny enough, they were having breakfast this morning.
So the 21 car drops back to 5th place now, and they may... Actually, I don't think they'll lose another spot. Jaden Ojeda on the same lap, but just starting that lap, so he's got a long way to go. And the leader's in the lane now as well. Berwick Linton pits. This will be the final pit stop for car number 23 from the race lead. The High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hour. Car 48's rolling out. They are currently 11th outright with Mr. Bensley behind the wheel of that car, and they are 2nd in class behind the Russell BMW, who conveniently pulled in behind them. So here's the stop. This is the critical pit stop. Let's see what they do with tyres, because that will shape the end of the race. Do they put some fresh MRFs on? You do fuel first. You can do the driver change while fuel is going in the car. Calm as you like. The orange-based car salesman, Tim Lay, former race winner in the Gold Star in Formula Holden, peak of Australian wins in slicks racing for some.
Just behind there, I saw the car that had the diff problem earlier on being pushed out. So that car's coming back out. That won't be an impediment to the leader, because they are actually behind them in the pit lane. Make sure you get your lap belts in the right place. Then you've got to get the straps over the hands device, because if one of those falls off, it is nigh on impossible to get it back on without stopping the car or coming back to the lane. That's a good stop, with tyres going on the left-hand side of that car. So that, I think, is going to be a 4-tyre change. Or are they going to send it with just the lefts having been done? They're waiting. Only left-hand sides. So they've split that tyre strategy again. They did whites earlier on. Now they've done left. That saved them about 30 seconds, I reckon. And that could be absolutely crucial, because the number 1 car has not come round onto the High-Tech Oils pit straight yet.
No, they'll be about 20 seconds behind, if not a little bit more. They've just crossed the line now. There goes the leader up Mountain Straight. So still a stop to go for car number 1, remember. That will cycle itself out, but nicely done. They timed that stop to perfection. Really good stuff. Tim Lay back behind the wheel. He's good on driver time. They're good on fuel. They've got 2 new MRF tyres on the left-hand side. Remember, earlier in the race, they put 2 on the right-hand side. So the durability, the longevity of this MRF tyre is working for these teams and their strategy, because they're saving time by not putting tyres on the car.
Yeah, even for the big engine and the big weight car, 1,700 kilos, that car. So by no means a lightweight, and they have played the track position strategy. That's the side of the game that they have played. They have kept that car in the lead and made the one car continue to chase. Let's hear from the driver who's just jumped out of the lead car, brought it in the lead. It's gone out in the lead, and Emma is down in the pit.
Beric, sorry to interrupt. Your stint's done. Looked like it was a good last compulsory pit stop. Feeling good about it all?
Yeah, look, so we did 2 quick together and hopefully got back out in the lead, and now it's up to Tim. We can get home on petrol, so it's all up to him.
It's been a long day, hasn't it?
It has been a long day. Can we fast forward?
Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
The question that Beric was asking there, did we get out back in the lead? And the answer is yes, you did, by 25 seconds, with the Sherrin car still having to do one more compulsory stop. You might ask yourself, dear viewer and listener, why that was so important to them. They were so worried about getting the wrong side of a race, of a safety car, and basically losing their advantage of getting their pit stop away first. Great to see the 55 Holden back out there. This is the Prime Finance 5th gear sponsored machine. This was the car that had the diff problem earlier on. I thought I saw it being pushed back out. Huge amount of effort has gone into getting this car back out there. It's not about the results at this stage. It's about getting it home in the next 62 minutes to get the checkered flag and to say we saw the end of the high-tech oils Bathurst 6 hours. Fabulous stuff. Spirit of the race this weekend, there's at least 4 or 5 teams and drivers who you could give it to. If you go back to the Hyundai, they had to replace the front end of the 8 car, the 51 Mazda team, who swapped that engine. We've had the 1 car fight all the way from the back of the field, and this car, the 55 Holden, with all kinds of problems. And do you know what? There's stories like that up and down the pit lane. As our colleague Joe Bradley says, there is a soap opera behind every garage door at the end of this race, and this is one that surely does stand absolutely that test.
You could make a documentary out of every team in this race for a solid off-season worth of viewing, couldn't you? Just to finish the point on the Tim Lay car, and we actually heard it referenced earlier in the race, right at the very beginning, but there's some strategic genius behind the scenes there, and Ralph Bellamy, who at 81 continues to be very active in the sport, very experienced engineer, spent a lot of time in Formula One. He was at Brabham, spent time at McLaren, was ousted, I think, by Gordon Murray there, ironically, and then spent a lot of time at Lola designing their F3000 cars and some of their Formula One machinery, retired back to Australia, and he's been involved with Berwick for a long time. So at 81 years young, Ralph Bellamy helping call the shots there, which is great stuff to see. So that's why they've been able to hit all of the marks. And even with that additional compulsory pit stop that they had to make, which was for going too fast in qualifying, it was a balance of performance adjustment for that team. They have continued to lead a majority of this race. That was it. Let's go. Listening to a discussion there, I think I had what's it like, and then go for it. So clearly that was the installation lap. It's like a qualifying session in Formula One. Go out, make sure everything's working, and then go for it. So they've got an hour. They've got 59 minutes to charge to the checkered flag. Thumbs up.
Great
stuff. Story.
Great stuff. And again, you know what? That's very considerate racing from those guys. They've had a diff problem. They'd wanted to get the car back out. Of course they do. But what they don't want to do is have that car grind to a halt halfway up Mountain Straight or on the top of the mountain. It's blowing a bit of smoke out when it first came out the pit lane, but I think that's okay. But that is considerate driving. We've seen plenty of that today. And while we're talking about people who have fought adversity and got cars back going again, let's think about the guys who have pulled off the track to make sure that they didn't cause a full course yellow. The guys in the 87 BMW who started from the pit lane and then replaced a radiator. And is that car still running? I'll have to check that. That was the Free Sport Tattoo James Culbrecht machine. I think that car is still running in Class C in the performance category. Trails, you might be able to see that in the Class 3 performance.
Yeah, I'll come to that in a minute. Just an update on the Monaro. Unfortunately, their day has ended. It's blown a differential.
Another diff?
Yeah.
Wow.
So they're out. What car were you looking at?
The 87 in Class C.
Yeah, they're 22nd outright, and they are 6th in Class C. Gavin Driscoll currently behind the wheel, still circulating.
Great stuff. So under an hour to go, and here is the Ridges top 10 for the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hours for 2019. The story is still all about the two leading BMWs on the lead lap, but the 23 car is fueled to the flag, whereas Grant Sherrin has one compulsory pit stop still to complete. How about this for the story? In third overall, the A2 leader, the normally aspirated big engine 64 Holden, Nathan Callaghan holding down an overall podium position just ahead of Dieter Holtzulk in the Mitsubishi Lancer, the best of the Lancers, and third in class, fourth overall. Then it's David Russell, another class leader in the top 6. The BMW in Class B, the number 21 car. My, they've had a good run today. Jaden Ojeda and Hadrian Morrill battling it out for 6th and 7th. Then the 2nd and 3rd place cars in Class A2, the 19 and the 18, BMW and Holden respectively. And the C-Class leader still in the top 10, the 89 BMW E36, not by any stretch of the imagination the newest car, but that straight 6 is still cruising along.
Thanks to Newton Power, here's how the classes stand. We've already touched on a couple of them because they're going so well. They're in the top 10 outright. Yeah. Jake Williams still leading Class C, which is outstanding. Aaron Cameron, Super Ute racer, he's a pretty handy young driver, is leading the way in Class D in that number 95 car that's been doing a terrific job. And still the defending champions on top in Class E, looking to go back-to-back in Car 2, which in this event is a very, very rare thing to do.
Highlights of the last hours included a heartbreaking moment. The 40 with Jordan Cox, internet sensation Jordan Cox behind the wheel, putting itself in 3rd position and with a chance of something better. But unfortunately, that has now ended in a cloud of white turbo smoke. The battles for all of the class positions have been really interesting, and the guys who've managed to get cars back out on the track also are making the headlines as we head into the last hour.
That 41 Toyota we saw, that was the car that had changed an engine from
in the race.
Someone's car in the paddock, we assume, that aren't getting home tonight. But they're back out there. They're circulating. That's the spirit of the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hour. Gee, the Hyundais have been really good. They're still 2nd and 3rd in Class C in that great battle as the Sherrin boys continue to work their way forward. They've still got one pit stop to make, but they have run a pretty good race so far. Class battles, as always, competitive, working their way through lap traffic. Always important in this race, and drivers doing a good job. And the Woods and Morale car, the race has slowly come to them. They're 7th now, and Ryan McLeod said, watch out for them. We think we're going to be okay. A really good stint from Barrick Linton. He pushed hard. He delivered his car into pit lane in the lead. Unfortunately, one of the heroes for the race, Jordan Cox, out with a blown turbo in the number 40 Mitsubishi Lancer, and their stout drive to what could have been 3rd position at the very least came to an end. The F1 Fanatics Group Evo continues to chip away. They're 4th outright at the moment. They were 5th at the time we saw them there in the highlights. Meanwhile, the class battles, as always, were continuing as the leaders charged their way through the field.
Coming in towards the last hour, the strategy's playing out at the front of the field with the 23 BMW that has led for pretty much all of the race, hasn't it? I don't think it's actually been headed even on the pit stop strategy and the turnaround there. They made their last pit stop first. Back out the car that blew its diff earlier on, the 55 Holden, back out onto the race. Big thumbs up by everyone there. And that car is still running nicely now after an installation lap. Just a quick mention, by the way, for that 95 Class D leader, that car is still in the top 15. It was in the top 10. It's now in 12th position. So doing a cracking job, and they've just cracked 100 laps here as well, which is again just these little milestones. But I think certainly some of the guys who are going to have the biggest stories and the biggest smiles are the two Hyundais out there. Great news for that manufacturer as well. Let's hope that they see this and want to try and maybe activate it coming up through the years.
It's a terrific story, I agree. So we wait now for the key final stops in the race. Now, we touched on the fact that leading Class A2 is the number 64 HSV. Nathan Callaghan is behind the wheel of that car. They're yet to complete their 4th compulsory pit stop, so they've got a stop to go at some point in the next 23 minutes and 55 seconds before that compulsory pit stop window closes. In comes the number 7 car from second place in Class C. This will be their 4th pit stop with more from the lane. Let's go back down to M.
I just had to get an update today with Jeffrey Russell because today is the first major event that you've driven around Bathurst since 1986. You know that's the year I was born.
Is that correct? Unbelievable. Now I know how old you are.
Yes, sorry. Giving it away. Now I know how old you are. No. It's so great to have you here, and it's always obviously great to drive around the mountain. How did you enjoy it out there? You can sit back and relax now.
Just fabulous. It's sort of so great to go and drive with my son, and the car's been great, the team have been great, and we've at this point we're looking for a great result. So that's really exciting.
Sitting in 5th at the moment, doing quite well.
Yeah, 5th on the road and 1st in class. So he's hoping.
Great to hear. Great to have you back at the mountain.
Yeah, thanks, Em.
Yeah, too many people having too much fun here.
Yes,
This motor racing lark. You know, we see a couple of people actually tweeted in using the hashtag B12HR about Jordan Cox when that car went.
B6HR.
Sorry, thank you. B6HR. That's what my $10 in as well. You did it earlier on. That's only one seat though. I'll tell you what, it's not bad. B6HR, of course, is their hashtag. Join that conversation. A few people tweeting in and just mentioning Jordan Cox coming in with the blown turbo. Young lad, in with a chance of a really good result, possibly a brilliant result. And was there any sense of stroppiness or millennial nonsense? No, there wasn't. There was a smile on his face, and he accepts it as motor racing. And as somebody said, have we not Verstappen of him?
The blow-up I would have had if that was me would have been astronomical. You'd see it from lift-go.
No, that's great. Great attitude from the young man. He's got a great future in this sport. I can't believe it will take very long before somebody picks him up and realises that there's a real talent there to be put out on the track. Out goes the Toyota GT86 in bright green, which looks like it's just rolled off the track. In comes the 41. That's the car that had its engine change.
And here goes Caden Olsen, so this is their final stop for the car now. Back to 3rd, so it's a battle between the 8 and the 7, the teammates in Engine Racing, the Hyundai team, to see who gets the highest step on the podium at the moment, because there's quite a big margin to the leaders. They're a lap behind now. And just checking to see if that BMW is good to go to the finish. That currently leads the way in Class C. Jimmy Vernon back behind the wheel. They lost a lot of laps early in their race. 5 laps down, but they're still circulating. They're 4th in class. 110 laps gone the way of Tim Lay. That's further than the race went last year. It was a safety car field affair in 2018. So we've gone more than 680 kilometres around Mount Panorama today. Still 50 minutes to go. I refuse as a point of matter to discuss race records, distance records or anything like that. I'm not going to do it.
Hashtag blame Trailsy.
Got me in trouble before.
Yeah, absolutely right. The weather is still hung around on the outskirts of Bathurst, but for some reason we seem to be right in the middle of it. It's all the way around us at the moment. And the sun behind clouds now, it is getting a bit chillier and a bit darker. The headlights and the day notice lights on the number 7 Caden Olsen driven Hyundai i30N from Engine Racing just beginning to show a little more. It's by no means a problem here. I don't think there's any chance that it's going to affect the end of the race. It'll be, as we said earlier, beyond the gloaming. We're into a sort of a twilight sort of area now, and might just make things a little bit difficult. The good news for the drivers, Krilsey, is with all this cloud around, they're not driving into the sun down the high-tech oils start-finish straight as they would have been, and had that right in their eyes at a couple of points on the circuit, which are crucial braking points. That hasn't happened. So now down to under 50 minutes.
Yeah, and to that point, that was a big concern amongst the entire field, was the setting sun directly at turn 1, late in the motor race, and it was right in the eye line down there, standing there the other day, and as they turned the car in, it was just all sunshine. So the cloud takes that away. What it does, though, is it takes a little light away. So in 49 minutes, it's going to be quite dark here at Mount Panorama. So the headlights already ablaze on a lot of the field as they race their way to the finish. This very, very fast race so far. 3 safety car interruptions. The volunteer officials, we need to give them a massive shout out, as we always do. They have done a superb job. A lot of recoveries completed under green or double wave yellow situations throughout this motor race. Well done to everyone who steps in. More than 300 volunteers here this weekend.
And this, I mean, any weekend, they're giving up their time. And this weekend is a long holiday weekend, and Easter weekend tends to be a family weekend. We salute you. We absolutely do. Not just here, but around the world as well. Now, I've just seen something extraordinary. I think that the 51 car, remember this is the car that had to have the engine change from Newcastle overnight. I think it just set its fastest lap of the race. In the hands of Chris Holt. Yeah, it has. It has just set its fastest lap of the race. And that is brilliant. That is a top reward for some hard work. Clearly the engine's just running in nicely. The new engine that they stuffed in it yesterday evening.
Ian Sherrin watching on pensively from the garage. The end of pit lane for Sherrin Racing. He's got a stop to go. We should keep an eye on this battle for 5th, 6th and 7th place. We'll get to it in a minute, but she's pretty intense at the moment. And it's building. Jaden Ojeda is catching Paul O'Cano for 5th. There's only 8.2 seconds between them. And Hadrian Morale continues to punch out very nice sector times in car 12. So car 7th place is catching the two of them. 35 seconds covering the 3 cars. That could build very nicely for a top 5 spot at the end of this motor race.
So the Sherrin car now about half a minute back. That number 1 car. But still with that last pit stop. They've gone long here. They've gone really long. But that doesn't help them, of course, in terms of that last pit stop. They've still got to do the time, haven't they? Because they did that discretionary pit stop earlier.
So on strategy, car 1, the Sherrins are waiting at the moment for a safety car.
Yeah.
But they're going to have to pit at some point in the very near future. Gee, that looks dark and gloomy, doesn't it?
That's what I was saying, Chris.
That's heading
it's
out.
all around us. It's all around us. Don't look over your shoulder.
Heading out towards the west. The storm cell that we saw before sort of swept around to the north of the circuit, so it hasn't affected us. But I had reports from some of the locals before that Lithgow was getting quite heavy rain about an hour ago, but it skirted around Bathurst. We can see the storm front. It hasn't got here yet. And we know how quickly it can change. Just leave it on the table.
Everybody who's packing up, the worst thing you can have is taking down the easy ups and the awnings when it's pouring with rain.
And final word just on car 1 from Brian van der Wacker that they can go right to that 30-minute mark of the race ending, because the compulsory pit stop window closes after their fuel window. So they're really good on fuel. That strategy hasn't quite worked for them. I'm not convinced they needed that extra pit stop.
No,
whether legal or otherwise. That's a look. I'm not convinced it's going to get here. Pretty scene though here in the central west of New South Wales. Great place to visit. So many good things to see and do, especially this time of year. And great to see so many people here this weekend enjoying the atmosphere. The Hodgson Muir Commodore into pit lane from 3rd in Class A2. 104 laps in the books. They're a lap behind, just over a lap behind, the Anthony Gilbertson Andrew Mill Garage 1 BMW that's done a superb job to recover from their dramas. And finally, the car from 3rd outright pits, your A2 class leader, the big HSV, is in the lane for Jack Motorsport. Nathan Callahan, after a superb stint, he's been in the car for a long time, will, we believe, hand over for the final 45 minutes of the race. That's a bit cruel in a way, isn't it? Having done all the hard work and someone gets the glory laps at the end. Away they go.
Just 2 tyres, and the inside tyres at that there, as they head out onto the lane for the, as Chris has said, the last 3/4 of an hour. I think they should just about hang on to that 3rd place. D. Russell not through. David Russell not through yet. He should be on the main straight any second now, and there he goes. So was that David Russell just going through? Let's have a look as they go onto Mountain Straight. No, yes, it was. Yep. It was. So it's not even a 3rd of Mountain Straight. I think the BMW has done its pit stops. Now, the problem for the BMW is that that's a big-engined 64 car, we're talking about 3rd position overall here, is a good 20k quicker down the straight. So if it gets close, then you know that coming down Conroad, there's your problem.
hearing 4 green tyres to go on the Sharon Rentals BMW.
Really?
They've got 4 ready. I think what they're thinking is brand new tyres, and just arm yourself up for an arm wrestle if we need it, if there's a late safety car that bunches the field up.
Question is, Quilty, they're 33 seconds. They're losing time to the leader right now. Even if they can turn that car around in 90 seconds, which I don't think they can.
But their fuel stop will be short because they've only got 30 minutes of fuel to put into the car.
That's a fair point, because it's the stop that has to be 90 seconds, not the fuel fill.
Correct.
Yeah, no, that is a fair point, Quilty. So if they can turn that car around, they have to be close to 90 seconds. That would put them 2 minutes down, but that would keep them on the lead lap. They can't afford much more than that, because that will cost them the lead lap, and then the safety car doesn't help them at that point. Nobody's hoping for a safety car here. They're wanting to see the race to the finish. Midwest Multimedia VW in some of the Class B cars, the Golf. Going far. I'm not sure that car is particularly happy. They're pushing it backwards. Are we going to get that into the garage? Hate to see this. That car is 21st. And I think that's third. Is that the third place car? Quilty, can you just check Class B? Oh, sorry, God. No. Class B at the moment.
Some timing issues at the moment.
All right.
Come back to that.
With the Valero sponsorship on the side, Valero, a very clever fireproof underwear that is temperature controlling. When you get hot in the car, it makes you cold. And when you get out of the car and you start feeling chilly, it warms you back up again. I have no clue exactly how that works, but it does. And, notice a number of people down here extolling the virtues of that, and I can tell you I've had that in over 100-degree Fahrenheit heat, and it works very, very well indeed. Fiona at the head of that company, I'm sure will be tuned in. Oh, actually, she might be racing herself this weekend, so maybe getting ready to do a bit of racing there. So Leahy still leads 33 seconds. When do we see the Sharon car come in? They've only got 11 minutes to get in, and at the moment they're losing time. So that number 50 car went in to the pit lane from Class D. That was the third place car in class, wasn't it? Yes, it was. I thought it was.
Matt Thewis behind the wheel. I've cleared up my timing issues, thank you.
Well done.
So, yeah, that's a shame for those guys. Orange-based team, just down the road from Bathurst. That car's been here a couple of years. The AP DV car heads up to the top of Mount Panorama once again. We await this final pit stop. They are going to go as long as they can, hoping that they get some form of safety car help because they need it. And the fight for third is not over yet because Nathan Callahan has remained behind the wheel of car 64, so he was good on driver time, and he is hunting down David Russell. The gap's 4.9 seconds. Final step on the podium we're talking about. We'll try and show it to you in a minute, but that's building up to be a nice battle. It seems like a mismatch. Class B BMW versus big burly HSV Commodore, but it's shaping up nicely. And that's brought Jaden Ojeda into the mix as well. He's only a minute behind them. So if they get some assistance, they might be in that fight too. And then it's only 2 seconds back to Paul Iacono in the 14 car, and then it's only 35 back to Hadrian Morale in 7th. So everything 3rd through 7th place is very much up for grabs at the moment.
I want to take you back to the lead battle. We are now under 40 minutes to go. Under 40 minutes to go. And regardless what we think about that pit stop and whether it was a legal pit stop or not, I'm not sure they needed that splash. I think they would have been pretty close to going to the full. I think they may have made one pit stop too many.
I agree.
In this race. Let's deliberate on that between ourselves in the booth as Mark Walker brings us up to date with more from the pit lane.
We're here with Jimmy Vernon. Tough day on the mountain, wasn't it?
Yeah, for sure. Look, we started really strong and we were having a really good battle for first in class, and unfortunately things sort of unravelled when we blew a gearbox really early in the race. I was stuck up in the cutting for quite some time, but thankfully we did get brought back down, and my boys worked really, really hard. They did a gearbox change, got us back out there, and young Harry's going to bring it home for us. So, yeah, it's been a massive team effort.
a lot of great spirit in the team. You know, do a good pit stop, everyone high-fiving and carrying on. It's good to see.
Yeah, look, we love this sort of event. It really brings back the true meaning of racing and gets the family right involved. So, look, it's been a trying day, but we've all still got a big smile on our faces, and that's the main thing.
We'll see you back next year shooting for that class title.
Perfect. See you then.
64 car in the hands of Neil Callaghan's just gone through on a 2 minutes 32.1. That's that car's fastest lap of the race, and the reason that that's important is he's closing down on the yellow and red number 21 B class leader. So those are both class leaders, so they've got a big trophy. They've already got a big trophy. They're pretty nailed on for that because their competition isn't that close to them. They are several laps down. However, it's third. It's third overall and a step on the overall podium at Bathurst. You can't tell me that doesn't mean it. Nobody at the moment is telling them that, don't worry, mate, we've got the class sewn up.
Exactly right. So if it comes down to it, if it comes down to a brawl at the end of the race, how much do you put on the line to get third outright and a class win, or do you risk your class win to get third outright? That's the question mark.
Can I ask you a leading question?
Yes.
Do you have to be running at the end to get your place?
Yeah, you
have to cross the line.
Yep.
Okay,
And
because
then-
both of those guys have got so many laps in hand. If that came down to a last lap battle, there's no way they could lose their position on laps.
No, but they need to be classified a finisher to do so. And they're trading for sector times. This is great. David Russell's punching out good numbers as well. And Jaden Ojada's just punched out that car's fastest lap of the race. We're watching it now. Car 25. This young gun, a young star of Aussie Motorsport, is driving the wheels off this thing. And on lap 112, he's done a 2:32.15.
And he's starting to use the curbs more. We've not seen that car up on the curbs, particularly at the top of the mountain, anywhere through the day. So this now, the gloves are off now, Quilty. We've got 7 minutes left for the second place car to make its final stop. A stop that we think they could have done without. If they had played their cards a little better, they may have only been 34 seconds behind the leader at this point, which is what they are now, but that's going to go out to over 2 minutes by the time they stop and get their last stop in.
I agree with you. And just on the brand new MRF tyres we're running this weekend, that team put tyres on that car an hour and 9 minutes into the race. So they've gone since an hour and 9 to this point on the same set of tyres, punching out consistent 2-minute 30s and even quicker than that.
That is extraordinary.
Not wrong. Properly durable. So I definitely agree to put 4 tyres on, irrespective. You're going to be second, or you're going to be within a fighting chance at a last lap victory if we do get some interruption at the end.
Into the pit lane then comes the one car. Here they come. The Sharon Rentals car. So they will drop away. They were 34 seconds from the lead. Also coming in the 55, which had had all those problems earlier on. I think they'll just want to get that car to the end at this point. But here is the important part of the race. There will be a driver change. There will be some fuel, but they won't need a full tank of fuel to go to here. So they should be doing a timed pit stop there and then deciding what to do with the tyres. 4 tyres, 4 MRF tyres are ready for that car that have been on for an awfully long time. Driver plug is changed. The lap belts are going on. Now the shoulder belts. Left first, make sure you don't sit on it. Make sure it goes over the edge of the hands device. Fuel's done. Fuel's done on that car. I don't think they're putting tyres on. I think they've thrown a dummy here, guys. Have they put? I didn't see the car come up on the left-hand side.
15 seconds before
no tyres.
Clear. No tyres, okay.
No tyres, they've thrown a dummy.
Gee, good ad for MRF. They're going to get almost 5 hours out of a set of tyres. There they go, they're clear. They've got 4 seconds to get to the control line. They'll be perfect. That's time to perfection. That's their best stop of the day. They didn't have to do much because of it. So they're clear. We wait to see the margin now between the race leader and the Sharon BMW. Anthony Gilbertson into pit lane for their final stop.
141 that stop. 141 that stop. Do you know, if that had been a discretionary stop, they'd have been gone 10 or 15 seconds before that. But I'm not sure they needed this. Remember when Em did the interview early on, they said, we decided to take a discretionary stop because we knew we'd need a splash at the end. Well, we've got within 34 minutes of the end, and they've had to do another splash. If they had done a full fill, how much closer to the end would they have been? And they'd have been right up the tailpipes of the leader.
Plenty of ifs, buts, and maybes at Mount Panorama. Perhaps Emma Francesco can ask those questions with the team now.
Yes, I'm asking Grant Sharon. We all want to know, how come we didn't see tyres change for that pit stop? And have you taken one too many stops?
Oh, no, we don't believe so. We think the tyres are feeling quite good out there at the moment. They're still gripped up. They're still handling well, So let's run them to the end and see what happens.
Forward to see how it all pans out. Thank you.
Thank you.
How hard is Grant puffing after that stint? He has been working so hard to hold on to that car. So the margin's 2 minutes and 12. So it's a slowish supercar lap in reality between first and second on the road at the moment. The battle continues for third, though. It's 5.2 seconds. There's nothing in it. And Nathan Callahan continues to press on, fresh from that HSV. I was just touching on the fact that Anthony Gilbertson and Andrew Mill have just completed their final pit stop from second in Class A2, which, given that car spent 2 laps in the sand at the start of the race before it was recovered, is an outstanding effort.
Good point.
It didn't make the start officially because it stalled on the formation lap and had to be dragged away. Started from pit lane and then spent a couple of laps in the sand with those downshifting issues they've had. They've bounced back. They're in the 10. They're 8th outright and second in Class A2. Outstanding job by the Garage 1 team and Anthony Gilbertson and Andrew Mill.
Another spirit of the race.
Oh, no. I've just put the
you
moz on
haven't.
them. They're creeping up Mount Panorama. Were they just giving way? I hope they were. They were limping going up into the cutting.
But in fairness, it was the 14 car that was coming through.
They're okay.
Paul Loicano in that car. And that's been another great one. I've got to say, that 19 car that you've just mentioned, that's another spirit of the race contender, and they are legion today. I reckon half the cars in the field have got stories that would normally win them a listener and viewer Spirit of the Race award. Do that, it's just a bit of fun, nothing on it. But we do that at all the races that we cover. And there's the 4th place car into the pit lane.
They were for a moment as the pit stop shuffle worked itself out, but they're now dropping down the order a little bit.
Come on, fire.
No, well, they're going slowly because
they're waiting for the time.
I think they'll be waiting for time. This may be their final compulsory stop. They've been in the lane a couple of times.
Tell you what, they've cut that close, Krill. See, there's only a minute and a half to the end of the pit stop window.
I say that. They won't want to be waiting in the fast lane. They'll get in strife for that.
Help from another team.
Yeah, I'm not sure this is strategy. I think this is issue.
I thought they didn't get started there. And that's uphill, that part of the lane. Right at the end, they've got people power. And the problem is, there's other cars coming in, and here comes the 66 Subaru for its final stop.
They're getting out of the way. So this
disaster.
Issues. Yeah. I was going to say, they've been in the lane 6 times today, so surely they've got all their compulsory stuff done.
Yeah, good point.
Oh, there it goes. Finally gets bump started. And the number 12 car can continue. They'll lose a minute and a bit. It just drops them out of that battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th that we're all talking about. So the strategies have played themselves out. We're green to the end, and we can go down to the High-Tech Horse Bathurst 6-hour race hub for a final update from Brian Vanderwacker.
Thank you very much for that, Krasi. So let's try and break down how it's all worked out for you today. Of course, both of our class-leading outright contenders have both done 5 pit stops. For me, there's been a couple of things that have changed this race. I think the tyres. So on pit stop number 3, of course, for car 23, they did a driver change, but right-hand side tyres only. And then their last stop, they've done left-hand side tyres only. So theoretically, once you put into the time restraints of doing tyres and fuel, obviously they've sort of done 4 tyres, so they've lost a little bit of time. But if you go to the Sharon Rentals BMW, they've lost the same time by doing their 4 tyres at the start of the race. Now, I think the reason why they didn't do a tyre stop at the very end of the race, yes, they had 4 greens sitting there. However, if they have any shot of winning this race right now, they need to stay on the lead lap. Considering they're about 2 minutes 13 behind at the moment, a tyre stop probably would have put them a lap down. And just one final note, in terms of the driving times, I'll start with the Sharon Rentals BMW. 3 hours, 7 minutes for Grant Sharon, 2 hours, 53 minutes it will be in the end for Ian Sharon. But how's the driving time? This is how I think car 23 have won this race strategically. Beric Linton has done 2 hours, 30 minutes and 30 seconds. Tim Lay at the end of this race will do 3 hours, 29 minutes and 30 seconds. A 30-second window to get that right. Car 23 has played this race perfectly today.
Well, you say that. Let's hope that they don't have to do an extra lap on the checkered flag. The number one car, though, Brian, have they done one pit stop too many? That discretionary stop, forget whether we think it's legal or not. Did they need that stop? Could they have got home on their 4 compulsory stops?
They possibly could have done, and when you factor in the time, I mean, there's easily, obviously, that time they could have made up. Once you factor in then that pit loss time and also the pit lane penalty that they had at the earliest point of this race, easily it would be nose-to-tail fight for this race lead, because you factor in a minute 30 and then a transit time of about 34 seconds for a drive-through penalty. You don't need to be a mathematician to try and figure out that's around about 2 minutes and 10 seconds, and considering that's the margin at the moment, boy, it would be interesting.
Last one from us, Brian. You've done a terrific job down there. I don't want to rub salt into the wounds of the Cox team, but were you content with their strategy that they were third in this race as it has played out?
100%. I think taking that extra pit stop underneath the safety car at the middle point of that race, like Tim Lay even said here, that really bought them a lot of time. And for my mind, they were third best absolutely in this race. And it was just obviously hard luck they had that problem. And in terms of strategically playing this race, they were up there, if not better than the 23 boys.
Magnificent stuff from Brian van der Wacker in the high-tech oils. Hope this weekend adding a real new dimension to the strategy here. I've got to tell you, I think the Cox car was in the battle for second. It would have been the battle for second.
Yeah, they were,
from what we've seen there.
Almost a full lap behind the Sherrin car, though, and I think that ultimately would have hurt their position into pit lane for what will now be a discretionary stop is the Jaden Ojeda number 25 car because the compulsory pit stop window has closed. That battle for third place is still looming. We'll come to it soon because it's 5.4 seconds, but it ebbs and flows as they get traffic, and David Russell is doing just enough to hold on to third place outright. He's still leading Class B, remember, still very much in the mix, and will get the big trophy if he can bring it home in class, but he'd love to be third outright as well.
Just wonder whether that number 21 BMW, was it the 21 BMW that stalled?
No, that was the Hadrian Morale car 12.
Right, it was the 12 car. I think that car might have to come back in and restart under its own power. I don't think a bump start in the pit lane is going to be allowed, but I'll wait to have that confirmed.
Let's double check that. Ryan McLeod will be well up on those stats. And they might get a bit of track position. They're a minute 58 behind Jaden Ojeda for sixth, and that 25 car still in pit lane at the moment, undergoing pit stop.
How's the battle for third position? David Russell pumping out the times. 2:32.9 last time around. The Il Callaghan driven 64 Commodore 2:32.7. They are just about 4 seconds apart. They're trading tenths and half a second here and there. That is for third overall. Both class leaders and both really unchallenged as class leaders. So now this is about overall third position for a non-A1 class car. That in itself would be an achievement, but there's two of them battling for it at the moment. And the fact that one of those is a class B car, okay, D. Russell, is not exactly an unknown driver, but can't drive that car all the way himself. It's been a good team effort. And that 64 team, got to give them some credit, Krilsey.
Yeah, it's been an outstanding drive from Stockwell to the ADPV BMW once again down Conrod Straight. Check day for these guys. Let's try and tell you where they are in Class B.
Third? Fourth?
No, they're fourth.
Yeah.
So they lost quite a few laps early in the race. Symes is behind the wheel at the moment. Ben Walsh we've seen driving this car earlier on.
Now, the reason, by the way, that I sort of raised an eyebrow in Brian's last high-tech update from the hub down there about driver times is, when does the race end, Krilsey?
Well, it's the first time the leader crosses the line after the 6 hour mark.
Yes.
According to the regulations.
And what is driving time?
Well, my interpretation of that regulation is that at 6 hours, that's the motor race. So I don't think
they've timed that to perfection. They've done too good a job to lose that.
You understand why I'm saying that, because potentially the race distance in time could be something in the region of 6 hours and 2 minutes. 6 hours, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. In fact, could be the race time if you just miss time coming across the line.
Just at the back of the shot, we saw this fight that's evolving for third place. Nathan Callahan, 2-minute 30.9 last time round. That's the car's best lap of the race.
Wow.
He is driving the wheels off this Commodore, chasing down David Russell. It's 2.9 seconds. It's the smallest the gap has been in this fight. There's one car between them, and it's a very well-driven car. Jaden Ojeda is a lap behind this battle pack now. So Callahan needs to clear him as quickly as he can to get to the back of David Russell. But this is a fight. It's for the final step on the podium, and it's under 2 seconds.
Yeah, Callaghan is driving so well. He's moving that car around. You know when you got in the groove, when the guys are rotating the car in the corner, what that means is you're almost backing it in MotoGP style. The back end of the car's coming round. He's on the ragged edge of adhesion here. He's caught Jaden Ojeda at exactly the wrong time because he's got pace coming up the mountain, and he'll want to try. Brilliant driving by Jaden. That again, very, very considerate driving. Hasn't really cost the Commodore too much time, and this is on. Put this on the gas burner and turn it up to 6, because we've got a proper battle now for third overall. This is what it's all come down to, and how many times have we seen this at Bathurst? Never mind what the race distance is, never mind what the cars are, it comes down to what you've got left performance-wise, driver-wise, in the tyres, in the last 22 minutes that we have now.
That cost Callahan 2 seconds near as makes no difference, because Ojeda had just come out of pit lane, so he was struggling to get up to speed. His pit lane time and first sector were very, very slow. So it's cost the Commodore some momentum. But now he can just gather his thoughts and regain the back of that yellow BMW that's about 2.9 seconds up the road now.
Cost him some momentum. I bet it's fired him up, though.
Yeah, well, would have, absolutely.
He's braking another three feet further deep into the corners.
And the other thing to point out, if this comes down to a battle, that Commodore is about 20 kilometres an hour quicker down Conrod Straight than the BMW. So while the lap times between the two of them are very, very similar, when it comes down to an arm wrestle, and he wouldn't want to make too many mistakes like that, Callahan dropping wheels off at Murray's corner. If it comes down to an arm wrestle, the Commodore's got the potential to drive past the BM down the hill into the chase.
Yeah. And that's what Callaghan knows. He's got now 21 minutes to get onto the tailpipes of that car ahead. Doesn't matter how quickly he does it, but he'll want to do it within the next 21 minutes. And if he can get onto the tailpipes of that little orange and red BMW ahead of him, he knows he's got the speed down Conrod Straight. It's been a good 20 Ks quicker all the way. But now, remember, they only put 2 MRF tyres onto that Commodore at the last pit stop, and it was the left-hand tyres that they put on that car. The 21 Sharon-sponsored machine, it's going to be a packed podium with the guys with the Sharon T-shirts on, isn't it? As if it stands the way it is. There's no doubt in my mind that that Commodore is coming, and it is coming quickly, and there's traffic now ahead of David Russell. But David will plan, he will scheme, he will know when he can take the Toyota ahead. Toyota stays to the side, so he goes around the outside of the metal grate, and that works very nicely for David Russell. This is a proper Bathurst battle that's playing out in the last 20 minutes.
This team were very keen to let us know as he goes around the outside off the line at McPhillamy Park to get round the 86. Nice move. They were very keen to let us know that this car is #NoDSG. Stick shift only, 3 pedals and a gear shifter, 6-speed manual gear shifter for the big HSV. Chris Lillis owns this car. They've done a super job. These guys have raced together for quite some time. Matt Holt's drive was very, very impressive. The Cavanagh Electrics driver.
Down at the Forest's elbow, and David Russell had to make the move there. Nathan Callaghan sitting in behind, who is watching what's going on ahead. He's got to try and have as much mental capacity left to plan where he's going to make that pass. Headlights already flashing. It's getting quite dim as far as the light is outside there. The television cameras make it look far brighter than it is, down towards Ridges and into the chase. Lap 122 completed by the leader, and the gap is still 2 minutes 22 between first and second. Leahy from Ian Sherrin, and apparently I'm hearing that the Sherrin car is into the pit lane. Now, is this the drive-through? there's no reason for it to stop in any other way. Is this the drive-through? That's the question. I can't see why it would come in otherwise. This is the second place car.
Nothing on RMC that I'm seeing from race management on that. So we'll see if they stop or if they continue to drive through. But gee, if it took them 3 hours to work out a drive-through penalty for all that, that'd be a surprise.
No, they're coming in
into their bay. So let's see what goes on here. It drops them a lap behind. They were 2.5 minutes back anyway.
They're going for tyres. Let's go down to Mark, who's down watching this.
Yeah, late call there. Right front tyres, they're changing. It's a one tyre only, trying to have a look at the condition. It seems inflated. There doesn't seem to be a problem. He must have felt a bit of a knockout there. That tyre's off. New tyre going on.
They've turned it into a
the day for
Mark.
these guys.
Mark, they've turned that right front
Inside
into a
shoulder.
slick. Yeah.
Inside shoulder had absolutely nothing on it at all. So rather than risk a non-finish, they've put a new MRF on there. Remember how long those tyres have been on that car. They've got a couple of laps lead over the battle for third. So that is a safety stop there, and that is a very experienced driver in insurance saying, I'm not happy with this, guys. This doesn't feel good. We're not going to chase down a 2.5 minute lead. Let's make sure we get onto the podium.
Yeah, so they took a gamble to keep the old tyres on the car. They said it was feeling fine, and it may well have been. They took that gamble in case it came down to a shootout in the end to get that track position, to not lose that lap, to stay on the lead lap. It doesn't really matter now. They're a lap behind. That's the way it goes as they click over 123 laps. So this is the HSV negotiating the Mazda. That's the car in third place. The HSV back in fourth. This is for third place outright. He squeezed through the Mazda.
Russell.
The big squeeze on the exit of Forest Elbow. Now watch the big HSV reel the BMW in. It'll be visual because at 20 kilometres an hour, I'll tell you the speed trap speeds. It's about 100 metres before the kink at the chase. David Russell's about to be there right about now. 234, 251 for the big HSV. And there's a little bit more in it, so 16 k's an hour difference that time between the two of them.
Did you see how close David Russell was to the edge of the concrete wall on driver's right coming out of Forest Elbow? There could not have been an exercise book width between the rear right of that car and certain disaster. David is driving the wheels off this. He's millimetre perfect, which is exactly what you'd expect. He's not going to give up third place without a fight. The B-class top trophy and top step of the podium is undoubted. That's not at risk here, but this is for third place overall for these two class leaders.
He's got this. It's not a problem for Russell. Moments like that, par for the course as a pro driver, but he's under serious heat. Here's the move. The big HSV straight line performance. There's no substitute for cubic inches at Mount Panorama, and car 64 goes through. That's third place. That's the final step on the outright podium. What's David Russell got? The BMW will be better across the top.
Nathan Callaghan doing a cracking job. He's still pulling a little bit of a lead, and it will be down to traffic, I think, that David Russell, if he's going to get it back, he'll have to use the traffic. Down in the pits, the guys are watching on, and there's wide smiles from all concerned. The HSV has gone away, goes by our tropical fruit car, the 34, which is still running around. The guys in the tasteful shirts who have caught the imagination of an Australian and an international viewing and listening public this weekend. Guys who have come to race and challenge the mountain, and they have done that in some style and colourfully as well. And don't forget, if you would like to do the same thing, then the end of November, beginning of December, 4 days at the mountain with Challenge Bathurst. All the details on the website. 2 days of sprints, 2 days of regularity, and you can find out what it's like to take on one of the world's greatest motor races. Mark, what you got?
Chris Lillis, big V8, Bathurst 6 hour on the podium at the moment, looking good.
We're looking good. Nate's done a really good job to bring us back. We had a bit of a rough start to the day, but yeah, everyone's done the team's been unbelievable. Matty Holt did a good stint, and the car's running perfect. So, but to Nate to chase him down, that was awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, great team spirit down here. Can really tell everyone's behind it.
Oh, look, it's just a family team. Everyone chips in. Everyone's volunteers here, and but you can see by our professionalism, we try to do our best. So we're pretty happy. If this ends up this way, we're going to be pretty happy.
Well, hopefully it stays that way.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark Walker. V8 powered car has never been on the podium in this race. Outright, class winning, of course, but never on an outright podium. It's an outstanding drive from these guys. Really impressive stuff. Hadrian Morale continuing to bash out pretty good lap numbers in car number 12. They're in 6th place. They've got 2 minutes and 11 to chase Paul Iacono, who's running 5th. Those guys have had a really solid day as well. And with the completion of that lap, Tim Lay equals the distance record in this race, 125 laps, 776
You are so good about not mentioning that.
I wanted to talk about it
know you
so
did.
much.
I could see it.
So we will have a new distance record for the Hi-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hour, as we did in the 12 hour earlier this year. Lots of green flag running, fast motor racing, compelling endurance racing at its absolute finest. And what a really good motor race it's been.
And to anybody who said, oh, the entry was down this year and that's not going to be as good a race, I say to you, because what we've had is lots of green flag running. I'll take quality over quantity any day of the week, and this has been sheer quality right throughout the field, proper endurance. The mountain just keeps on delivering, and it's done it again this weekend. They now ahead by almost a lap and a half on Ian Sherrin. Nathan Callaghan up into 3rd position with that pass of David Russell, but David will still have the Class B lead. Nathan Callaghan and his team, the 64, still with that A2 lead. What about in 2nd place in the B class? Up into the top 10 as well, the number 48, Scott Gore, ASAP Marketing. I've been seeing those guys every morning over at Ridges for breakfast, and the short walk over the bridge. They're going to be on the podium as well. A2, 2nd place. He's going to be that number 19 car, you know, Krillsy. Those are the guys who had the worst start to the race. If you're going to have a bad start, a bad part rather, of a 6 hour race, make it right at the beginning, and then you've got the time to make it up at the end. Now, what are you watching, Krillsy?
Well, I'm just looking at the Class C battle, because it's the closest on the racetrack at the moment for an outright win. 16.1 seconds, and car 89's in front. Rodney Strait is leading it at the moment, but Jake Camilleri is in attack mode behind in the number 8 Hyundai, the N-Gen racing car. So he's closing that margin down.
Took 4 seconds out of him last time around.
Yeah, correct, and at that rate, he'll get him right at the very end of the race. So that'll be worth watching.
And that's just outside the top 10, by the way, for those Class 3s. That's 11th, 12th position as the 14 car continues to battle away.
Well, that's the blue car we're following. Performance blue Hyundai, coloured i30N. He'll do the right thing and get out of the way of the Evo that's 5th outright and 3rd in Class A1.
Great run.
So even though they won't be on the outright podium, that Evo team will get 3rd place in their class. But it's that blue Hyundai we need to watch, because Jake Camilleri is hunting down the leader in that class. 16.1 seconds the margin. And the little BMW, car number 89, has done a super job today in Class C. So Jake Williams, who's a local driver, based out of Dubbo, not too far from here. And Rodney State's done a nice job. Rods Paul's entry leading the way. 16.1 seconds. We'll chart that gap for you, but the Hyundai is fired up.
I think he's going to run out of time.
That team 2nd and 3rd on their debut at Mount Panorama. Outstanding performance from N-Gen Racing. There's the leader, Tim Lay from Orange, Tony Lay Motor Group director. He's won races in just about everything he's raced, this guy. He started racing go-karts many years ago. 6 starts at the Bathurst 1000. Finished 8th with Steve Owen in that race. So he's got priors here as well. Australian Formula Ford racer. He won races in the Gold Star in open wheel racing, in Formula Holden. He's raced in Carrera Cup. A lot of experience in GT and GT production car racing. Obviously ranks this as his favourite circuit, as you would. He's a terrific driver, perennially underrated. He continues to show why every year he comes to Mount Panorama. Destroyed the production car record here last year in qualifying, 2:22.9 into the 24s. Went illegally fast this year, so much so they got penalised in qualifying with an outstanding lap. And now he and Berwick Linton, who on his own right is a 2-time Australian production car champion, not too far away, less than 10 minutes away from a very emphatic victory in the Hi-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hour. 3 or 4 laps at best, you'd feel, to get there.
So now the interest is with Jake Camilleri. I mean, Jake has got so much experience, and he'll be driving that little Hyundai i30N. Good to see the 69 cars go back out at the end. That car could have been a contender, but hit the wall early on. It's getting dark out there. It's getting dark out there with 10 minutes to go, just under. And we'll go all the way to the end. There's been no breaks here. We've had great racing. Only 3 safety cars throughout this 2019 High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hours. Richard Crail and John Hindorf still, well, I was going to say we're on the edge of our seats. We haven't been sitting down for pretty much all of this race, to be honest. We're on the balls of our feet at the moment because there's still battles going on out there. And let's not forget, you might have 2 minutes at the front of the field, but you've still got to pass cars every lap in multi-class racing. So it's not a cruise home for Tim Lee, as he's got to continue to push on. Looks like Nathan Callaghan might actually even take a lap back from the leader here, as he's charging up at the moment. At 64, blue and black Commodore, looking an absolute picture in the gathering gloom here. Hasn't got his headlights on just yet, but he's using the flash button very effectively indeed.
Tell you what, I was watching the timing monitor. The battle for Class C, showing on my timing is 1.8 seconds for the lead.
Yeah,
So
I'll take that.
We'll try and pick that battle up for you, because Jake Camilleri has been hauling the mail in car number 8, catching car number 89. So there could be a battle on right to the very end.
Very slow lap last time around for the leader in class of 1:53 last time around. So that was a slow lap, and Camilleri took again about 3 seconds, 3 or 4 seconds. So this is getting interesting. And of course, every time the leaders come by, or one of the other cars, they have to slow down. Keep an eye out around the circuit for the blue, the eggshell blue N-Gen i30N. At the moment, they are coming through the final sector.
Here it is.
And onto the start-finish line, and they're absolutely together as they go past us. The headlights are flashing. It may go at hell corner. Down the inside, Camilleri's got position. He's not quite there, or is he?
Not quite yet. Might be for the run-up mountain straight to Griffins at turn 2. So these two have been trading lap times, but Camilleri's hauled him in the last 2 or 3 laps. And it's a drag race up mountain straight. It seems inevitable that with 6.5 minutes to go in the race, the Hyundai is going to take the race lead in Class C.
Rodstedt just pulled over to the left and gave the inside line, and there was no chance to defend from that point, and Camilleri goes through, and that is a lead change with 6.5 minutes to go. Bathurst, once again, keeps us interested right the way at the end. The bright headlights now on from the Hyundai driver. Sitting in behind them is the number 50 Golf, which is laps down, but still running nicely in Class B, down in the 30s now, but they have their problems. They were third in class, remember, when that car was pushed back into the garage earlier on. They're trying to fight their way back through, but what a run this has been from Camilleri, and what a run it's been from the two Hyundais. And here's the big story. That's the car that didn't have a front end after the second lap of free practice earlier on this week.
Yeah, first time at Mount Panorama, that car on Friday did 0 laps. 1 out lap into the wall, overnight repair, back on the racetrack. It was disqualified from qualifying. They had a turbo pipe issue. It was put into the garage. You're not allowed to do that in the qualifying setup, so they went right to the back of the grid, back of class, but also back of the 44-strong field that started this race. And they have worked their way to the front, and with 6 minutes to go, they take the class lead away from the BMW team that must be heartbroken. But Jake Camilleri continues to underline his reputation as being one of the best endurance racers around at this level.
And by the way, they're 1 minute and 14 seconds away from a top 10 finish.
Yeah.
That car, 1 minute and 14 seconds.
Yeah.
Extraordinary run for this car, and surely that will turn a few heads. These two cars prepared immaculately and re-prepared immaculately in the case of the car that is leading at the moment. Remember, this started life as a production car, as all of these cars did today. These are not purpose-built racing cars. This is not a TCR version of the i30. This was a production car. And earlier on this week, it was in a body shop at Lithgow, having the front chassis legs straightened out, some borrowed body panels from a street car that the team had, handily. The absolute essence of production car racing, and we're inside the last 5 minutes, Creelsey, and this is actually getting quite dusky now outside.
Just confirming, the checkered flag will be shown to the leading car the first time after it crosses the line, after the 6 hours is out.
Right.
So 128 laps in the books at the moment. Record distance for this motor race.
What was the old record, Creelsey, did you say?
125.
So in fact, the top five cars have now beaten the old distance record, and it will be 6, 7. I think it'll be the top 7 will beat the old distance record here. It's not bad going. It's been a record-breaking year at Bathurst Mount Panorama in both the 12th and the 6th. And the big story at the end here is the number 8 Hyundai taking the lead in the last 6.5 minutes, and M is down in what I presume is a very happy N-Gen garage.
Absolutely, Jake Camilleri. What an absolute legend. You came out of nowhere and you're now leading your class. Fantastic work.
Wrong Jake. I'm Jake Williams in the other car that just got overtaken by Jake. But yeah, so anyway, we've had a good run today. So we've Jake Camilleri has done well. He's put in a good effort to chase down us, and he's got away with putting it on first place in class. So good on him. Rod's done a good job out there rotating around. Just didn't have enough in the car at the end of the day. So yeah.
Well done for finishing the interview, because that was the other side of it. When one garage is happy, the other side is always a little less so, but they're still going to finish with a podium spot for those hard-working mechanics and drivers. 2 minutes and 24 seconds to go. Sharon BMW had to do it the hard way. Didn't qualify particularly well. They had one lap pulled out by Ian Sharon. My goodness, the pressure was on, but they went over the stated boost pressure for the engine. They got put all the way to the back of the field. By 8 laps, they were back up into 5th position, 4th position in fact, and on the tail of the leaders. They've been there ever since. We'll have to crunch the numbers afterwards, but they have been a contender all day. But frankly, you cannot argue with the 23 car, the BMW M3 competition pack car, with an extra compulsory pit stop to take. They burned that as quickly as they could behind the safety car. Their tactics has been always to get that extra pit stop out of the way and then to play track position game, and that served them well, Creelsey.
Sure did. Just a few reports popping through. Car 21 with a slow lap. I think they were just in traffic because David Russell's back up to speed. They're 4th on the road. They're going to win Class B by a decent margin. But a little bit of concern there that they had a really slow lap, some 12 seconds off the pace. But I think D. Russ, who's pretty experienced, very experienced, just conserving towards the end there. That car seems to be okay in the final sectors. There's a minute to go. This will be the last lap of the motor race. Next time by will be the checkered flag for Tim Lay and Berwick Linton. And for Berwick Linton, this is an enormous accomplishment because this guy has thrown a lot of time, experience and money into his sport, into production car racing. He's been supporting it for a long time. He's supported this race for a long time. He's been within a shot a couple of times at winning it, and last year came so close, and now all of the ingredients have come together, and they're going to have a famous Bathurst victory.
And of course we break a few taboos here with this, because this is the pole sitting car, and for the first time in High-Tech Oil's Bathurst 6 Hours history, it looks like the pole sitter is going to go through and take the checkered flag, and that has not happened before. And that's a feather in their cap. They were joking earlier on this week when we talked to them for the preview on radio that they would try and ask Tim to qualify in 2nd position. Tim doesn't do that. No. Tim doesn't do second at anything. He went out and set a cracking pace early on in the qualifying, to the point where Berwick actually could get back in and do a few more practice laps. They parked the car effectively early in that session and said to everyone else, come and chase us. And that is exactly what they've done today. We're going to be out there. We're going to be at the front. Check out the taillights on this BMW M3 competition, because that's all you're going to see. we're going to hold this track position. That's how their strategy's played out, and now they've only got the length of the Conrod Straight to bring it home and go from pole to checkered flag in the 2019 High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hours.
And it's been a remarkable day at the office, and a result that will belie how competitive this race was throughout the duration. So a man local to the region who grew up in these parts in Orange, not far down the road, and a guy that's thrown his all at Mount Panorama over the years and came away short-handed, are going to win this race. A near-perfect performance, car number 23, pole position, fastest lap of the motor race. And for Tim Lay and Beric Linton, a dominating, dramatic, deserved High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6-hour win goes the way of car 23. BMW win their 4th straight 6-hour, but finally Linton and Lay, after being denied last year, have got the one they wanted.
Lighting up the darkness at the end of the High-Tech Oils pit straight in the gathering evening tide here of Easter Sunday. Pole to flag, that is how to win a motor race. You've got to say it was a good fight from the number 1 Sharon Rentals team, who will come home in second place with Ian Sharon anchoring that car home. Maybe one too many pit stops. We'll have to crunch the numbers on that, but they had to overcome starting at the back of the grid, which they did. My goodness, what a roll of the dice on their tyres. Changed at the end of the first hour or so, and then almost ran all the way to the end, certainly on 3 of the 4 MRFs.
Yeah, absolutely right, that last tyre change. So a day that didn't quite work out for the Sharons, but to defend your victory with a second place is no mean feat. Here they are, the BMW M4. It's been arguably the car to beat for the last 3 years now. They didn't quite get there this year, but a stout second place for Sharon Racing. Ian and Grant, the Queensland brothers, come home second place. Nathan Callahan brought the Commodore home in 3rd. The Cachet Holmes car gets on the podium, the A2 class winner. It's a race of firsts, record distance, first to win from pole position, first V8 powered Aussie muscle car, appropriately on the podium. Great job by the team at car number 64, the Cachet Holmes entry. David Russell and his dad Jeff, racing together for the first time in 16 years, finished 4th outright in the Class B car and smashed the class as well. Huge performance from those guys.
Right at the end, just outside the top 10, another class winner, Jake Camilleri, bringing it home, making the pass in the last 6.5 minutes for Hyundai and the number 8 car, which had to be rebuilt after a bit of a drop on the second lap out. Never completed a flying lap before the front end was in pieces. What a brilliant run to the checkered flag. Let's get down and feel some of the excitement and some of the joy of our winners. Emma is down there with a 23 pit.
Beric Linton, congratulations. You are the winner of the 2019 High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6-hour.
Thanks very much. A big thank you to the team, especially Aaron, who's put in so much hard work. Tim drove well, but the boys have worked hard. A big thanks to the marshals who volunteered their time. A quick happy Easter to my daughter Darcy at home and Tim's 2 daughters, Quinn and Arlie, at home, who've been watching with their mothers. So, we finally did it. Last year was so close, but this year we got there.
Your team manager was outside your garage for about 20 minutes and could not watch. What was it like for you sitting and watching in? It's out of your control, and watching Tim take it home.
It's nervous. I mean, there is nothing you can do, and we got so close, so you're just hoping nothing can go wrong. And I had the headphones and I was talking to Tim and just letting him know what was going on. And obviously, with the Sharons having to pit again, we had a good lead and he could take his time. So, the car's run well. It's been prepared well by Aaron and the team, and, I can't thank him enough.
And hats off to the team because they did that strategy. They nailed it.
Yeah, nailed the strategy. Got all the pit stops right. Boys did a superb job, and we'll enjoy a beer tonight.
I'll let you celebrate. Enjoy. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mark?
Matthew Holt, Chris Lillis, that is crazy.
Absolutely. I've always said to the boys that I'd really like to come here in a car we built and do it on our terms. Chris fortunately gave us the opportunity to do that, and together we got this amazing. It's not a supercharged Commodore, it's an LS3, and just absolutely stoked to be here. Thanks to Chris and all the boys for a great job.
Chris, there's no substitute for horsepower on the mountain.
Nah, mate, and the car run follows. See, we've got great sponsors. Bill Steen coming to the party this year with all the suspension, and the car, you have a look at how well it handled, So Revolution Roofing, Mobile Sid Chrome, they do all the bit, and yeah, and all the boys, and my wife, she owns half of it. So, yeah, so no, it was a great weekend. We couldn't be happier.
Oh, well, now you have to make your way to the podium. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, deserved applause. Deserved applause there.
That's a huge result. That's a massive result. 128 laps for the big HSV. And celebrations down there. So a record distance, 131 laps completed in this race, which eclipses the previous record of 125. It's 813 kilometres of racing at Mount Panorama. Here's how it all played out. It was a BMW 1-2 as it has been for the last couple of years, but this time it was car 23 on top. Tim Lay and Beric Linton get the results. The brothers Sharon was second in their Sharon Racing BMW M4. And that HSV, we just heard from the boys, third place and winners in Class A2. The Russells, the father and son combo, will be pretty satisfied with fourth, I think, in the Class B victory. Liacono and Holtzel, what a terrific drive to fifth, flying under the radar all day in their Mitsubishi. Hadrian Morale brought the number 12 car home in sixth place. Jaden Ojeda was flying at the end in car 25, that BMW, with a really stout seventh. Second in A2, what a comeback for these guys. Andrew Miller and Anthony Gilbertson in the Garage 1 BMW to eighth place. Huge job by those guys. Gore and Bensley, second in Class B, and ninth outright, and third in A2, and inside the top 10, Muir and Hodgson battled away all day. That thrilling finish for Class C can be seen over the page, 11th and 12th outright.
Brilliant.
Camilleri with the drive of his life at the end of that to wrestle the lead away from State in the BMW. Class D winner, how about this? 13th outright in a Toyota 86 at Mount Panorama. Cameron Girton and young Cooper Murray starred today for mine. Olsen, Mamarera and Green made it to third place. Two Hyundais in the top three in Class C. Lacey's next in fourth place in Class. Dimitri Agathos. So the Subaru survived. We saw them in pit lane. They got home in 17th place. And defending their win. It's only the third time in the history of this race a class, any class, has been defended. McMaster, Noble and Worrell go back-to-back in Class E. Well done to the Little Mazda team. Back-to-back victories. The High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour, outstanding.
Just so many stories to get through. Quite remarkable. Those outside the top 20, for the most part, had some issues. Got to pick out the Suzuki number 5 in 22nd position. They'll take second in class. And the 51 started on pole position in Class E. Remember, that was the car that had the overnight engine change, and they'd only had to go 10.5 hours to get it, bring it back and fit it. Outside the top 30, stories, I think, will be of what might have been. But the 44 cars that got to the end of the race, or got to the start of the race, not all of them got to the end, but they all have plenty of stories to tell from Bathurst and the 2019 High-Tech Oils 6 Hours.
So here's how the race played out. Gee, there was a lot going on, from sideways moments in big HSVs to contact it turned to just over 6 hours and 131 laps, 813 kilometres. We put on a show today on the mountain. There was so much to talk about. Tales of woe. This car somehow finished second in class. For Garage 1, they spent 2 laps watching it sit in the sand trap and play at turn 1. Sharon Racing, maybe a case of what could have been? Who knows? They still got second at the end. This fight was huge. The Big Falcon was in the thick of the action, battling with a BMW and a Mitsubishi Lancer in the early stages. There were passes at McPhillamy Park, for crying out loud. It was that competitive. Great racing, the bottom half of the top 10, the early stages of today's race. Perfect conditions, bit overcast, but it stayed dry for the duration. Just outstanding stuff. Pit stops were key today, and strategy evolved over the course of the motor race. It was compelling stuff. Garth Walden, a contender early in the race for a Cure Evo, flew an engine. He had to have the long walk back. Huge moment there for car 21. Class B winners had a huge slide just past the metal grade to the top of Mount Panorama. The Cox Evo was in the mix early. Huge drive from Smith in that car to double stint, 2 hours and 50 minutes. He punched out in the middle of that race, and they were a contender right to the end. Number 14 Evo in the mix all day. Gentlemanly bit of driving from Jeff Russell there to let the faster class car go through, focusing on their own race. They would, of course, be involved in a fight with David Russell behind the wheel. Big moment, eliminated our defending winners in Class D. The Honda Integra into the back of the Subaru at the cutting. There's dramas there, and these two fought. The lap traffic, they decided to back out of things at the chase as the BMWs battled down Conrod Straight. So the race really evolved, and a record number of green flag laps, a record number of less safety cars, I suppose. It's the least number of safety cars in a race. The floral shirt of a car managed to finish despite that trip into the sand trap. Three wide across the line. The BMWs battling for position in car 12, with Ryan McLeod and Mark Cars Australia calling the strategy 6 outright. Hadrian Morale drove really well at the end. As this car asserted itself, they gained a lap early and it was critical, and then they sacrificed a free pit stop under yellow to really apply the thumbscrews to the Sherrans by keeping them a lap down, by not giving them that lap back early in the race. 73 Commodore is in the mix throughout the day in Class B. They ultimately finished third. Mark Kane, one of the drivers there, superb job to bring that car home. What about this drive? The mighty HSV. It reined in a 6 or 7 second margin to the Sherran BMW, with David Russell, supercar enduro co-driver, behind the wheel, a winner in many of the top categories in Australia and around the world. The straight line performance of that Commodore played out, but ultimately Russell outright third away at the very end of the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. And that wasn't the end of the story, because Class C would go even deeper into that race. It was a terrific battle, and just heard from the guys in the HSV how proud they were with their performance. Nathan Callahan deserves all the praise right at the very end for how he stormed that car home. There were some nervous faces down in the garage. The MWM Volkswagen Golf, difficult day for those guys. Car number 50. They preserved a course, and then what about the fight for Class C right to the very end of the motor race, with BMW versus Hyundai there, and a storming drive from Jake Camilleri to hold themselves to the class win with 6.5 minutes to go in this race. Out in front it was Tim Lay and Beric Linton. Great stints from both. A perfectly executed race, despite the handicap of having to do an extra pit stop because they went too fast in qualifying. And in the end, a 4th straight win for BMW in this race, a 4th different winner outright in this race. But finally, and most deservedly, a checkered flag for Tim Lay and Beric Linton. The BMW M3 wins the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour in 2019. A very happy Easter indeed for that team. Let's go to the podium.
Thanks,
Here's John
Trailsy.
Hindhaugh.
Brilliant stuff, and what fabulous highlights. And this is what it's all been about. The overall podium here for the 2019 Bathurst 6 Hours, the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hours. You don't want to see me, you want to see the people who are going to take home the silverware. So let's bring them in. Here's the overall podium. In 3rd place overall, the Commodore. First time for an Aussie V8 on the podium for the 64 crew. Give them a big round of applause for the Cashier Holmes car. It's Chris Lees, Nathan Callahan and Matthew Holt. Making the presentation from MRF, his Vivek. In 2nd place, our defending champions. 1 spot short this year for the Sherran Rentals BMW. Grant and Ian Sherran presenting the 2nd place trophy. Our Mayor of Bathurst, Graham Hanger. Valiant run, guys, well done. And your winners of the High-Tech Oil 6 Hours of Bathurst for 2019, never headed. Put your hands together for the 23 crew. Come on, put your hands. I was waiting for some round of applause, guys. Come on, they've just won. Burick Linton Body Shop, Burick Linton and Tim Leahy in the BMW M3 CSL. And George Gambino, MD of the major sponsor High-Tech Oil. Ladies and gentlemen, your podium for the 2019 High-Tech Oil Bathurst 6 Hours, our overall top 3.
Thanks to John Hindhaugh on the podium, some celebrations, some champagne spray, and this Easter Sunday, it's probably lucky it's a public holiday tomorrow, because the celebrations will be long and large in Bathurst tonight as we cap off a remarkable race. Another incredible day at the mountain, a record-setting day as well. And a win for BMW. Race for the record books, record distance. First time the race has been won from pole, and another 1-2 for BMW. And the Sharon boys defend their win last year with second place, which is a stout finish. And HSV in third place. For the first time, we've had a V8 Aussie muscle car on the outright podium. What an extraordinary day. Lots of action, lots of drama, as always, at Mount Panorama. We can go now to Emma Notafrancesco to wrap up what's been an extraordinary day, Em. It never ceases to fail, this place, does it?
Oh, you've just got to love this place. Happy Easter again to you, Krause, and a fantastic job to yourself, to John, to Brian, and also to Mark, to all of the team. It has been an absolute cracker. Well done to Beric Linton and Tim Late taking home the win. The 2019 Hi-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. Thank you to you all at home for watching. We'll see you next year.